Hello and welcome to the new era of RC and RCGP round number 1 from South Carolina in a very sunny, quite windy, little bit chilly, 5 layers for me, I think 5 layers plus 1 for James, and a hat. I'm wearing a hat for the first time ever at a race event, just to keep my head warm. Though we have, you'll see this later on when we do the first round of RCGP, I have got the brand new RCGP hoodie, which is very exciting. So where we are now is we are just waiting for I think it's heat 2 of the round 1 of RC2 coming out. So everyone's going to get used to it, a bit of some positioning to go on, have a little bit of a sit down, work out what's going on. You can see the track there. Sure, you're all with us for the rush yesterday evening, and if not, it's available on RC Racing TV's YouTube page, also on the RC Racing TV Facebook page and the RCGP Facebook page with Inside Track, which was a fun little thing we did yesterday evening, chatting to some of the drivers and finding out, I think, a number of things you don't normally find out, but more about themselves than whether they've got to understeer or oversteer around the corners, and that's always a good thing, I think, a bit of amusing stuff. So they are just running now for the setup for this one. Peyton Smalley, Brian Cothran, Mike Walker, Joseph Littlefield, Giancarlo Di Gavone, Brandon Peters, Jacob Savage, Scotty Powell, Robbie Smith, James Matty, Jared Mal, Tony Scarzea, Michael Ginter.
Reminder, guys, we are scoring, so all the
so what we'll do is we'll have a little look around the track. I'm not sure whether I need to check whether Ash can actually hear me, which is always a good one. There's Ash on camera, fantastic. He's covering see the far end of the track. He's with the blue car now. This is going to be fun here because again I actually don't know the number of that car, but I will do when it comes underneath me in a second. And we'll have a look around the track. That is the number 4 car. That is Jacob Savage. And this is timed qualifying. Remember, all the RCGP races are races. RC2 do 3 rounds of normal qualifying and then have a qualifying race at the end of the day. Tomorrow will be all finals for RC2. Standard Christmas tree finals we all know and love. And RCGP, of course, is a completely separate event. Today's RCGP event will culminate with 2 finals, approximately 15-minute finals. It's X minutes plus 2 laps. And then they will have several sub-finals as well. And then tomorrow it's an hour-long final. So, as I I'm about to be joined by my co-commentator for RC2. It's Lefty the Great. Lefty, how are you, young man?
That's good. It's a good day here in the Southeast. It's good to be back here amongst the Southeast racing family.
It's a sunny day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very sunny.
But not warm.
Yeah, not warm. Not warm in the shade. A little bit windy, but it's good. It's good to be here.
Yeah, I'm worried the wind apparently, it's not like it's about as windy as yesterday afternoon, but apparently the wind is going to really pick up. And you're thinking, why does that matter to us? Well, because it really affects the cars. It's the main reason.
Yeah, exactly.
They get blown over. At the moment, it's a light breeze, nothing more than adding a bit of chill to your bones, but no real problem.
Yeah. So the RC2 class is pretty stacked this year. We got a bunch of guys from Canada. We got a group from Mexico down here as well. So it's good to see a lot of the international races, as well as the big RC community here in the Southeast. Lots of people from the Carolinas, Georgia, Northeast, Florida. You name it, they're here having fun.
Yep, it's going well. So we're still with the 4 car of, I really remember, he's leading as well, Jacob. Done 4 laps. Lap times for the top drivers is about 31 seconds, 31 seconds. These guys are a little bit slower. They're more the level of you and I left and doing about 36s and 37s.
I'm pretty sure they're driving better than I can.
Yeah, but you've only got one arm.
Yeah.
I've got no excuse.
But yeah, a little bit. The track's a little bit cool today, so there's no traction in the first thing in the morning. But as the sun comes along, the traction will come up and the lap times will drop. So we have the guy with a cool name, Digavoni. I don't know how to say that. But I believe he's one of the Canadian guys. Who else do we have here? We have Cothran, Savage, Mike Walker, a good friend of mine, Jacob Savage, Brian Cawthorn, Giancarlo Digaloni. I met this guy yesterday. Very nice guy. Jared Malveda, he's from up the Northeast. Tony Scarcella, Peyton Smalley, one of the 3 females competing this weekend. So we have Jacob Savage. He's out front right now. He just threw a 36.8. Followed by Cawthorn with a 37.9. And Digaloni with a 38 flat. So the track here is pretty good today. Bobby Moore of Trackmaster's done a great job. It's a lot of timing. It doesn't look like it, but if you just jump outside of the zone here, you will not line up for the next jump. So it's a lot of timing. Where people are being affected by the wind are on those back jumps, because the wind is actually pushing them towards the road. And then when they come forward, it's, towards the wind, it's holding them up. But it's the same for everybody. So let's see how the winds are today. And as we get up here higher in the heats, you'll see some faster lap times. So just so people know how qualifying goes today, we're taking their best 4 laps, not consecutive laps. And then that seats you into a heat for your qualifying race, which will be the last race of the day. And then that qualifying race seats you in your starting position for your bracket racing tomorrow. So
we are up and live. And good morning to Adam Ross, who's watching. Oh, just broken my phone. Saying hello to us at the moment. So to give you an idea of what's going to be happening today, we have 3 rounds of qualifying for RC2, and they are standard qualifying against the clock, 5 minutes, see what you can do. Interspersed with those, we have the 3 qualifying rounds for RCGP, which will be full-on blast races. They'll be starting from the gates. We'll get 5 minutes plus 2 laps of action, and we'll have the interviews before and after, and the features, a full RCGP package. Let me get this slightly different. The final round of RC2 is the 4th time you see the RC2 guys. They are going to do a qualifying race, which enables them to shuffle up and down within their respective packs and within their respective finals. So it's a chance for them to get their first try of a gate start on a race this afternoon. Then we have the 2 finals for RCGP, which are approximately 15 minutes, X minutes plus 2 laps. And they are done in motocross style, points counted with the second one counting more. And then after that, there's a brief break, and then we'll go free to air for the inside track feature. As I said, I'll be joined by Keenan here, the left of the great of the No Name RC podcast. We'll be sharing the duties on RC2, and Keenan will help you with some expert interjections as well for RCGP. If you've got any questions for us, you want to talk to us, just come on the chat on Vimeo. We are watching the chat, obviously, on the pay-per-view service. Thank you for your subscriptions. It's much appreciated. It enables us to cover this event. And if you turn up with your friends, we'll be able to cover extra events outside RCGP. That's the idea. The more, the merrier.
Hashtag Grow RC. And it's a good morning to Adam Ross from Canada. We got about 10 Canadians down here. I went and visited them this morning. And they're having a blast as well. They've been down here for some time racing. So shout out to all the Canadians.
Always good to visit the Canadians. Even if they don't want to see you.
We got 21 seconds left in this qualifier, and Jacob Savage is still out front, followed by Cawthorn and Littlefield.
So yeah, it's now running in. It's finished. Yes, it's like running 4 minutes.
So I don't know. Somebody told me yesterday. This is what I want to see. They say it's possible to on the left-hand side here to triple this and then jump on top of that.
Really?
Yes, I was told it was done yesterday, so that's what we'll be looking out for today. It's a very hard thing to do because that triple is actually very far. It's big gaps.
Yeah.
If you're
All right.
running solo, run that car over the deck, drop it off.
Next up, we have Heat 3. Tom Franquito, I just met him. My buddy Toby Hampson, the Toby Meister from the Northeast, but originally out of the UK. Joseph Steichleather is a local fast guy. Him and his brother Jake are here. They come from a strong racing family. Bobby Moore, the designer of this track, who did a great job. RC Track Masters. He'll be building the PMB track next week. Steve Taylor. Louis Petz is from Mexico. I believe Steve Taylor is one of the Canadians. Brian Hutchisons, Nick Elliott, my buddy Michael Koontz, my good buddy Michael Velez, Michael Les, Chris Molly, and Mark Thomas. The sun is coming out here. The traction is coming up. People are having fun. The racing is getting to be good.
Now, the thing you have to remember is I actually ought to read the results and actually work out what's going on. So what's happening with RC2 is they're not doing the normal thing, which is the 5-minute qualifying. What they're actually doing is they're trying to get the fastest 4 laps. And then that will seed them into the qualifying races later today. So they have the qualifying race, they seed into that, and they get the order within that qualifying race, which then transfers into the normal bump-up Christmas tree tomorrow. So it's slightly different. Obviously, it's not one of JQ's ideas. So it's not actually about putting in a perfect 5-minute plus 1 lap run. It's all about getting the fastest 4 laps, Keenan.
Yeah, it's a little confusing for some. Some like it, some don't.
Yeah, me basically.
But I know that a local race in Florida has been doing this 3 consecutive laps, and I guess they want people to just go out there, and it's going to be about getting a fast lap and not consistency, which we're used to with RC qualifying. I guess it's an attempt to make it more exciting for everybody watching, and also the racers.
It's a shout out to us from Matt Dixon. Good morning, gents. It's going to show up being exciting. It is showing exciting. It's starting yesterday. The RCGP Rush was exciting.
Yes.
And we've got loads of that coming on. And here's the start grid. And it's already gone. I was too late for that one. Anyway, so let's see who we've picked up now. I'll work out where he's in the track, actually, which is one of the more important things. It looks like Ash is an obsession with blue and white cars at the moment. The blue and white car. Just so you know, we are staring, Lefty and I are staring directly into the sun at the moment, which is making our always limited identification of cars significantly worse. It's car number 3.
Bucket 3, Michael Ginther.
Car number 3, Bobby Major, Bradley Major.
Bradley Major. He's been so Bradley's trying to do his fastest 4 laps, and that's not going to help. So he's over now on the backside quad. It really is. No one's taking them as a quad. It's all double-doubles. You're saying you've seen someone try and take it as a quad?
No, this one here, triple, and then jump up onto the top on the left side. Let people sort themselves out here before we start calling out some times.
Beach RC hairpin. And now the very short straight. This track has no real long straights, actually. There's nowhere where you can actually pin the throttle and blast the engine.
That's been kind of a thing for the last 3 big races. No straightaways. RC races lately. DNC, no straightaway. The Nationals, no straightaway. And we're following suit here. Jumps, not straightaways.
Everyone loves a jump.
So let these guys get their warm-up here.
I think actually, is it? Oh, right. This hasn't actually started. This is actually is not even part of the start. It's the 5 minutes of the. Yeah, okay.
So they get a 3-minute warm-up.
Before their 4 attempts to do 4 fast laps.
Yep. Today will be the day where I think we'll hear people complaining about too much runtime, like it was in 2019.
You're giving me too much for my money. I don't want this anymore. I've got the value for money is exceeding my ability to spend it. Yeah.
6, 5.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, you don't think so?
I think so. I think people aren't used to.
I think Ash is they're still with the 3 car. Ash, just pick up the next car that comes underneath you. Yeah, that one's upside down.
And that's Toby Hansen.
That's Toby in the 2 car, isn't it? So that's Hansen in the 2 car.
Toby, a Northeast racer. He also has a very good blog called the Toby Meister. He's originally from the UK, but has been living here in the Northeast for many years. Does a lot of his racing up there, and it's good to see him down.
That really isn't a lap he wants to see again.
No, camera curse. Curse of the announcer.
That was literally about 7 mistakes in 4 corners. Even I'd be going some to do that, but it doesn't matter because it's not about the whole run, which would of course be ruined now if it was. It's just about the 4 laps, which is kind of a run of about 2 minutes 20, 2 minutes 25 seconds you've got to put together without making a mistake. He's letting everyone go, find some space, think about it, and go from there.
We got Joseph Steichleather moving up to the top position with 32.9. He's the younger of the Steichleather brothers, Jake being his older brother. Locals here, and I believe they're from North Carolina. Big racing family here in the South. Been racing. Dad used to race, and now they're racing. And just a good family. Who else do we have? Petz. Louis Petz, I believe, is driving S-Works, one of the Mexican guys that made the trip up with all. We have a small contingent of the Mexican guys, but they were at the RCGP in 2019 as well. Good to see them coming up and having some fun.
Oh, upside down. Doing a bit of marshalling, he gets it. Oh, off there again. Toby's still getting to grips with that one over at the back of the track.
The wind's starting to pick up now.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a bit more time off without the wind.
Yeah, today is supposed to be the worst day. 20 miles an hour steady with gusts. Seems like we always attract wind. At Thunder Alley, we had a lot of wind, and
well, that's because we're eating too much meat.
Yeah. All right, so Stikelether's still out front. 34.5. Probably had a little bad seating. Joseph's usually a lot better than this, but this will help him seat up pretty good in the qualifying race to come up here later on today. So Joseph's on a mission. Good to see. Looks like we got Miguel Velez, Puerto Rico in the house, but coming out of the Northeast. Him and his wife made the trip down. He's been excited to come to RCGP for the last 2 years.
And now he's here.
Yes, he is. Looks like we have Nick Elliott in third, Michael Kuntz, and Mike Smalley. I believe maybe Peyton's dad or brother. One of the two. Chris Smalley, sorry. Chris Smalley. So we've got 2 minutes and 52 seconds left in this qualifier. Remember, everybody, they're trying to get 4 laps, not 4 consecutive laps, but qualifying will be based off their 4 fastest laps of the day that will then seed them into a qualifying race later on today. And that will then seed you into your starting positions tomorrow in the bracket racing. I believe we also have a junior main today.
Yeah, I think there is a junior, I think, and an over 40, I think, filling in the gap between the 2 RCGP finals.
Yes, so how they do the junior and 40-plus finals is that they just take the top 14 drivers from overall qualifying that fit into that age group and give them a 15-minute main. So I think the over 40 class will be pretty competitive this week, as well as the junior main, because there's a lot of fast under 18 young racers here, and you know, the young racers are the future, so we got to give them a main as well. Stikelether running away with this. He'll be happy. He got a late start yesterday, but he's figured it out and showing what he can do. He's a local to this track. He's probably been to this track quite a lot. I think the locals are excited to have it here. They know how this track is going to groove up and the ins and outs. But the good thing about this is everybody is on the same tire. So nobody can put on a fast tire and do faster laps. And that's it. Everybody's spec tire.
120 to go, 120 to go. It is going to be Joseph out in front, followed by Bradley, then Bobby Moore running through.
Bobby Moore's moved up in the third position. The track master is mastering the track himself. Good to have Bobby Moore with us here. A stalwart here in the Southeast. He's built many, many thousands of tracks all around the Southeast here and Northeast. And it's good to have him here and racing with us. He'll be off to the PMB next weekend, building their build. And he's done a great job here at S&B. Some cool features he's got here, especially this dragon's back right here that I really like. And yeah, I hope I get some laps on this track at some point this week, maybe on Monday. Good job by Trent Walker out there. Trent joining us from Florida, out there doing his marshalling duties. 28 seconds to go, and it looks like it's going to be Stikelether, Major, and Bobby Moore, followed by Chris Smalley and Chris Smalley.
A lot of open track, and there's about 8 cars within about 40, 50 feet of each other.
Thank you. I had my breakfast then. There we had to get, it's quite an early start. It's quite a lot set up, and I now have my breakfast, so that's much better.
We was out of her at 6:45 yesterday, so he was able to get a good meal. Everybody was.
We didn't leave at 6:45.
Well, we finished up around 6:45.
Yeah.
We left.
How long did it take to pack this stuff up?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff here. I mean, I'm pretty impressed with the amount of stuff that they were able to bring over in suitcases from Europe.
We have a lot of stuff. We have. Every year we up the level of stuff.
Yeah.
The key stuff.
It's always some more stuff to buy.
There's very little stuff actually. Interestingly, from what we brought out to Thunder Alley 2 years ago to now, I would say that only 2 cameras are the same.
Really?
Yep.
Any new stuff here that you used
Everything
that
else
you didn't
is
do
new.
it on that?
Yeah. All this is new or repurposed. We're on a completely different. Well, if you were eagle-eyed, you'll notice we're now on 1080 rather than 720. We've got all sorts of new. Basically, the whole thing's been renewed across the board, and not just for RCGP, for all the other stuff we do, be it EFRA or the karting events or match side events. So, despite the lockdown, we end up doing quite a lot of bits and bobs during the year. And whilst we haven't been able to do much RC, you know, there's been an investment in kit by Control and by RC Racing TV. So the results of which you're currently seeing on your screen.
So these guys on their final 2 laps of this race. I believe it's 5 minutes plus 2 laps. And Slight Leather showing that he's just not in the heat that he should be after seeding yesterday, and he's making improvements to move up. I expect Joseph to be in one of these semis here this week. Fast young racer here from the southeast.
Ooh.
All done, all stop. All done, all stop.
That's it for group number 3. The group 4 back up. Apparently, it's this is great because these are just guys. These are just names to me, but you probably know who these people are. So I'll. Mike Anderson. You know about Mike?
Yes, I know Mike Anderson. He's a local here from North Carolina, a good friend of mine. He's been another one that's been waiting for this race for 2 years. He's having a great time over there. I do not know George Stellatis, but he's one of the Canadian guys that I met over there. Ricardo Fausch, one of the guys from S-Works in Mexico. He was there at 2019. Great guy. Ron Lupo, one of the Canadians down here to race with us. My good buddy Tony Pataschow, who I actually drove up here with. He's here from Florida. Andrew Kirk, another Florida guy. We got P-Word. He's from Northeast.
Who is P-Word RC? I can't believe that's actually his real name.
That's what he goes by. When I went and I asked what his name was, and he goes, "My name's P-Word. My name's P-Word." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, it's only P-Word."
And his surname's RC.
Yeah, I guess so. He really loves it. We got Ryan Fowler, Luke Deming, Mark Whitlow is a local here, Antonio Edwards, Logan Nixon, and Zachary, my buddy, Zachary Thompson, Clean Freak. He's a local here from South Carolina. He does a lot of his club racing here at S&B and easily just on the road. So a lot of local guys here. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, 7 heats of RC2, so we're halfway through. Some pretty big US club names coming up in the top couple of heats.
Yeah, the RC2 top heats are really stacked. We have some fast young drivers there that I think are going to do really well. And throw in a few of the older, more veteran guys that are here to race. There's some fast guys here, that's for sure. Waiting for these guys. Warm up here. They have a 3-minute warm up to get everything set.
Warm.
Yeah, if you want to, you need a little tune on your engine or maybe raise or lower your ride height. You can come in and do that, and then go out and do your 4-lap. Get your best 4 laps that you can.
There they go. Rolling Thunder, rolling out. Yeah, that camera's a little bit in the sun at the moment. We'll sort. We won't sort it out. The world will sort it out. The sun will move round to the right. So this is actually looking down the track, and that's actually our view. We're actually kind of about 10, 15 yards to the right of this camera. So we're staring into the sun as well at the moment. That does move across during the course of the day. And of course, the drivers themselves are also staring directly into the sun, but luckily they're kind of looking down a bit. So they've got a cap on, they'll be okay.
Yeah.
So who has Ash picked up for us over at the far end of the circuit? A little bit wobbly, see what's going on. Flies over the backside quad. It's a double-double, but I'm going to call it a quad, because if you say quad's one word, double-double is like 17 more syllables. Already trying to reduce my word count.
Oh, yep. Thank you, sir.
You're getting contraband.
Oh, hand warmer.
Hand pocket. That is a friend you want to hold on to and love.
That's my good buddy Jake Glasgow. He's up here next.
Unfortunately, in doing that, I missed the car number. So hang on a second. I'm trying to stare out the window now. I think that's 7, but I could be wrong. So my guess is that is Andrew Kirk. But please don't hold that to me, because I could. Again, this is old eyes, and it's sunny, and it's not. It's 9. See, there we are. I've managed to get all. It's
Nick Elliott.
No, 9's Ryan Fowler.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong list.
So basically, you've got two people who can't see and can't read doing this. That's
I know.
the news.
It's too early. We need coffee. Red Bull.
Both. Not really prepared to drink Red Bull anymore. Can't stand Christian Horner or Helmut Marko, so I'm not giving that company any money at all. Max Verstappen's fine, just don't like his bosses.
The Red Bulls are looking fast in practice this weekend.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, the biggest problem is the rocket attacks. Let's not get into politics. Let's not get into Formula One. Because we're here in
RC World.
very lovely. You can't, say anything about the sun. The sun's fantastic. It's just, unfortunately, it's the wind and it's not warm.
Yes, but otherwise, great weather here.
Yeah, the thing is, whenever a Brit comes over to the States, we always assume it's going to be lovely and warm, even though, of course, vast tracts of America are way colder than we are for the whole of the winter. I suppose because basically we only ever go to Florida or California, and when you go to New York, you just think it's London but more expensive. So, well, it's probably the same price. So, we're just going to Florida where you go anytime you like it. It's pleasant. Up here, quite a lot further north at the top end, just on the border really of South Georgia, not very right on the South Carolina. I've been getting these states wrong the whole time. Of South Carolina, near the North Carolina border. If those of you watching Europe, one of the things we went past, which for being a sad car geek like me was quite exciting, is we went past on the trip to the Charlotte Airport the massive South Carolina BMW plant.
Really?
Where they make a lot of the off-roaders, and I was unlucky enough to get an American-made Mercedes off-roader once, BMW off-roader once, and it was rubbish. There's also a big Mercedes plant as well, isn't there, somewhere around here? So they've got a lot of building in this area, but this is the BMW plant, and I'm sure the quality has improved now. So let's pick somebody else up, Ash. I have no idea who this was. The next car down the straight, please, Ash. Let's be this blue and white one. And that is car number 4. I can read that. So that is the 4 of Ricardo Fauch.
Easy with the marshals, guys. Easy with the marshals.
I think they've actually started now, which is actually makes it worthwhile. Fauch going into the upping over the drum.
You are off track and out of the circuit. You need to kind of bring it back through the track at an easy
So Fauch tight there on the infield, going up towards the Beach RC hairpin. Seems a little bit of a racing battle. The car has just gone past. That's the 9 he overtook that we were looking at earlier. That's the 9 of Ryan Fowler. Oh, they are having an accident together, which is never a good idea. Carrying on with the 4.
Looks like we got local guy here, Zach Thompson.
But it's lefty. Literally, every time I turn around, someone's hit it. Someone's touching you up. I don't know what it is you've got, but we've got these local racing drivers.
Well, my first big race here ever was here in the Southeast, and I've met a lot of people over the years, and they're very nice, very good RC community here. Once they like you, and they'll give you the shirt off their back.
Once they don't, you're in terrible trouble.
Yes, you are. But they race here. This RC family, they race every weekend. It's sunny. They will be racing somewhere around in this area. There's lots of tracks. I think I last counted there's maybe 22 tracks within 3 hours around here.
Wow.
So there is a lot of racing going on in this area.
Can you go forward one, Ash? That should be the number 1 car of Mr. Mike Anderson. Oh,
Mr. Anderson, as I call him.
Well, I'm calling that as well. There's Mike. We've even put a subtitle that is actually Mike, so I got this wrong now. This is going to look way worse. No, it's the one. I'm okay. So he's going back away from us and up onto the backside quad. We need to name more of these parts of this track, aren't we? We're going to have to work out.
Yeah, we haven't worked out any names yet.
Well, I've got the backside quad, and I've got the camera hairpin, and I've got the front straight, so I've got 3 bits of it.
Yeah, but we need a pole of doom or something funny.
Well, there isn't one, that's a problem. That's the far one. I'm quite a Beach RC hairpin, just because there's a Beach RC advert there. That's over the start. So this is the mogul section.
Here in group number 4. Get those cars, still take those cars too.
And it's the whoops. You can see got the
3 or 4 laps in.
you got kind of camera in, turn round, and then camera out.
Who are we following? Andrew Kirk at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. The one car.
And Ricardo round out your top 10. Now Lane jumps into the top 10. Pushes Logan down to 10. Ricardo 11. Tony, Keyword, and Andrew, the rest of the running owners here.
I think P-Word wins the best name for this race. P-Word RC.
Yeah, but what is the P word?
I have no idea. I literally asked him his name, and he said that's his name. Oh, I guess it's like me. I go by Lefty more than Keenan nowadays.
So it is currently car 2 out in front of this one.
We got George Stilatis from Canada. He's up in the front, followed by Mr. Mike Anderson, and we have Jason Lynn from the USA. This is one of the most mixed up. We got a guy from Mexico. We got 2 Canadians and American, and the rest of the Americans are in this race. It's good to see. The sun's coming out, so the traction seems to be coming up. These guys look like they got some traction now. First thing in the morning was really slick for them as the moisture was still there. But now the sun plus the wind is knocking that all out. And soon these guys' tires will be wearing out soon. A lot of people were finding the spec tire a little bit confusing yesterday, and a few people just didn't understand it. And I was trying to tell them that everybody is on the same tire. And everybody wants the super fast tire, but they have to understand that they have to manage their tires as well, because you're only allowed one set a day. So the big pin was the great choice, because by the time the traction came up, guys are like, oh, I mean, they sugared the track, so it's really high grip, and the tire attrition is going to be high later on today. So the big pin was the great choice. The lattice is still leading, followed by Mr. Lane Deming. I think Luke and Lane are brothers. They're here for the race. And we got Mr. Anderson in third, putting that local knowledge of S&B to work here. He's out there doing quite well. Another big Formula One fan of mine, good friend of mine as well. So now they'll go into their 2 laps, or 2 minutes left. And there are 2 extra laps. And they have 2 more chances to throw in some fast laps and move up in the standings in their qualifying race later on today.
Flying the train. James is flying the drone, by the way. Who went what we were talking about then? Matt wanted to know where James was, and the answer is he's flying the drone.
He is flying the drone. He's having fun. A big shout out to the control crew here. They're doing a job. They're here. I mean, if you guys saw the amount of equipment, the scripts, and the work that these guys are doing, it's non-stop. We got Stefan, our scorekeeper over here, doing his thing, studying and watching his computer, watching that loop to make sure there's no mistakes. The crew is back running. We haven't done a race together in 2 years. Yesterday was a little bit rusty, but today we're firing all filters.
Rusty.
On all cylinders.
No, yesterday was perfect, apart from the shouting, the arguments, and the mistakes.
So it looks like Lane Deming is going to take this one, followed by George Stilatis and Jason Lynn. Mike Anderson coming in 4th. And I missed the last one.
Several people. So Heat 5 up next.
Heat 5, so we're getting up to some of the faster racers from yesterday in the seeding. We got one of the other females in this race, Mrs. Kyla Espanol, I believe.
Espanol.
Yes, so she's up here. She's a Florida native. She's one of the 3 female racers here today. She's actually just got back into RC again. She's doing pretty good. We got Zach Rodriguez, Abayu Berku. He's from Canada. Brett Butter, who I think has probably the coolest name. Ever Lobos, he's also a Georgia native. Steven De Placido, another Canadian. Jamie Armheim, USA. Luke Deming, Lane's brother or father, I can't remember. Thomas Kaufman. Diego Maraquin from Mexico. Oh, I'm sorry, we have 2 females. Caitlin Carmendi of Race Like a Girl, Don't Give an Inch podcast. She's here. She's a local. She's her and her husband, Dave.
Is she one of your podcast enemies then? Your rivals in the podcast?
No, actually, she's a very good friend of mine. She has a very good program here. It's called Future Stars. She collects tires and parts, and then they team up with local pro drivers or local fast drivers to encourage young people to race at local races here.
Good.
So we're going to try and get her some of these used TZO tires from the Spec Tires so they can give them to these young kids so they can race. But check her out, Race Like a Girl. They have some good programs, and they're a racing couple. They race hard, and so they race against each other. And my good buddy Jake Lasco, who I came up here with, who picked me up in Florida.
Oh, she had a lift.
Yes, I actually flew into Miami, then drove up to
How long's that?
hour and 45 minutes.
Well, from Miami to here?
No, Miami, from Dominican Republic to Miami.
Oh, right, sorry.
Then I drove up to Daytona, met Jake, and then we drove up to South Carolina.
So the sun's moving across, so completely in our eyes, but it is moving across.
Group 5, track is yours. Group 5, track is yours.
The track is open for these guys' 3-minute warm-up. Remember, these guys got a 3-minute warm-up, plus 5 minutes, plus 2 laps. So it really ends up being almost 10 minutes per qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a long old run. Which I think is, is one of the, this is qualifying, and that's what you get. Perhaps one of the things we rail against, perhaps when you're covering the event, you've got a lot of downtime and not a lot of actual racing action. That will all change once RCGP comes on, and of course also tomorrow is all racing all day as we go up the Christmas tree. In fact, in fairness, it's all racing all day once we get past the final round of today. So I've no idea what time that is. I think about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock onwards. It's all racing all day. Ash has picked up one of the... he's been a blue and white car again, honestly. He loves a blue and white car.
Caution on the exit of the double-doubles left side. Caution exit of the double-doubles left side. Clear.
So he's coming... Who Ash has got is coming over that infield hump. The 12 car with at the moment. That is Caitlin Carmody.
Caution exit of the mogul. Clear.
Up at the top there.
135, drivers, 135. Plan your fuel.
Not started yet. This is all just a bit of fun.
135.
Actually, no, we're not with Caitlin, I think. We're now with this car. It's quite difficult to see who we're with, actually, because that's actually the 7 car now.
I think he's still following Caitlin.
I think she's got different numbers on either side of her car.
Yeah, that's her car, though. I recognize
I know
her
why.
pink
I could have terrible eyesight, but I'm just thinking on the side here, I thought I saw a 7.
110,
But it's every chance, it's just because I can't see anything, because the sun's in my eyes and I'm old. It's now exciting and I want to see what's going on. I'm just coming to the pits at scores, isn't it?
All right, less than 1 minute and the track is live. Less than 1 minute track live.
Yep, that's Caitlin. That's Katie. There's Dave, her husband, filling her up. They race as a couple and they beat. It's funny.
Yeah, she's got a 7 on that side.
Yeah.
And a 2 on... I don't know, that is very confusing.
Yeah. Caitlin and Dave, they race a lot here. Sometimes Caitlin beats Dave. Sometimes Dave beats Caitlin. I don't know how that dynamic works.
Literally, at that point, I had to stop myself saying something. No, I can't. Actually, I don't know. We're on pay-per-view. Yeah, we're on pay-per-view. You can say what you like, can't you? Because it's like not on the FCAA or free to wear. I can just let myself go, love.
I just say I use my theory: happy wife, happy life.
Well, that is very true. Is your wife happy?
I hope so.
You don't know, though, do you?
You never know. Never know.
4, 3.
All right, so racing's about to start here.
So we are with that car. I mean, let's find somebody else. Just drop back one, Ash. We'll take the next one coming through.
All right, track is live. Track is live.
We had a few minutes here, so we got some lap times registered to see who's out front, see who's doing well.
Yeah, I'll just have various things fall on my feet while that happens.
We're going to have to make a trip to Walmart and get some stools.
That's a good idea.
That's what Justin did last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
Honestly, I was promised a stool, actually. I was promised a stool by David. David said you can have a stool if you like. I'm kind of leaning on the... I'm sort of leaning on a container at a jaunty angle.
Well, it looks like we got Kayla out front with a 33.2. Looks like Katie just came into pits, maybe made an adjustment with Dave there, it looks like. She's back out. I mean, you can't do this in this qualifying.
Let's take this bright green car just a couple back, Ash. Who hasn't got a number on that side of his car, but he's a double number, whoever he is, off the track. Oh, no, he's having a struggle, so he's not enjoying being on the camera. I say there are two ladies out there, so I may be making a terrible mistake over the infield hump. That's 13, I think.
Oh, that's Chris Capello from Canada.
Yeah.
We got a Canadian here. All those guys from Canada.
Canada. He's upside down with his TLR, I can tell that. See, I identified the chassis purely by the way the wheels work and not by the big sticker on the side of it.
Let's see.
They have started now, haven't they?
They have started.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that one because it's the way it's running with its best 4 laps. I'm kind of going, have they started? Yes, they have. It's a bit of a minefield. He just had to go through there, Chris. I mean, I know it was his own bad lap last time, but he was kind of avoiding several people who were not pointing in the correct direction by any. Oh dear, no, that's not where we want to go.
Curse of the camera hits
that really isn't the track. Oddly, this is a higher heat than we've seen before, so they were fast yesterday. I'm seeing a lot more mistakes. So this may be a track where when you start to push lefty, it gets a lot more difficult.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the traction to come up. It's not hot enough yet. Oh, somebody has lost the wheel.
On the bucket. Someone hit 2, but that's pretty impressive. You managed to hit 2 buckets with one car there. Unfortunately, it wasn't what we were showing at the time. 2 buckets knocked over, which is the marshal post, and a wheel fell off. The weird thing is, no one appears to know what car it's come off, because the marshal was going on, well, I don't know. So we're looking for a 3-wheeled car. I have seen 3-wheel cars go around for a couple of laps towards the end of races, just to finish off, but to me, this is not a great way of doing the circuit.
No, definitely not the way.
I always recommend using the full 4 wheels. I think we need to leave Chris alone. Just drop back 1 on the straight, Ash. And that is car number 3 we now have.
We got Brett Butter.
Brett, your favourite name.
I know, I like that
name. P word, obviously.
Oh, P word. But I mean, who wouldn't be wrong? You couldn't go wrong with a name like Brett Butter.
My name is, we can, because we have him on camera, and now he's upside down.
I think.
Even worse than that, he's flamed out. So, sorry, Brett, you have a great name. We apologise for ruining your race.
Blame it all on Nick.
Yeah, well, that's it. Blame, hashtag blame. Well, you were talking about it as well. Hashtag blame the commentary team.
All right, so it looks like Kyla's out here. She's throwing a 33.4. She's looking pretty good out there. Kyla was very fast, and she stopped racing for some time, but she's back. She used to race all these big Southeast races. It's good to see her and her stepdad Jimbo out here. Another big Florida racers. They come up here to experience the art. They were actually at RCGP in 2019, so we do have a lot of repeat customers here. They had such a good time at Thunder Alley that they were signed up for the race that we were supposed to have last year. That didn't happen.
And they'll be able to go again to somewhere in the West. To be defined.
To be defined.
Well, it's between 2 as far as I know. One I would define as very West and one as less West. But definitely on the West.
Nice.
I'm redefining it by time zone more than anything else.
Yeah, it'll be bad for you. You'd be about 10 hours.
California's 8 hours for us and 9 hours for Stefan. And it's quite tough to do it. This is really because our clocks in the UK and in Europe don't go forward at the same time as the ones in the US. This is only 4 hours at the moment, but tomorrow it's 5 hours.
Yeah,
because our clocks go forward. The summertime for Europe happens tomorrow.
Now, we just don't do daylight saving time in the Dominican Republic.
Well, apparently there's a big vote in Congress, and the US might not be doing it anymore.
Yeah.
So it might be the US will stick on this summertime effectively all year round.
It looks like Kyla's out there throwing some consistent 33s. She seems to be the fastest driver out there with 33.3. Followed by Abayu Berku and Thomas Kaufman. I wonder what happened to Caitlin. It looks like she had some issues, and she's very far down.
Yeah, she's done 2 laps, so that's not great. But obviously, if you're saying the track's getting faster anyway during the day.
Yes.
Just about 30 seconds on the master clock. All
Yeah,
drivers
I mean,
continue racing till I call you done.
when we were here on, came here on Tuesday, the track looked great. On Wednesday, it absolutely chucked it down with rain all day. Came here on Thursday, and it looked a complete swampy mess. And they had one of the young lads at the track got onto a quad and just drove around the surface. And I thought, why did you do that? So firstly, he drove around the surface just in the quad, loads and loads of laps. He broke the surface up, and that obviously helps the drag because it's clay. It's got a solid. He broke the solid, and then they stratified it or scarified it with a metal kind of big behind the quad, a big metal sort of device, and then they just dragged tyres around to reform the top line, and it took about 4 hours, perhaps 4 or 5 hours of constant quad action.
Yes.
I mean, that guy's already won the championship for the most laps, but it was amazing. And the surface then, because we know we haven't got any more rain, it just came together, and people were able to run it by about 3:30, and by 4:30 it was kind of raceable. And they sugared it overnight on Thursday night before Friday. And it's now got a lovely crispy top to it.
Yeah.
Might even get some blue groove later.
I think so. The track crew will come out sometime today and probably blow off the dust. They aren't doing any watering. Wasn't needed at all yesterday. I think the sugar was the right decision. Make it for some good racing. People have traction.
They picked up about a second and a half from the warm up on the hours warm up the RCGP guys had on Thursday to Friday's racing. And my guess is they're going to get quicker again. The very, very fastest laps were in the 29. Only a few of them in the entirety of the runs yesterday. I expect we'll see a lot of 29s once RCGP get running. They get more used to the track. Also, at the moment, the wind is not as bad as it was. It was treacherous for the rush yesterday. As this is the end of Heat 5, and I will leave you with Lefty for the next one.
Okay. So it looks like we have Barku in first, Kyle Espanol in second, and Thomas Kaufman running off your third spot here. Going into it. We're getting on to these 32-second laps. We got Heat 6 coming up. We got a lot of fast guys here. We got Greg Degani, DJ Hepler, Chris Morant, Josh Hollyfield, Nick Hartman, one of the owners of the track. So we're getting up here in speed. This is going to be probably your top heats of RC2 here. So congratulations to Abeyu Barku, Kyla, Thomas, Marlo Bright on their good runs. That should see them up further in for their qualifying race. So for those of you that are joining in just now, how it's working today is they have 3 minutes warm-up. Then they go into a 5-minute qualifier, and your best 4 laps, not consecutive, just best 4 laps overall, count. They do that, and then they do, and then they have a 2-lap. They have 5 minutes plus 2 laps at the end. So lots of run time. I'd say each qualifier takes about 10 minutes to complete. So plenty of run time here for the RC2 guys.
Group 5 marshals out. Group 5 cars to check inspection.
All right, so we got Heat 6 up here. They're getting ready for the 3-minute warm-up. We got the 2002 world champion Greg Degani has made the trip. He's back over here in the Southeast. He used to do a lot of Southeast racing back in the day when he was world champion. We got DJ Hepler, local fast guy here. DJ has been racing for many years. He knows his track inside and out. We got Chris Morant from the Midwest coming down there, fast Midwest guy here. Josh Hollyfield, another local to this track, extremely fast here in the Southeast. We have Nick Hartman, who's actually the owner of the track, one of the owners of the track, and I'm assuming he's pretty good here at this track. We got my good buddy Luis Guidino from Mexico here driving his S-Works. Okay, we have another cool name. This guy's named Justin Drinks. I can get with that. I like that. And then Robin Nelson. What's up, y'all? Another local Southeast stalwart. I knew Robin from way back in the day when he had y'all racing. He's excited that Greg Degani's here. Him and Greg used to do a lot of racing back in the day. We got TZ owner Nick Hernandez here. I was pitting him yesterday. He made the trip out here from California. He's doing pretty good out here. Nick can wheel. He's out here throwing fat whips, and he's having a good time. And the TZO tires are doing pretty good here at the RCGP race for the RC2 guys. We got Cole Chura, young, fast Canadian from British Columbia. He's here with his dad. They've been hitting the race scene hard. They did DMC, they did the Nationals, and now they're here at RCGP. They're also repeat customers. They were here for the 2019 race in Thunder Alley. It's good to see them. David Harvey, Matthew Castle, David Cormendi, that's the husband of Katie. He's in race 2. And Gabriel Montiel, he's another young racer from the Midwest, here with his father, Joey. They were also at the RCGP race in 2019, and he did pretty well, too. It's good to see these guys coming out here and supporting RCGP. And the people that come here and race it, they usually go home, and they like what they see, and they enjoy it. So it's good to see the repeat customers. So Greg Degani's out here. He'd be looking to do better than his seeding. He's not used to seeding into the second mains here. But we know Greg, he's all about 40 plus. But this week he says he would like to win RC2. I don't know if that's going to happen. There's a lot of young, fast guys out there. About 1 minute left and these guys warm up. And then we'll go from there and see what happens.
1 minute to start.
What's up, Connie? What's up, Matt Dixon? Matt, another Canadian, good friend of mine.
45 seconds, drivers.
You guys got 45 more seconds. When they get on the clock, they'll come in and get some fuel here and go up there for their 5 minute plus 2 lap qualifier. Remember, their fastest 4 laps, not consecutive laps, but fastest 4 laps overall, will seed them into a qualifying race today that will then seed, the qualifying race will seed them in their starting positions in their finals tomorrow. Tomorrow is all bracket racing, lots of racing to come tomorrow. I believe they're 20 minutes long, with some of the higher mains being 30 and the final being 45. So there's a chance to bump up tomorrow when you have bracket racing. So you don't have to do it all in qualifying today, but it definitely helps. All right, so let's follow some racers while we can and see who we have here. Well, we have the curse of the camera, and that is car number 5. So it looks like Nick Hartman, one of the owners. He was out here knee-high in mud fixing this track here the other day. I have to give it out to the S&B crew. They have done an excellent job out here. The track looks beautiful. They did such a good job whipping this place in shape. Like Nick said, when I got here Thursday morning, it was it was just a big mud puddle. It was wet everywhere. They were riding that quad-around. They really worked hard to get this track in shape. So we got Greg Degani out there throwing a 32.8 right off the bat, followed by Joey Montal, Josh Hollyfield, and Chris Morant out there with a 34.1. Let's see, he's on a mission. Maybe we can get Ash to follow Greg. I don't have those communications. Hey Adam, how you doing? Adam said he had set his alarm to be up and watch this tomorrow. I know Adam wishes he could be here with all his Canadian crew. I've already been over by those crazy Canadians. I have to be careful. I love them. They know how to party. I'll go see them after work. So shout out to you, Adam, Mr. S-Works Canada up there. Thank you for joining in. So Greg's out there. Greg had a little bad seating yesterday. I was helping him pit as well. But he looks to be putting it together. Hopefully we can get some camera action of him. But I don't have the controls. I don't have any word for Ash or any of the cameramen at the moment, which is a shame. But you got the gun. He's just out there with a 34, a lot slower that time. Chris Mark gets down to 33s. Young Gabriel Montiel is climbing up the ladder.
Hopefully put in a few other good ones and move himself right up that leaderboard. And he does just that. Bumps himself up into the sky position now. Corner marshal help on the second set of doubles on the back. Clear.
Who are we following right now? Let's see. That is car number. I definitely need my glasses. I can't see the car numbers from this far out. Looks like DJ Hepler and David Harvey are out of this early. They're not throwing any laps. So there's Hepler. He just got on the track and threw a 47. Maybe had some issues at first.
Your top 5, and it's Robin, Nick Hartman, Luis Cole. Oh, Cole with a big jump now. Up into the top 5.
It looks like we're following Chris Moret, actually. Let's have a look here.
And sort out just a little bit. Good run here for group number 6. Caution on the straightaway, caution coming on the straightaway, clear.
No, I'm not following Chris Moret. Let's see who we're following here.
Degani back to the top spot. Greg in car number 1.
Now Greg Degani gets back up to the top spot, throwing a 32.8. Follow Chris Moret with a 33 flat. Chris Moret's going to have to drop down a little bit if he wants to keep up with the toe. Followed by Nick Hardman with a 33.3. 33 flat as well. Luis Guadino in a 33.8. Greg just clips off a 32.4. Greg's got a point to prove today. Flew all the way here from California to do some racing here in the Southeast. And what a beautiful day it is here. The sun is out. Oh man, it's not too hot. It's just right. The only issue is the wind. I think we'll get a lot of spectators here today as well. We're supposed to have a big football game tournament here. I know a lot of people that have messaged me personally looking forward to coming on here and just watching some of these guys race. I hope we got a whole bunch of spectators here coming on. I know the whole RC community here in the Southeast or in the Carolinas are excited to have RCGP here in their local track. Have a lot of the European races here, even though there's not as many as we thought it would be. And just a big international crowd period, even in RC too. So probably one of the most international crowds they've seen here in the Southeast in a very long time. So, and we are happy to be here. Degani's out there throwing 32.2s, followed by Nick Hartman for 32.4. Chris Morant still has yet to drop down into the 32s, but he will. He has a 32.4 as his best lap, but Greg's out there throwing steady 32s, 32.2s, 32 flats, and he is looking to put in a great qualifying run here and move himself up into that first heat so he can be racing with all the other top racers in that qualifying race later on today. He'll also probably be in the over 40 race, which we'll have as well, which will be very competitive as well. I'm looking to my left. We have the top heat here again already. Lots of young guns here. I see Joey Burdon, Austin Horn, Cole Caston. They're all excited to get racing here. It's so good to see these young guys out here racing each other because they are the future. So I'm happy to see them here at RC2. What's up, Nainoa? How you doing, good buddy? How's Raiden doing? I hope you guys are good out there in Cali. You're probably playing baseball. I'm glad you guys are tuning in and enjoying the racing. And yeah, we got a lot of racing to do today. It's early in the morning. It's only, let's see, it's only 10 o'clock in the morning here, and we're already finished this first round of RC2. Sorry, we got one more round of RC to do after this. So it looks like Greg Degani's going to finish up here strong. He's got a 32.1. He'll get 2 more laps. Chris Moran found some speed and dropped it down to a 32.3. Good job for him. And Nick Hartman showing some consistency out there, throwing straight, consistent, low 34s. 32s, sorry. So good job by him. Harvey will not count on the laps. And DJ Hepler, one of the local fast guys, looks like he had some issues in the beginning. Adam Ross says he's good for all the Canucks out there. I'm pretty sure you are. I was so shocked to see so many Canadians here. It's good to see. I love Canada. I love my Canadians. They're crazy. They know how to party. Gotta stay away from them. Can't hang out with them too much. Oh, there are 2 laps here left to go. Got another minute and 30 seconds left in this race. But it looks like Greg Degani has secured, he's put in a good qualifying run. He would want to be in the top heat for the qualifying race later on today. Yep. So, the Toe is living his 2002 World Championship here all over again here at RCGP. Looks like Nick Hernandez of TZO is out there. He's moved up to the 4th position. And Nick made the drive all the way over from California in the big TZO van to support. TZO is the spec tire of the RC2 of RCGP. So every race from this year will be run on TZO tires. I believe they got a tire specifically made for this track. And it seems to be working out because this track, the tire attrition will be high. So, yeah, good choice by TZO. New company here. Good to have them on board here at RCGP. Nick's a good friend of mine. Glad to be working alongside him once again with RCGP as well as the No Name RC podcast. So that's the end of Heat 6. Greg Pagani wins that with 30. He's fast lap of 31.8. Chris Morant in second. Nick Hartman, Nick Hernandez, and we got Luis Guidino making the trip from Mexico in fifth. Of course. All right, so we are up to the top heat of RC2. These were the fastest guys in seeding yesterday. And I have to say, the oldest person in this group is Donald Elliott. All the rest here, and probably Jake Steichlever. But Donald Elliott is probably the only one 40 plus in this race. And he's a fast racer as well here in the Southeast. And he's been looking forward to this. But your top seed from yesterday is Joey Bardone. Cole Caston, Austin Horn, Aiden Horn's brother, Cade Burnett, a local here. David Olson is also a local to these S&B in South Carolina race scene. Then we have Logan Colwick. Him and his dad are very good friends of mine. Very good racing family there. He's in sixth. Cameron Saxon, another legend here in the Southeast. In seventh, Trent Walker, my good friend, and him and his dad are up here from Florida. Trent was also at RCGP in USA. Jake Steichleather, the older brother of the Steichleather team. Very good racer here in the Southeast. Another local. Jermaine Robinson, the former NorCal young fast hotshot, now living in Texas. Him and his family have made the trip over here. It's good to see them coming out here and supporting RCGP once again. Camden Lee, another young racer here from the Southeast, and Blake Crow, another very fast young Southeast racer. So this is what I like to see. Lots of young drivers getting some spotlight here in RCGP because we have a bunch of young drivers that won RCGP that are now competing in that won RC2 last year in 2019 that are competing in RCGP this year. So the drivers will go for a 3-minute warm-up, get everything checked, get that last little tune on, check their ride height, and go out there and let's throw some fast laps. Ooh, if I had to make any bets, sir, Joey Bardone seems to be the favorite coming into this. I had him picked as one of my favorites as well coming into this race. Austin Horn has shown some incredible pace, as well as Cole Caston, Cade Burnett, and David Olson. That's why I was Cowick. So a lot of fast guys, a lot of fast young locals in this race, and they deserve their time in the spot as well. So, looks like we have a broken car out there. Car number 10. It's Jermaine Robinson.
Run for Jermaine there.
Just 4.
2 minutes to start.
So let's see who we have on camera here. Ash. Let's try and follow car number 1, our fast guy of the week. Ash. Well, actually, they're in warm up. We'll wait till they start qualifying and then we'll go from there. I just realized that Ash can hear me. Ash is one of our camera guys here. He's up there braving the winds, up there in the driver's stand. Flew all the way over from England with the rest of the Control and RC Racing TV crew to do their excellent jobs. It's good. This is probably one of the best streaming companies here in RC. They do all of the EFRA events, and hopefully they will be doing some other events. Remember, funds from the RCGP media package on House of RC also goes to helping to get coverage for other bigger races this year. So not only does your participation help out RCGP, but it helps to get more coverage for other events in RC.
Remember, mechanics, when you guys leave pit lane, go ahead and leave to the left if you could. Walk around the driver's stand. Let the new group of mechanics come in from the right. Always entering both vehicles and mechanics from the right.
Woo, and the wind is picking up just in time for the top heat out here. The wind is gusting up here. We're supposed to have gusts of wind to 30, 40 miles an hour today, and we are getting them now. The flags are blowing, the dust is blowing. Let's see, we got 27 seconds left in warm-up here. Let's see how this wind affects these racers. Let's see if Jermaine Robinson can fix his car and get back out here, because every lap counts at this race. All right, 13 seconds left in warm-up. Guys will come in and get a last little top-up of fuel and get out here. And remember, it's four of your fastest laps, not consecutive, just your 4 fastest laps that will seed you into the qualifying race this evening. All right, so we're off. Let's see. Who are we following? Looks like we're following
All right, Group 7 is on the track and on the clock right now. This is the final group of qualifying round number 1. Then we will go into RCGP, then right back into RC2.
Oh, we're following car number 7. That's looks like that's Trent Walk out there, but that's not Trent. But he just stuffed it in the pipe there. Unfortunately, looks like that crest of the camera has got him once again. When people don't have their numbers on, it's very hard to tell who is who. But let's see who I can see. Let's see. We got Blake Crow out there throwing a 32-1. He's come here to race. Don Elliott throwing a 32-4. Don, the oldest guy in this heat. He's old enough to be most of these guys' fathers, and he's out here hanging with these guys. We got Cole Casson driving that Techno going up to throwing a fast 31.5. He's looking good. Let's see if we can follow car number 2, Ash. If you can catch him up.
All right, so 3 laps in for some of our leaders here. We'll wait until lap number 4 before we start kind of calling some of those race positions. Again, if a faster driver comes up on you, or if they're having a faster lap and you're just not on it that lap, hold a wide racing line, let them underneath. Find your rhythm and your momentum once again. And then maybe the next lap they'll have their mistake and they'll do the same for you.
There we go. Asher's following Cole number 2. Number 2, that's Cole Caston making the trip down. I believe he's from, not local to this area, I believe he's from Georgia, maybe. But him and his father, a nice father-son team. They've made the run very fast here. He was recently in school, now he's finished school, so he's tackling the RC scene hard and see what he can do. We got Cade Burnett, another local here, throwing in some fast laps.
Because it's not all connected results.
Who are we following now?
6 minutes. So opportunities abound for getting back in and getting recovered.
Following car, we're still following Mr. Caston. He's looking pretty smooth out there. Let's see, double. Oh, that was beautiful. Coming in.
Looks like Jermaine has done just that. He'll get half of this race.
Some good laps by Mr. Caston out there. He's looking really racy today. Austin Horn up the top spot. Now, Austin, Aiden Horn's brother. Let's see if we can follow him. Car number 3 when you get a chance, please, Ash. Austin has made the trip down here. He does not race much nitro. He's a 10-scale, primarily 10-scale racer. But he's doing pretty good. He seeded pretty good yesterday, and he's out there throwing some fast laps with that new Associated. Let's see how that works out for him. Just meeting him this week. He's very much a little bit quieter than his younger brother, Aiden, but still a great personality, and they come from a great racing background. Alan Horn, their dad, factory tracks and all that, so it's good to see. Joey Bordone showed up and thrown a 31.5. The young Ohio, I believe he's from Ohio native, has been very, very impressive the last 2021. He's made great strides in his program, almost making the semis at the Nationals. And then having some really good runs at some of the bigger races in 2021. And looking to hit the ground running here at RCGP for 2022. Austin Horn still your leader, followed by Blake Crow, getting some pace out there. Blake Crow, another local. Here. We're following car number 3, which is Austin Horn.
Austin Horn still leading around.
As I've given him the nickname Garth from Wayne's World. Unfortunately, he's not old enough to know what Wayne's World is, so he has no idea who Garth is. So I just call him Garth, and he likes it. I like that. Joey Bourdon, man, these young racers have come to race. They've come to show that the youth are the future, and they're here to do some damage. Austin Horn, Blake Pro, Joey Bourdon, Cole Caston, Cade Burnett, Logan Colwick. Most of the Logan is 18 years old. Cade's even younger. Joey, I believe, is 14, 15, 16. It's good to see these young guys coming out here and not being fanboys, but being champions. Because that's what you got to. That's the attitude you got to take if you want to be successful in RC racing. It looks like Austin Horn's just going to kind of. Just as I say that, he makes a mistake.
That fourth one in. We'll see how he moves up the leaderboard. Up one position so far.
We have Austin coming along here to the front straight, going around through the moguls, to the 180, to the potential triple single up there. Somebody will do that today. I'm pretty sure of it, with the wind going that way. We got 20 seconds left in this, followed by 2 laps. But it looks like Austin's going to be your top guy here. He's out there getting on those low 31s. Followed by Cole Caston, teammate Joey Bourdon, Blake Pro, Cade Burnett, and David Olson. So all the top guys are all very young, fast. A lot of them local, besides Austin. Here we go. So this is like their 2-minute, 2-lap warm down. And they still have some chances to throw some fast laps. But it looks like Austin will take this comfortably, and maybe it looks like he'll set your first round TQ here. So congratulations if that happens. It's got 1 minute and 53 seconds. Let's see if these guys can do something. Cole Caston is hot on his tail with a 31.2. Oh, and Horn just threw a 38. So the track's getting faster, and these guys are getting faster as it goes. I expect we're going to see a lot of 29s or lower when the RCGP guys get up here.
Keep racing, drivers. Keep racing. Just waiting for 1 or 2 more here. Keep racing.
All right. There we go. Another clean lap. 30.8 for Austin Horn. He looks to be in the groove. Nice and smooth through the double-double. Up there. Double. So smooth. So smooth, those jumps. It's all about timing. That's it. Austin Horn is looks like to be your TQ. Cole Caston in second. Joey Bourdon, David Olson, Blake Pro, Cade Burnett. And shout out to Logan Colwick in 7. So all of that top 7 there are all very young drivers come here to make their names here at the RCGP in RC2 class. They want to win their chance to race an RCGP as well, if that's still a rule. All right, so now we have, I believe, RCGP coming up. So they will have their first qualifying race. It'll be all heads up. I believe these are gate starts as well. So I guess Nick will be coming back in to talk about RCGP. Oh, okay, he says no. He's saving his voice, apparently.
Yep, next up is RCGP, where Keenan will be helping me out, because Keenan, you've been given a fantastic role. When you see the grids, you have to read them out.
Yeah.
And then when you see the results, you have to read it out.
Okay.
And when you see the race, you have to do the commentary. And then you have to do the interviews and everything else. Yes, so we are about 10 minutes away from the actual race. We've got a whole roll of excitement prior to that. The wind has really got up, hasn't it?
Yes, and it's definitely gotten colder.
At this point, we are in a situation where the cars are going to be affected by the wind.
I would believe so.
Oh, Justice gone for a break, a natural break, quite so loudly. It was on. We all heard it through the.
There was a line there earlier when I went to the bathroom.
It's a very popular place
in
the morning
of
any RC event. I think an overlooked fact is that actually one of the things that makes a good venue is the toilets.
Yes.
And these are actually they're very nice. They are quite a long walk away.
I would say about a half a mile.
Behind us we have an American football field. It's a high school sports field. It's a American football field and everything else. And they are for the people who come and watch Friday Night Lights, we called it, in the football season. And they will be doing that. But so there is a public convenience. So
Turn 5.
So anyway, so we're now going to go into the RCGP round 1, heat 1, round 1. Let's get going for RCGP season 2. Don't call it a comeback.
Hello and welcome to the first RCGP round of 2022. We're here at S&B RC Speedway where it's incredibly windy. We're hanging on for dear life.
It's very chilly.
It's very chilly indeed. The conditions out there, I mean, we're nicely kept warm by the lovely RCGP World Series branded clothing.
Yes, indeed. I'm very pleased to have this hoodie. It couldn't have come at a more opportune moment because it is absolutely chuffing freezing with the wind.
It is. Conditions for us are pretty tough. Conditions for the buggies on track, being blown all over the place, are pretty crazy. We had a very exciting day yesterday.
Yeah, it was equally windy, perhaps a bit less cold, but that wind was really affecting the cars. We had a fantastic RCGP rush, the first one ever that we've won every single round of RCGP this season. I enjoyed it. It was a fantastic event.
Should we have a look at how it all went?
Oh, yes. Let's have a look at those hot highlights.
Take a look.
So with Heat 1 about to begin, have a chat with a couple of the drivers. We'll start with Camden. Lime Camden, first question, how many layers of clothing have you got on?
I got about 3 on, and it shouldn't be like this out here. It's supposed to be warm and sunny here, but it's windy and cold and very hard to drive out there, but it's a good time.
How does the wind affect the car?
It's tough because the wind will push it. It depends if it's downwind or going with the wind. It could go up, down. It's hard to control. But, I mean, we're professional drivers, so that's one thing we got to work on, and it's good to learn how to control the car in the air.
You're with the Beach RC Wildcard team because you're running with the S-Works chassis. Are you getting help from Joe and the team?
Yeah. Me, Joe, and Spencer, we work well together, and we put a good setup on our car. I went a little bit different route, and it was pretty good in seating. I got like a P3 for it, so I'm happy with how my car's feeling, and I'm really excited going in this qualifying round.
Camden, thank you very much. Great stuff. I'll invite in Cody Watson. Cody, I'm going to ask you the same question. How many layers of clothing do you have on?
2 shirts and a jacket.
So let's see, I want 5. These boys are tough. Just the 3 layers. Impressive stuff. And my second question, very important. What's it like having JQ as a boss?
It's different. I enjoy it though. I do enjoy it. It's a good car, good time. Being in the pits with them, and I look forward to some more times like that.
So how's the car going? You had a lot of time on track, which is quite rare. You've had more time on track now, probably like 4 national championships already. Does it help, the extra track time?
The extra track time definitely helps. We're struggling to find setup right now because it's cold and then sunlight be on the track, so it changes the track because it's outdoor. But the track time definitely helps a lot. I enjoy the track time.
Great stuff. Thanks, Cody. You got there. And finally, it's one of our returnees. Evan Vale, the other Beach RC driver. Evan, you were with us, I want to say last year, but it's like 2.5 years ago because I've lost 2 years for COVID. So Evan, back with the RCGP family.
Yep, I'm excited. I loved it last time and I'm enjoying it again, so can't wait for the rest of the weekend.
So battling with both your teammate and the rest of the teams, how's that working with Camden going?
pretty good. Yeah, me and Cam get along super good. So we just kind of toss around ideas here and there and figure stuff out, and we're getting there. So
I'm going to ask you, I can count 1, 2, 3. Is it a 5-layer?
at least, yeah. I don't like the cold, so I'm as warm as I can be.
Everyone, thank you very much. Off you go and join. So those are 3 of our drivers who will be taking part in this, the first round. And I think I'm going to pass over to Keenan, Lefty will get blown by the blue boarding, to give you the full starting grid for the first qualifying round of RCGP Round 1.
All right, so starting, we're waiting for the starting grid to come up here. So we have Mr. Consistent Joe Bornos on the S-Works chassis. He's starting in 1. David, the Viking Runner Folk with the Mayako in 2. Camden Lime in 3. Great performance for him with the S-Works chassis representing the Beach RC team. Spencer Heckett in 4th representing S-Works. Lee Martin making the trip all the way from the UK representing Nemo Agama Racing. Cole Tollard from Wisconsin representing the Associated Scampi Rosso team. Hampus Berg making the trip from Sweden. He will be driving his MX-8 for Mayako. Evan Vale, who we just talked to, the local here from representing Beach RC. Joseph Quagrain, the man who said was not going to race, has to race, representing Invisible Speed at Mayako. Brandon Rose from Texas for Nemo Agama Racing. Aiden Horn, Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso. And of course, Cody Watson, representing Invisible Speed at Mayako, rounds it off as your 12th man. And the wind has picked up immensely here. It's cold. It's crazy. The sun's out. The guys, they've got it good right there in the pit lane. There's no breeze there. But right up on the driver's stand, I'm pretty sure that we got guys rocking back and forth. I know here, standing in the booth, it's really chilly. So let's see how this wind affects guys. Let's see if we have some clean racing, some rough racing. We'll see. These guys have, I think they're embracing the whole concept of RCGP and being able to express themselves on the track and off. So let's see how it goes, and maybe we get some race shenanigans from these guys, which is always possible when you have JQ around.
So those of you who are just joining the event or haven't caught up with this, the drivers are not running with their usual body shells. You haven't got those famous designs we see in all the other events. They are running team shells. So the cars of the team, so for example, let's have an example. The Agama team, Lee Martin and Brandon Rose are running the same shells, which are orange and black, but Lee Martin should have orange wheels and Brandon Rose has white wheels. So the identifier will be the wheels, the wheel colours. You have 2 cars, and the only slight problem is, I have to be honest, from yesterday, is that Team Associated Beach RC's colours are quite similar.
Very similar.
So there's like 4 cars, and that has resulted in tumultuous amusement as I've got the cars wrong on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I understand why RCGP went and done this. They wanted to make it easier for spectators. It's taking some time to wrap my head around it, but because I'm so used to watching and seeing these guys paint schemes. But I'm sure we'll get used to it by the end of the day.
Yeah. So we'll have to go through this warm-up. We'll try and give you an example of the colours. So first out, for example, as they roll through the pit lane.
So we have...
As the cars bounce about, let's see who we're going to have a quick look at here. And the first person who's picked up on the camera is the one of the Agamas. Is it the white wheel? This is a great start. I think that's the white wheel. I think that maybe it's either Brand or Lee, obviously, but I'll have to wait for the car to come down. They haven't done what I wanted them to do, which is put 3 numbers on the car, which is going to be very irritating for me. Turn around again. Actually, what has happened actually is the Agama team didn't have their stickers on last night. They put those on as well.
Yes. I still don't know. I believe that's Lee.
Yeah, it might be Lee actually.
Because he has the orange wing.
Oh, they got different wings as well. That's good news.
He's got the... maybe that is Brandon. That is Brandon. What am I saying?
And welcome to the club, Keenan. We will get this.
No, that's Lee. Definitely Lee.
Right.
Orange wing.
Orange wing is Lee, okay. White wing isn't. Okay, let's, as we confuse ourselves enough now with the blue and white car on the infield, going around the back of the track. That is one of the Beach RC or one of the associated cars. I think that's a Beach RC machine. And watch me get this completely wrong as it comes towards us. I think actually that might be Cole Tollard.
That is Cole Tollard.
That's the 26 for the associated, so I've got that one wrong. So we're going to spend 3 minutes getting this wrong. And then hopefully by the time the cars actually go round, we'll be fine. So he's got 26 on his wing. Oh, he's got 26 end plates now. Thank you, Cole. Cody Watson. So the JQs are in green. Cody Watson has the green wheels, and JQ the white ones, but I might be wrong with him.
At the end of 3 minutes, we'll go directly to the gate.
So they're going to go. We have, of course, gate starts. They were pretty exciting, weren't they?
Yeah, I like the gate starts. It's a little bit faster than it was at Thunder Alley. Thunder Alley was a gate start into a short shoot and then a turn. Here you have a small straightaway, but it goes wide and then goes to the narrow lane, and then you have a right-hand 90-degree into some moguls. So I think the gate start's all right. I like it.
So those moguls off the right-hander at the end of the pit lane, effectively, they're catching people out because they are impossible to take the same way. You know, you've got half an inch off and it's completely different. So it is a voyage of discovery on most laps.
I like that section. It makes it difficult for these guys. So let's track down a bit. You have to pick multiple lines.
Just seen David Ronefelt go through it like it wasn't there. So Ronefelt looking good. It does seem that from qualifying, it's like Ronefelt and Bornhorst have been constantly quick, but then they've been randomly joined by just about every single driver at one of the various events. With the exception of JQ, who hasn't been taking it very seriously. Hopefully his competitive edge will take over now as the cars go off to the grid, which of course is the gate start. So just to remind you, the qualifying order was Bornhorst, Ronefelt, Lime, Heckert, Martin, Tollard, Bergvale, Quad Green, Rose, Horn and Watson. But all that means is that's the order which they get to choose their gates. So you have first choice of gate. The interesting thing is there's been some issues. Oh, we've got a problem already. We've lost one of the cars. I'm not sure who.
Like Camden Lime.
Is it Camden's out already? He's looking for a spare part, I think. Car's dead. So Lime looks like he's not going to be starting in third.
The crashing over there on his car.
Looking for a screwdriver just off the side. Yeah, he's going to miss the start. So not a great start to Camden's championship. The BFC, they're now restarting the cars. Oh, it's bad luck for Camden. Come all this way and miss the first one. Now back with the grid. So there'll be 11 cars starting. Ready to go. They're going to drop another A. And it's a good start for Ronefalk. Bornhorst a little bit careful. Looks like Tollard's come up with the inside. So I'd say, guessing, I could be wrong though, it's certainly Ronefalk leading, and the second place man's rolled out. So it's Ronefalk from Bornhorst. And immediately, through a series of unconnected events, the two favourites end up first and second. In third place, it's Cody Watson, temporarily with the white wheels. It is Watson with the white wheels, but he's been overtaken by, my guess is probably, I think that's Lee with the orange wing. So it's Ronefalk who comes with the first there. Then it's Bornhorst. I'm calling it as Lee Martin third. Then Cody Watson, Brandon Rhodes, Aidan Horn, Spencer Heckert, Cole Toller, Evan Vale, JQ, Hampersburg, and Camden Lime not taking the start.
Yeah, Cody out for a good start, but Ronefalk and Bornhorst are taking up the battle that they continued with yesterday. Bornhorst was able to pip Ronefalk in the rush race. He wouldn't be happy with that. He'd be looking to get some revenge in every qualifier they can get. But they too seem to be the toast of the town.
Yeah, so it's remember there's no refueling in this qualifying. It'll run about 6 minutes 20 approximately. So everyone can do it on a single tank of fuel. When we get to the finals later today, of course, it is a single qualifying event, and they will have some qualifying or refueling event. So Bornhorst begins to get a little bit closer to go through the infield section. They've got the turning left-hand shot hairpin. They're going to go up, out, and away towards the Beach RC hairpin. Then they get a chance to really open up the throttle for that short, straight right-hand corner. Then into the mogul section here, which is a kind of a mission of destiny each time. They come into the camera in, and they go round the camera out, which is a double-double. I'd love to call it a quad, but it's a double-double. Bornhorst get a little bit closer now as they go over to the infield quad. Jumping quite easily, and they turn right. Now they loop round again into the infield hump, and then back in front of the driver's rostrum, and again Bornhorst eking his way closer and closer and closer. Ronefalk, though, they are taking that hairpin very easily. People who touch that Beach RC hairpin a couple of times as they sweep round again for the moguls and circumspect. Again, it's actually that exit of the corner there, the first corner, is where Bornhorst is really gaining.
Yes, Bornhorst and that S-Works, he's been gelling with this car quite well this year. Coming off his great performance at DNC. Not the best that he wanted at Nationals, but still a great performance for Bornhorst. He looks happy. He looks happy to be RC racing with his S-Works chassis.
I think he said if you go back to the inside track conversations we had. It's on Facebook. And he's made the mistake. They've been cutting that tighter and tighter and tighter, and he's made the mistake. So, Runafout now given a bit of a free pass. His lead's gone up to 3.8 seconds. Bornhorse in no man's land. And let's drop back to the third, which is the two Agamas fighting each other. Fighting each other? That'd be different. Fighting each other. It's the orange wing of Lee Martin from the black wing of Brandon Rose. So these are both running the conventional Agamas, not the new lay-down shock version, because that apparently doesn't have they haven't got enough spare parts for it. It's only 3D printed. So it's an Agama battle for the third place. Remember, points are available in this race for the RCGP World Series. Bornhorse, just to give you an idea, took half a second off in second, but he's still a way away. We have a minute and 49 plus 2 laps, and the battle here for third between the teammates. So you can imagine it'd be quite respectful. Behind them now, it's Hampus Berg who's come through. That's a great run from Hampus. Really close now. Rose has absolutely got to be careful. He looks at this podium place. Brandon's been doing this the entire time we've been here. He started slow and driven through the field. Seems to do that 3 times. He ended up with, of course, second in the RCGP Rush yesterday. Picked up 2 World Series points for doing that. The lead now has gone way out again. The Bornhorse not got Runafout's speed at the moment. So it's a 5-second lead for Runafout. But these are the battle, third place, teammates, seeing what they can do. There's Runafout thinking about it, concentrating, the Viking, as Lefty loves to call him, the man who had absolutely no luck, really, in RCGP Series Round 1, and immediately had some luck, not of his own making, when, of course, Davide Ongaro's family caught COVID and he couldn't come. So at that point, you think, this could be David's season with the new Mayako buggy. But now it's getting very, very close here in the Agama boys' battle. About 3, I think it's 4 laps to go, actually. I think they're going to get 4 more, these and 3 more in this first qualifying heat for RCGP Series 2. This is very... look at the inside there, but didn't quite make it. I'm absolutely certain that if Brandon was racing against anybody else, he'd have thrown a move up the inside. But it's not what you want to do with your teammate, not when you're third and fourth, not when it's going well for Agama. And they got it there. Lee just bounced out too wide on the Beach RC hairpin, and that was it. He went and then suddenly Rose was through. So behind them, there's a bit of a scrap as well now, as Berg and Tollard are having a battle. Cole Tollard started well and then fell off the track very, very early on, which didn't help anybody. And he's now trying to drive back through the field as Rose continues to go. We're going now on to the 2 to go mark. And actually what's happened is Runafout's had a problem, or is it Runafout, or is it someone being lapped? Right, back the leaders, please, because they are now about to go over the backside quad, because Runafout had a bad lap, and suddenly Bornhorse is very close to him, a lap and a half to go. There they are, lap and a half to go, coming now over the infield hump. The white and yellow of the Mayako branded Runafout, the Swede, suddenly has Joe Bornhorst, the Native American with the S-Works right behind him. So obviously a couple of laps ago there was a mistake from Runafout, and now they're together. This is the last lap. They're going to go through the moguls for the last time. Bornhorst suddenly senses blood. He was out at this. He was 5 seconds behind, but he's talking about the inside of the out of the hairpin corner there. They come out the backside quad. And just not enough drive there for Bornhorst. He lost a quarter of a second. Just give a little bit of breathing time for Runafout as he comes to the infield hump. Only a couple of corners to go. One major problem, which is that final hairpin for the Beach RC hairpin. Can Bornhorst lob it up the inside? Doesn't look like it. 1 corner to go, and Runafout's going to take it. Runafout will win the first qualifying round here, RCGP Round 1 in the S&B Raceway in South Carolina. Bornhorst made it a battle. He's come in second. Let's see who comes past third. Should be Brandon Rose. Brandon Rose it is. Has Lee Martin held up to fourth? Yes, he has. Then Cole Tollard, who's made up for a bad start. Hampus Berg will be chuffed with 6th place. Well done, Hampus. 7th place, Spencer Heckett. 8th place, Evan Vale. JQ may have struggled into 9th. And then we have Aidan Horn and Cody Watson. Cameron Lime, of course, didn't make the start. So suddenly it burst into life at the end there. Yeah. And here's the result. Yeah, so David Runafout in first, Joe Bornhorst second, Brandon Rose third, Lee Martin driving the Agama, a great race between him and his teammate. Cole Tollard had a great race with Hampus, but would pip him at the end, and Hampus will have to settle for 6th. Spencer Heckert, a mediocre 7th. Evan Vale at 9th. JQ, a lucky 9th. Aidan Horn would not want to be in 10th. Cody Watson had some issues. He drops down to 11. And Camden Line out at the start. So we're going on to take a little break here. It's good to see. That was a great race. It looks like Runafout and Bornhorst will be the 2 to watch. Hopefully some Brandon Rose or Cole Tollard or Aidan Horn or one of these younger, fast guys can get up and give these guys a race later on. I think they will.
We'll see. But right now, it definitely seems that Runafolk and Bornhorse are the cream of the crop here at RCGP. Here we see Joe Bornhorse, full concentration mode. You see how much the wind is blowing. Hair is blowing all over the place. I'm surprised those guys. It's really chilly out here. So hopefully the wind dies down for everybody. And we get some more close racing and people can do better. Once again, even though it's windy, it's a beautiful day out here. I see Chris from Circus RC. He's out there taking a bunch of pictures. If you guys want to see some pictures from this event, just go to Circus RC on Facebook and check him out. He's made the trip over from France. And yeah. Okay, so as the drivers get done, they're coming down to do their interviews. We're waiting on Nick. He's waiting for a camera guy here, so we'll get some interviews for you guys of the top three. Good run by the Viking and Mr. Bornhorse, and of course, Brandon Rose. So looks like these. Oh, yeah. So we're going to head over to Nick so we can have an interview with the top three.
So Season 2 kicks off in the best possible way for David Runafolk. David, you get that monkey of Season 1 off your back, bit of a success.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was close in the end with Joe. He came, he closed in on me towards the end there. I had a mistake on the far right side of the track, but was able to keep it together for the last couple of laps. And it came down to a bit closer than I thought, but all good. Good to start out the day with a win here in Qualifier 1, and hopefully we can build on that.
Was the wind a big issue?
Not that bad. Honestly, I thought it was worse yesterday. I didn't feel my car was that much affected in the air on the back jumps there, so not too bad. But yeah, it's cold up there when driving. But I have my heat vest on the here now. So.
Oh, he's got a heat vest. I can't believe the Swede's the one who's the coldest. You should be most used to all of us.
Yeah, I know. Everyone says that, but when it's cold in Sweden, we're indoors. We're not outdoors. So
having a sauna with your girlfriend. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Bornhorst. Almost on a couple of occasions there, but one mistake early on, and that was it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was overall a good run. Me and David kind of got out early and kind of gapped the field. Just a couple little mistakes. I think I actually felt like I had a little bit more pace than David did there, and I have a few changes I want to go back and make. And for the first one, we'll take a 2, move on, and I'll get a couple today, I think.
How's the track evolving over the course of the day and also since yesterday?
Yeah, so in the morning it's a little bit slicker, a little bit dustier, and then from now on I think the grip will just continually come up. So kind of adjust my car for that, and we'll come back.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot. And coming home in third place was Brandon Rose. Brandon, I kind of got the impression, I've seen this a couple of times, you seem to have really good pace towards the second half of the race. You come through the field. Is it that fact, or are you just cocking up all your starts?
No, I've never been that good at qualifying. I've always liked the longer runs. And yeah, just started in the back gate. So actually, it may have been a good thing because I avoided all the carnage, just went around and got into like 6. And yeah, just put in a hard charge and managed to move up to the box for now. But
I noticed obviously you were neck and neck with Lee for a long time. I take it therefore you being a lot more careful getting past him than you'll be with anybody else. You seem to wait behind him and wait for his mistake rather than forcing a move.
Oh yeah, me and Lee are teammates. Obviously we want to do good in the constructors as well. So just not trying to get right up on him, not hit him, just work together and try to catch the guys in front of us. If we're crashing into each other, we're not going anywhere. So yeah.
Brandon, great stuff. Thank you very much. So that is the end of the first qualifying round. We'll be back in about an hour and a half, I think, for the second qualifying round. Hope you enjoyed that one. A great victory for Dave Runafolk. Much closer in the end. Bornhorse coming back towards him. And we expect to see that the whole way through. And I think Brandon kind of made the point. He's quicker in the longer races. Well, we've got a longer semi-final and a much longer final tomorrow. So, stay tuned, tune in, tell your friends. And we'll be back with the Heat, not round, Heat 2, qualifying 2 in about an hour's time.
we're back here. The RCGP guys finished, and we're starting again with RC2, round Heat 1. Woo, what an exciting race between Ronald Falk and Bornhorst there at the end. But Ronald Falk was able to pip him, and the Viking will be happy with that after not winning Rush yesterday. All right, so let's have a look at who we have here. Nainoa is asking a question. Hey, Nainoa, yes, the tires are pre-glued. They're on gray wheels, and yeah, they're doing pretty good. Yes, Connie, the racing between Ronald Falk and Joe is really good. So I think Brandon Rose is going to get up there with him as well. All right, so in this race, we have Corey Jordan, Aaron Brembry, Kyle Chura making the trip down from Canada, Big Cush, Jacob Edwards, Benji Mullins, Josiah Chandler, Wyatt Klein, Jake Burrett, Vinny Digovini, Sean Brennan, Dylan Bruton, and Michael Kramer. But I don't think Michael's here. I have not seen him this week, so I think he did not make the trip down here to RCGP. Unfortunate. That he didn't make it. Sign up. Your loss, not for coming. So everybody, we want to shout out and say thank you to all of the sponsors of RCGP. We got Sidewinder, TZO, House of RC, Test Logger, S-Works Associated, Beach RC, JQSM, Mayako, Invisible Speed. The TZO tires are doing pretty good here. Maybe we'll get Nick up here to have a little chat about the tires. He's here. They seem to be holding up really well. The track is super abrasive. It's cold. It's cold and windy out, but the track is getting direct sunlight, so it's starting to the traction's starting to come up. So we'll see these guys' lap times starting to drop, but the wind has died down a bit as well. So we'll see how things go. Our race announcer, RD Justin Wowdy, has released the cars for their 3-minute warm-up. So these guys will get a 3-minute warm-up, followed by 5 minutes, and then 2 minutes more. So lots of racing here for these guys. Basically, they get 10 minutes of warm-up and qualifying here right off the bat. So these guys are going on 20 minutes of runtime just already today. That's the thing here at RCGP, giving the customers, the racers, plenty of track time to enjoy their racing. Got a lot of people here doing camp life. A lot of campers over here. I'm going to go out later on and do a walkabout and say hello to all of the Southeast crew and everybody that's here while I fill in for RC2 here. So you will hear me for the next hour or so. But if you're tuning into this, you've probably heard me ramble on about RC for many, many hours. You see JQ out there walking to his tire marshal spot, late as usual. JQ was not prepared to race, but due to Alex Zankatine's issues in France, he was not able to travel to America. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the Machete here, which would have been great. Alex would have done well on a track like this. So, these are the race 1 of RC2. It's good to have all these local racers and people from around the area or the surrounding areas coming down and supporting RC2. Lots of repeat racers because they enjoyed the race in Thunder Alley. So hopefully they have a great experience and we get to see some of these races at the last round of RCGP when that's held in America. Yet to be determined where that will be. But I have no issue with it being back on the East Coast if we can't get it up the West. All right, so we got 2 minutes and 17 seconds left in her. So anybody in the chat have any questions, give us a shout. Anybody want some special requests, shoot me a message. And we'll go from there. Oh, the wind is picking up once again. Looks like we have another DNF in warm-up. Guys have to understand that warm-up is warm-up. It's not a race. So save your car and don't break it in warm-up. Unfortunately, that guy's going to miss his qualifier now. And just as I say that the wind is dying down, it picks back up. So I'm going to stop talking about the wind. But it's really the biggest thing here is the wind is hurting a lot of people here. It's just a little breezy. It seems to be a thing of RCGP. We went to California and we had forest fires and wind. We come to South Carolina and we bring the wind and rain, but we have no rain in sight for the rest of the weekend. Hopefully we got a lot of spectators down here, and we can see, we'll get some spectators here for the RCGP crowd. These guys got 1 minute of warm-up left. They're doing their last bit of laps before they go on, and they take their best 4 laps. Not consecutive, just best 4. That then seeds them in heats for their qualifying race. Then their qualifying race seeds them in position for tomorrow in their heats, which will be all bracket racing. Lower finals all 20 minutes, upper finals 30 minutes, and main final will be 45 minutes of racing. On a track like this, if the traction's up, tire wear will become an issue for these guys. So let's explain a little bit about the spec tire. The spec tire is from TZO. They are pre-glued. So I know this is confusing for a lot of people, but how this works with spec tires, you're allowed 1 new set per day. You can have 4 sets, but you're only allowed to have 1 new set per day. So tire management is important, hence why they chose a medium-sized pin over a small pin. They knew that people would need the bigger pins with this high traction, so that tire wear was not an issue. It's interesting to see a lot of people had to get used to the concept of spec tires, because a lot of people are just used to throwing on the best tires they can get and throwing down some fast laps. Well, with spec tire, you have to learn to tune the car around the tire. All right, so these guys are off on their first 6-minute heat, we'll wait a little bit of time before we get some lap times, and we'll go from there. So this is for guys who were not able to make practice yesterday. Some of them didn't, or just had bad days. They're seated down here, and hopefully these guys will be looking to bump up a little bit in their qualifying race, later on. To the left side, we got my buddy Jacob Edwards out to the front with a 39-1, followed by Big Kush there in 39. Best name out here. Another great name. So good to see that. Let's bring up some timing here. Benji Mullins in third, followed by my good buddy Jake Barrett, who's out here doing pure camp life, like actual camp life in a tent. I told him he's a warrior. He's here. He's been here. He's just excited to be here with his buddies racing. Followed by Aaron Brembry and my good friend, another young racer, Josiah Chandler. Good to see him and his dad come up here and race with us here at an RC2. Sean Brennan made the trip down from Canada. He's one of the Canadians down here. They're having a great time. They know how to party. I'll be seeing them after the race, I think. Go over and hang out with them. Looks like Benji Mullins is going to take over that top spot with 4 minutes to go for 38.6. Followed by Big Kush with a 38.9. Jake Edwards had a long lap. That would be one of his throwaway laps, I would say. Remember, it's your 4 best laps that determine your position or your heat that you will start for the qualifying race.
Qualifying round number 2.
We've got the RCGP guys turn marshalling for these guys.
We're going to get 4 rounds today in the RCGP class. 3 qualifying rounds, then a qualifying race later this evening.
Yep. If you don't hear me, if you can hear the announcer up there, that's our good friend Justin Wowdy, who's made the trip down from the Pacific Northwest of Wowdy Events. One of the great RDs and race callers up there in the Pacific Northwest. He's been fortunate to work with Live RC on many of their productions. Great dude, really good at his job. He's my roommate, and guess what? He can handle my snoring, so that's even better. But Benji Mullins is still out there in front. He's got a 39.4. He'll be looking to improve his seating from yesterday and bump up some for his qualifying race here as well. Followed by Big Kush and Aaron Brembry.
All right, Benji Mullins leading this one around, followed by Big Kush. Then Sean and Jacob is out by this side. Jake, Corey, Wyatt, and Kyle Turra. not running this one to the top 9. Going to end with Wyatt, then Kyle, Benny, Dylan, Michael not making the start. So once again, I am going to need 4 volunteer marshals.
Thank you to House of RC and their media package for allowing us to bring this to you via pay-per-view. If you haven't checked out House of RC, it's one of the fastest growing RC communities in the industry. Join them, fill out your profile, and get everything linked there. You get all your Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, everything on one spot. You can go in there and check out RCGP as well. Check out their media package. The NNRC, the No Name RC podcast, is there. That's where our blogs are, and the NNRC Cup and all of that good stuff. All of that is right there on House of RC by our good friend Connie Swenson. Shout out to Connie and all his hard work there at House of RC.
All right, Aaron Bembry now out in front. Benji 2, Big Kush, John, Jacob just out 5. Then Josiah, Corey, Jake, Wyatt. The rest of the running order.
These guys have got 1 minute and 22 seconds left in their 6-minute race. Then they have a 2-minute addition to throw those last fast laps. Looks like Aaron Bremby's out there doing a 36.5. That he's moved himself up. His best of the day. He seems to have the best fast lap of this group of a 34.3. Nobody's gotten on to that yet. So if Aaron could keep it on all fours and make no more mistakes, he can see himself bumping up into a different race, hopefully, onto a higher group for his qualifying race.
Group 1, keep racing, driver, so I call you down. Please keep racing, so I call you
Another
down.
seconds of this race done. There's 6-minute race. 6-minute qualifying race. Remember, the best 4 laps. Not consecutive. We'll see these guys up into their qualifying race later on today. They want to get as high as they can up there because that qualifying race will determine your positioning for tomorrow.
Keep racing,
But everybody has a chance tomorrow. 20-minute lower mains. Ladder system, odd and even finals, IFMAR style. Lots of racing left to do in this weekend. Lots of racing. It's only just started.
Felt like a little bit cleaner run here in qualifying run number 2, then 1 for our group 1.
Oh, looks like wind's died down a good bit. That's good to see. Not as windy. The wind makes it really hard. It's cold, it's windy, everybody. The sun's out. Sun's out and everybody's in hoodies with their hoods up and gloves and everything else you can imagine because this wind just comes through you. As my grandmother would say, you feel the hawk. The hawk is in the air. All right, so Aaron Bembry looks comfortable to take this. He's got 1 minute left. He just threw a 35.5. I don't think anybody else will be able to touch him in this qualifier so far. So good job to Aaron Bembry so far on his turn down some consecutive 34s and 35s to bump himself up out of this group and improve his chances to make it to a higher main tomorrow.
All right, all done, all stop, all done, all stop. Everybody is done.
That's done.
All done, all stop. 50 is finished.
All right, well, that ends your race with Aaron Bembry in first, Benji Mullins in second, Big Kush in third, Jacob Edwards fourth, and Sean Brennan in fifth. Hosea Chandler in sixth, Corey Jordan in seventh, Wyatt Klein in eighth. All right, so the next group 2, is up in the pits, getting ready for their 3-minute warm-up. One thing here at RCGP, if it says 8:30, it's 8:30 that this race starts. Not 8:31, not 8:32, not 8:29, but 8:30. So being punctual and being here on time for your race is something that people had to get used to yesterday as the program ran so fast for a lot of people, and myself included. So
After you run, all drivers out to the track to marshal. All cars to check, all drivers out to the track.
So we got our chat here. Nobody's chatting in the chat. If you guys have any questions, now's the time to ask me. Would you guys like to know anything? Just give me a shout here in the chat. Remember, Nitro is the glory, and that's all about Nitro here at Shake and Bake S&B Raceway. I did not know that the name was S&B stood for Shake and Bake till I got her. In fact, the last time I even touched and raced an 8-scale buggy was at this track for a club race back in 2018. Well, I guess you can call what I done racing. I call it more crashing and attempting to race than anything. Right, so Group 2 is out for their warm-up lap. 3 minutes of warm-up here for these guys, followed by a 6-minute qualifier.
Once again, I do need volunteer marshals for this, guys. If I can get volunteer marshals, please.
So, these guys got plenty of time to warm up those engines, make some final adjustments before they get done ready for their qualifying.
Volunteer marshals, 1 through 12. Chris, I need you to come in a bucket. Big Chris, I need you to come in a bucket. Bucket 1. Cover buckets 1 through 12 for me, please.
Connie would be the person to ask for that, Joaquin, how you can skip
I need a 4 and a 12 covered. I need
ahead
4
or whatnot.
and 12 covered. 4 and 12.
But we just started. This is the RCGP pay-per-view. This caused quite a stir this week in the RC world, as does many things when you ask people to pay for a service. But to watch RCGP will cost you some money, $14.99 a month or $100 for the year. But that money does not go to supporting RCGP, but it goes to helping to get coverage for other events throughout the year. Mainly, they're looking at doing the Euros warm-up, Worlds warm-up, and possibly AMS or some sort of race like that here in America. Because the goal is to bring great coverage for all you RC fans and new people to see. We need to get more RC out into the stratosphere.
I need a marshal on 4. It has to be a volunteer. All my drivers are out. I need a volunteer on 4, please.
We're trying to get some volunteer marshals out there. That race had less drivers than normal, but we have a full heat here. So we got Justin Wildy up there trying to get some marshals going.
Or somebody to volunteer on bucket 4, left side of the track.
And just as this race starts, the wind picks up once again. It's incredible. Probably not too bad out there in the sun, but here in the shade, it's pretty chilly. All right, so who do we have in this race? We got Joseph Littlefield, my good friend Mike Walker from down in Florida, Michael Ginter, Jacob Savage, Brian Cothran, Scotty Powell, James Matty, Juan Carlo Diavoni, Brandon Peters, my good friend Tony Scarcella, my good buddy Robbie Smith, and another good friend of mine, Jared Malveda, and the third female racer here, Peyton Smalley. It's always good to see more female racers in RC. All right, so these guys on the clock. First lap in, it looks like it's Brian Cothran up there with 34.2, followed by Jacob Savage with 34.8, and Mike Walker with 34.53, driving that Mayako buggy. You can hear the guys down there warming up their engines in pit lane, getting ready. One thing, the RCGP crew runs a tight ship here. Once things got going, you got to be on time. There's no, unless you call for time, there's no hold-ups. Got some guys stuck up there on that pipe. let's let these guys come out and see if we can find some battles to follow. We got our cameraman switched out. Ash is taking a little break. We got Mike up there.
Going off that jump, kind of inevitable there. In the back section of the track. 3 laps in for our leaders. We'll let the full field come in first.
That looks like Brian Cothran. Let's see. Can we follow our car number 5 if possible, Matt? Let's find our leader.
Caution the front side jump section. Caution front side jump section. Giovanni goes upside down there. There's Giancarlo. Picks up first and last in there. Giancarlo. Upside down, car number 8. Alright, we got 4 laps in for our leaders. It's Brian Coffin out in front. Jacob, James, Peyton, and Brandon, your top 5. And Scotty, Robbie, Mike, and Giancarlo, your top 10. Joseph, Tony, and Michael, the rest of the running order.
Brian Cothran throws on another low 35. He looks to be out to a comfortable lead in this qualifying race. He would be looking to bump himself up and for his overall qualifying race later on today. Yeah. Oh. I think we're following Jacob Savage at the moment, car number 4. He's actually in 3rd position over. See what is this white car coming over? The Dragon's back. Oh, that's Jacob Savage, car number 6 of Jim Powell right behind him. Scotty Powell, sorry. No real battles going on. Everybody seems to be spaced out here, so nothing to really follow. Everybody on their own clock here, on their own time. Not a heads-up race like RCGP was. Just stringing together 4 fast laps. Not even together, just stringing 4 fast laps overall over qualifying. Different form of qualifying here.
On the left. Caution the first double on the left. Caution, clear. Good job, guys.
Take Savage over the line.
Nice work, everybody.
But Huffman is still your leader. Cothran, sorry.
Final 30 seconds of the master clock. Everybody keep racing until I call you done.
These guys in their final 30 seconds of the master clock. Brian Cothran and Jacob Savage are not too far behind each other. They'll be looking to. Looks like Brian Cothran got down into a 34.2, but his second place had his best lap of a 34 flat. These are your 2 fastest guys out here today in this heat. They'll be looking to better the position. And just as I say that, the wind picks up again. It's really crazy, this wind. I know I'm going to keep talking about it, but standing in it is not so good. All right. The time on the master clock is done. Guys will be finishing up their laps, or their personal clock, and then coming in. And then we'll have heat 3. Great marshalling job out there.
Drivers are finishing up now, but I want all drivers to finish before I pull you off the track. So keep running.
Justin Wowdy calling in people when they're done their racing here. But it looked, and Jacob Savage is taking over the lead there. and over Cawthorn. Let's see what happens here, if he can hold on to that. Jacob Cawthorn was in the lead for most of this race, but he must have made some mistakes early on, and we missed him. And both of these guys, the only guys, well, and another gentleman to get down to that 34 lap. Oh, sorry, the only other person was Peyton Smalley. Another gentleman. And your winner is Jacob Savage. Congratulations to him. Brian Cochran, Scotty Powell, James Matty, Mike Walker, Brandon Peters, Robbie Smith, Peyton Smalley, Tony Scarceller, Jarrett Malveda, and Giancarlo Di Gavini, Joseph Littlefield, and Mark Thomas. Congratulations, Heat 3. We're going through. We got Heat 4 on deck. We're getting up into some of the faster guys here. You see, some of these guys didn't have a good day of seeding yesterday, so we'll see the lap times drop down here as we get up into the group 5 and 6, 7.
To the left. And mechanics take your vehicles to technical inspection. Drivers make their way out to the track to monitor.
All right. Oh. Sorry, this is Heat 3. I was confused. I thought it was Heat 4. So Heat 3 is up. 4 more races in RC2 for round 2 of qualifying. As mechanics make final adjustments to their drivers' cars, final tweaks. Justin will be waiting for his turn marshals to get out there and help them out. Oh man, the sun is out. Things are starting to warm up a little bit. People are smiling. Some people aren't smiling, but that's racing. You'll see. When the hoodies start coming off, that's when the racing will start getting better, I think. All right, so it's waiting for our 3-minute warm-up lap here, warm-up session. Each driver gets 3 minutes of warm-up, followed by 6 minutes of qualifying.
All right, I need track crew by bucket 11 after this race. Track crew by bucket 11 after this race, please. Some pipes that might be coming loose.
We got to get track crew out there to do a little pipe fixing. One of the pipes come loose up there. They need to get out there and hammer it on, secure that. We can't have no loose pipes out here.
3 minutes to start. Let's see if I can see exactly what might be causing the issue at bucket 11 through this one.
In this race, we have Tom Franquito, Toby Hampson, the Toby Meister, Bradley Major, Joseph Steichleather, the younger of the Steichleather brothers, track designer and the man who made this awesome track, RC Track Masters himself, Bobby Moore, Steve Taylor, Louis Petz, making the trip all the way up from Mexico, Brian Hutchison, Nick Elliott, local Michael Kuntz, my good buddy Michael Velez, Michael Liz, Chris Smalley, and Mark Thomas. This is your Heat 3 racers. Joseph Steichleather, he was the cream of the crop in this race in the first round. Let's see if he can have a repeat performance. He needs to get this 2 fast runs so he can get up there and be racing with his brother later on today, Jake.
2 minutes to start.
All right, guys, got 1 minute and 49 seconds left in their warm-up.
Hey, can I get you to bucket 3 again? I don't think Michael's here today, or has not run yet, so. $115 drivers, $115. Plan your fuel, plan your fuel.
These guys got 1 minute and 12 seconds left. You'll see them come in and get topped up. Probably make some final adjustments before these guys go out and try to get 4 fast laps. See if they can bump up some in the qualifying, get up in some of those faster heats for the qualifying race. What will happen later on today, that will then seed them into their positionings in heats tomorrow.
Thank you for the track work. Thank you. Hopefully that will hold. Seconds to start. Seconds to start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Brian and Joseph are starting the off.
All right, so these guys, the clock has started for these guys. Let's give them a few minutes, a few laps to get sorted out and get some lap times down here. Thank you to that person who bought me this hand warmer. It's keeping my right hand very warm. As you guys know, I am called Lefty for a reason. You got some chats going in here, man. You got 37 people watching, but nobody's talking. Let's talk to you. You guys have any questions? Now's the time to ask them. Anything you want to know about the track, the atmosphere, ask away. All right, so it looks like it's Joseph Steichler. They're out there with a 31-3, almost a 39-4. Joseph had a little bad luck in seeding yesterday, probably seeded in a heat that a little lower than he's used to, but he looks like to make an end to that. He wants to meet his older brother, Jake, in the he's up in the top heat in 7. So that's what he's looking to do, is join his brother there in the qualifying race this afternoon. So let's see if the younger Steichler can make it up and get it to racing with the older brother, Jake. Great racing family down here in the southeast. But definitely you can tell by his lap times, he had a bad day of seeding yesterday.
Remember, guys, one bad lap
because he's heads and shoulders above everybody here. We got Lewis Petz into second, 35-1. Peyton, Chris Smalley, sorry, in third, followed by Brian Hutchison. And
with 4 minutes left in this one.
the compound is actually a harder compound. I don't actually know the actual compound of the tire. I'll get Nick up in here to explain it a little better because I'm not familiar with how TZO compounds are to compare it. The best thing I can say is that it's like a Proline blockade tire type of tire tread, it looks like. And it's a little harder compound to deal with the attrition that's going to come up from the sugar tracker. We got Michael Servo saying good luck to Team S-Works and the Beach RC crew. Yes, good luck to them. They're looking good out there. Beach RC is here. The only hobby shop here. Lucas is working hard. He's out with his GoPro doing a bunch of video, which I'm going to do here later on today. Go for a little walkabout around and talk to all the racers here to get their opinions. And yeah, busy people. Beach RC, Brent and those guys. Glad to have them on board. Brent's a good friend of mine, says Lucas. Doing a lot of big things in the industry. Steichler's back out there through a 32.9. Like I said, Steichler had a little bad day yesterday in seeding. Probably seeded into it looks like he seeded into a main, a heat that's a little slower than his skill level. But he'll be bumped up here in the qualifying main. Stefan, are they supposed to line up by their car numbers? All right, we got 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this qualifier, and Joseph Steichleather is out to a clear lead, followed by Brian Hutchison and Lewis Petz. A good buddy Michael Kuntz in fourth, and Nick Elliott in fifth. Joseph Steichleather, the only one to do a 31 lap so far today in this heat. I'm sorry, in this Q2. That's those are speeds that we see out of the top heats. So we have a feeling he'll be there with those guys tomorrow or later on today. You'll see.
Mark Tom, Michael Liss, and Bradley Major. The rest of the field. Your leader, car 4, into that whoop section, running that blue and fluorescent yellow buggy. Seconds to go.
And we have another 31.9 out of Joseph Steichleather. Definitely showing that he has the pace to be up there with the top RC2 guys. Maybe even to pip his older brother later on today. He's doing pretty good. And he's just led this from start to finish with no challenges whatsoever. So I think we'll see Joseph bumping up a little bit here today for his qualifying races and up in the higher mains tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is bracket racing, IFMAR style, odd and even mains, 20-minute lower mains, 30-minute higher main semis, and a 45-minute final.
Everybody keep racing until I call you down. Keep racing, just keep putting in laps, working together. Leading on car 13, 5 and 13 and 5. Continuing on 13 and 5. There's 13 waiting on car 5. We'll be coming across the line here very shortly. All done, all stop, all done, all stop.
And that's it. Joseph Steichleather takes the win, followed by Nick Elliott, Chris, Brian, Bobby Moore, Lewis Petz, Michael Kuntz, Miguel Velez, Steve Taylor, Toby Hansen, Mark Thomas, Tom Ferquito, Michael Ellis, and Bradley Major. All right, so as these guys shut down and turn marshals go out to their positions, we're getting into some of the faster heats. Group 4 going up.
All mechanics exit to the left. Take your vehicles to check. All drivers down.
Group 4, we got 3 more RC2 races after this.
To the left, take your cars to technical inspection.
Big battle for the top spot there in the Heat 7 between the young guns, Cole Caston, Joey Burdon, Austin Horn, looking very fast out there as well. So, older brother of Aiden Horn. I thought he was actually the younger brother of Aiden, but he's got Aiden by 2 years. All right, so coming up in this race, we have Mr. Anderson, Mike Anderson, George Stellatis, Jason Lynn, Ricardo Fausch making the trip from Mexico to race with us, Ron Lupo coming from Canada, my good buddy Tony Patashaw making the trip up from Florida along with another Florida native, Andrew Kirk, P-Word RC, Northeast racer. Don't know what his real name is. That's his name, he says. He introduced himself as P-Word. Ryan Fowler, Lane Deming, Mark Whitlow, a local here, Antonia Edwards, Logan Nixon, and Zachary Thompson. Mr. Clean Freak. There we got mechanics are making some final adjustments. Turn marshals are getting in position. You could get Heat 4 of Q2 started for RC2 here in the beautiful S&B Raceway here in South Carolina. I must admit, it's been a pleasure. We have a hotel not too far away. All the amenities are there, restaurants, Walmarts, everything close by. So it's good to be. Internet's great here at S&B. So good place for a race, I'd say. Good place for a race. Glad to be here. All right, we got some questions. Lefty, I am not going to PNB. I was thinking about going if we would have stayed here, but no, I think I'm going to go to Silver State instead. Just a little easier. I don't need to rent a car and whatnot. So yes, good luck to all the WRC drivers. I was talking to Morant and a couple of those guys this morning as we waited in line for the bathroom. Yeah, what next race? Silver State, I think, Wayne. Unless Dave feels the need for me to come to PNB and do my thing, I would be there. But I would like to do AMS this year. I've done PNB twice. I'd like to do AMS or Wicked Weekend. Joe King, Rose and Martin racing like teammates in Q1. Yes, it was very epic. It's good to see Lee out here racing. He's been doing a lot of racing there in the UK. And I had a look at the Gamma concept car. It looks really good. You know, I hold it in my hands and feel it. And I hope to get to see it run around this track. Maybe tomorrow, maybe after the racing Monday, they'll do some testing. But met John Hazelwood. I hope to get him on the podcast. He has a great story to tell. I'm so happy to have Nemo and Agama here. Brandon Rose coming off a really good finish at the National last week. Bumping up. All right. We got 1 minute and 36 seconds left in this warm-up for Heat 4 of Q2 here at RC2.
130 drivers, 130.
For those of you tuning in, RC2 is, I would say, the amateur side of RCGP. So these are for just non-pro racers, people who are regular racers on the cusp of being good or local pros. They get to come here and prove themselves in the RC2 class. And then hopefully their manufacturers can join and bump them up to the RCGP class. Just like we have a couple of young drivers filling in who won their chance to represent in RCGP. Hampusberg, the European winner. Camden Line, the USA winner. Both here in RC2. Both good friends. Known each other for a very long time. And we get to race against each other here. Along with Cody Watson at the 5th place finish in RCGP 2019. He gets to represent JQSM here at RCGP with his last minute teammate and boss, JQ Beaker. Chris is up in Heat 6. If you guys would like to see, there is a schedule. I posted it on the NNRC podcast page, also on the RCGP podcast page. If you guys would like to follow scoring as well, you can find that on Everlaps, and you can find more results there. So, yeah, there's a schedule, and they have all the heats. So Chris is in Heat 6 today. Let me check that. All right, so the race has started. We'll give a few minutes to get everything going. Yeah, Chris Morant is up in Heat 6. Wayne. We are on Heat 4, so 2 more races for him. All right. Let everybody get some laps up in here. But Rob Loop out there throwing a 33.8 right out of the bat. Putting him on the top spot so far. Let's see, we got 3 more races left to go. With no left.
Caution to the top of the hill, Clark. Caution top of the hill. Caution top of the hill, clear. Caution top of the hill. Caution top of the hill. Clear.
Oh, the marshals. Hey, I saw Tony making off earlier. I thought he was going to kill somebody. Yeah, right here. Huh? Oh, he was heated. And a young kid or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. He was upset. All right. So, Rob Lupo is still your front leader here. Ron Lupo made the trip down from Canada. Let's see. Mike, what car are we following right here? Let's see. Car number 2, it looks like. Stelitis. Let's go to see if we can find car number 6. There, Mike Tony Patashaw. Let's see how he's doing. He's in third position. That's him right there. Tony Patashaw coming around through the moguls. Good friend of mine from Florida. His lovely wife Josie up here. Here we go, and he gets the double. Somebody said they saw somebody triple, single, and then jump onto the top of that elevation there yesterday. I have not seen it yet. I think it can be done, but you have to go really wide on that berm. Bobby Moore made a really deep, you can't see it. It's really deep, and somebody's got to go full chat through there. Hey, there. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry, I had the microphone a little bit far away. We got Lupo in first with a 34.6, followed by Stelitis and Patashaw. We're following Patashaw at the moment. Looks like he had a little mistake, but he's going through there pretty smooth. Tony, a long-time Florida racer. I met Tony way back in 2004 at my first big race at Lance Nork's The Farm. Oh, and just as they say that, Tony makes a mistake, but he recovers pretty good. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Just let me know. If not, I'll bump up my volume. I have my mic down a little bit too further. And I'm used to being in control of everything at the next. Oh, bad spot for Tony. No one, I don't know what the best line through those moguls are. It looks like it's through the middle. Some are going wide. Greg Degani was going so wide up against the pipe yesterday. It's really smooth out there. He always likes to go for those type of lines. But we got Stelitis has moved up into the lead with a 34.1, followed by Lupo, Fausch, and Patashaw, and Whitlow. Whitlow's a local here. Thank you, Connie. As I said, heat 5, 6, and 7. You'll see the lap times go down a bit. And that top heat of RC2 is something to look at. In fact, heat 6 is good too, so stay tuned. Where is the otter? Who's the otter, Adam?
Towards the stand now, towards the stand. Clear.
We're still on board with Tony Patashaw. We got 37 seconds left in this race. Tony's cruising around in 4th at the moment.
30 seconds to go. George out in the top spot now. Ron and Drew, Tony, Ricardo, and Jason Lynn, your top 5. And it's Andrew, Mark, Stewart, and Logan, and Lane, your top 10.
Good job. Oh, Tony, no, you're in 3rd. Keep it on 2 wheels. There we go. Double. Smooth. Not so smooth. Off. Double. Now those jumps look really easy to do, and when there is no wind, they are. But the wind is pushing you towards the road. So you're jumping, and it's pushing your car off the track. So it's a little bit difficult to judge. It's also, jumps always at the very far part of a track are always difficult to judge, but they're not too hard not to do. But talking to people, that's been the biggest struggle today, is those jumps out the back. Sorry, yesterday. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, the Otter is live from Otterville. I don't know, man. What's up, Otter? How you doing? Oh, that's the owner of Otterville up there in Canada. Great track, I believe. I can't remember his name. I believe it's John. We got Canada in the house. I think it's like a Canadian invasion on her. Like 10 Canadians coming to America all at once. It sounds like an invasion to me. But they're over there having fun. They got the Crown Royal on the table. First thing in the morning, they know how to party. Just like I know most of my Canadian friends do. So shout out to them. Shout out to all the Otterville crew and all those guys out there in Canada watching. So George Sledis will take this. Jason Lynn, Ron Lupo, Ricardo Fausch, Andrew Kirk, Tony Patashaw, P. Word, Mark, Mike, Anthony Edwards, Logan Nixon, Lane Demon, Ryan Fowler, and Zach Thompson in the last position. Heat 5 is up here. You got our other two females racing in this. It's good to see the females racing here in RC. We definitely need more females, more young people. Everybody racing RC. RC is for everybody. So there's no, anybody can do this. It's good. So it's good to see a lot more females coming up. We got Caitlin Carmendi or KD Carmendi of Race Like a Girl podcast, one of the popular female podcasts here in the USA. She also has a great program called Future Stars of RC, where they get together with local tracks here in the area with local fast guys who mentor young racers to be better. They also take collection of tires and whatnot, so they can give to these young drivers tires to use. And good program for Caitlin. Her and her husband Dave, they race all the time, competitive, and another part of the great, good Southeast family that we have here at RCGP this year. So, coming up in this race, we have Zach Rodriguez, Abayu Berku, Brett Butter, Ever Lopez, Kyla Espinal, the second fast female that we have from Florida making the trip up, Steve DePlacido, Jamie Armine, Marlo Bright, another local here, Luke Deming, Thomas Kaufman, Diego Marican, Caitlin Carmendi, Chris Capello, and my good buddy, Jake Lasco, who just told me he had to get a new control because he was having some issues with his control. Mechanics are making some final adjustments as we wait for our race director, Justin Wildy, to let these guys go. Armed with our plastic knife, says. So we got some Canadian guys here in the chat. What's up, Matt Dixon? Crown is the best. I'm going to go over and have a little bit of Crown here later on after work. I'm working today. Attaboy, silly sponsored by Crown Royal. Yeah. These Canadians, they know how to drink. They're over there having a blast. That's what I like to see. I think they came to have fun and party and then race on the side, which is the Canadian way, I would say.
Group 5, back is yours. Group 5, back is yours.
All right. Guys are being released out on their warm-up. I'm sure I will, Otter. I'm sure I will. How's things up in Canada? Has the snow melted yet? When are you guys going to be able to race? I hope it's soon. All right, so let these guys warm up. Here's your lineup here. Zach, Abayu, Brett Butter, great name. Ever Lobos, local Georgia guy. Goes down to Costa Rica. Shout out to all the Costa Rican RC scene down there. One of the biggest scenes in Latin America. It's growing every month, every year. It's good to see. Kyla Espinal. She made the RCGP RC2 class at Thunder Alley back in 2019. Good to see her and her stepdad back here. Wayne Adams is saying shout out to Thomas Kaufman of WRC. Matt Dixon says Otterville season opener in 4 weeks. All right, that's great. It's awesome. Good to see you guys racing again, or partying then race on the side. Auto Cup Sister Series runs after a 2-year COVID break. It's good to see our friends from up the north getting back racing because they love to race. Well, they love to party and race on the side. That's how I look at it. So it's good to see our Canadian friends getting back into the mix and doing things that they love. Up there, the big S-Works movement that's going up there, headed by Adam Ross. And that beautiful track, Otterville. I love that track. Looks great. All right, so we got a minute left here in warm-up.
Caution in the moguls. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, drivers. Playing your fuel. Playing your fuel.
Drivers come in and get a last-minute top-up because these are 6-minute qualifiers. And once again, remember, everybody, it's their fastest 4 laps. Not consecutive, just 4. So, a different form of qualifying. I guess they were looking to see people, we're used to doing the traditional consistent 5 minutes or whatever time and doing the most consistent laps in that time. So RCGP decided to switch it up and try something new this year. Always pushing for something new formats, making RC more exciting for both competitors and spectators, hopefully. I would love, one day I'd love to get up there to Otterville. I love Canada. My type of place, except in the winter. I'm fine if it's during the summer. Winter time, though, maybe not. It's good to have our Canadian family down here. Because that's what we are. We're all one big RC family. All right, so the clock is started for heat 5. But we got one more heat before our top heat 7 comes up, but don't sleep on that heat 6 because there's some fast guys in there. Let's give a little bit of time so these guys can get a lap or 2 under their belt, and then we can call out some times. All right, so looks like let's give a few seconds for everybody to run through and go over the loop here, and then we'll start calling out some things here, some drives, some time. All right, so it looks like Zach Rodriguez out to your top spot there with a 33.4.
We'll have a few laps come and get that 4-lap average going, and we'll start calling order and position here as things start to settle in and settle down.
We are following, let's see, car number 9, and that is Ever Lobos. No, sorry, Lane Deming. Or is that Luke Deming? Let's see. Luke Deming. He should be car number... Oh! So we have... So our scorekeeper, Stefan, is very proud of this new feature. It's a live lap. You can see Luke Deming here. That was his worst lap, which was 35.7, and we can see his live lap that he's going to beat that. Great new system that our friend heard that the people at Everlaps and our scorekeeper Stefan has come up. In fact, he just looked at me with a big smile, and that's the first time I've seen Stefan smile all weekend. So he's super happy of this, and it doesn't look like Luke is going to beat his best lap, and now he has to beat his 38 seconds. So a cool little feature here that we have that's been incorporated in the scoring, and you'll see this in other productions from live RC. I mean, from Everlaps and the crew here at Control and RC Racing TV. Connie says he's looking forward to unveiling House of Media RC 2.0 in a couple of months. All you media package subscribers will get some cool new features to play with. Adam Ross, it's called Everlapse. If you go to everlapse.com, you can find all the RC2, RCGP laps there. Everlapse.com. All right, so it looks like Kyla Espinal is out there with a 32.9. It's good to see Kyla back racing her. A fast young Florida young lady. Out here with her stepdad, Jimbo, very good friend of mine. Followed by Brett Butter, coolest name. I think one of the coolest names I've seen. And okay, she is. Matt, can we find car number 5, please? Ash, sorry.
Top of the hill. I got 2 upside down on top of the hill.
I believe it's that pink car just going over the double back there. Ash coming towards us over the hump here. That's it right there, number 5. It's Kyle Espinal. And there you can see her time to beat and her time to do better. Her stepdad down there pushing her, talking to her in the mic. Let's see what Kyla comes by. It's a long lap for Kyla this time around. But let's see if she can make it up. She's still in that top position. Oh, somebody just took her out. That should be a stop and go in my opinion. Oh. She was lucky to land on all 4s after that, but that was some rough driving from whoever that was. She needs to get away from that, and so she can throw in some better laps. Oh, and Kyla makes a mistake. Curse of the camera.
32 flat that time by. As Kayla finds herself smashed in a whole bunch of lap traffic. She's got white and pink buggy coming down the straightaway. Running in the 2 spot if you can give her a little bit of room. Zach running 3. But Diego coming across the line and down into the
Diego Marican takes over that top spot after a rough lap for Kyla, but she gets a 32 flat on there, a 32.9. And she's looking to improve. Diego threw down a 32 flat right there on that last lap. It looks like, well, his best lap, and he's looking to improve his positionings as well. Let's see. He's still on Kyla, I think.
32.851 for your leader, 32.9 for second place.
Kyla's trying to catch him up, a 32.9 for her. She's trying to catch up to Diego and get her top spot back. She'll have 1 or 2 laps left to do that, if best. So she dropped down to 3rd, it looks like, with Brett Butter moving up to 2nd. But Diego American has taken that lead and does not want to relinquish it. Kyla's pushing hard. You see her go around the 180 there, back to that 180, up top. Oh, here she comes. She's going to come here on the straightaway. Kyla is on a mission to regain her top position, and she throws another 32.9. Wow, that's her 3rd 32.9, it looks like. But still not enough, as Diego American has that 32.8 and Brett Butter with a 32.8. So she needs to find a few tenths more to get up to that top spot. But unfortunately, she's done. But it'll be Diego American, Brett Butler, Kyla, Zach, Steve, Abayu, Thomas, Ever, Jamie, Caitlin, Luke, Jacob, Chris, and Marlo finishing in number 14. Good race for Diego. Kyla had some bad luck with traffic, and but good run for her. Maybe if she had a clearer track, it would have been a little bit better, but that's how it goes for everybody. So, Group 6 is up. Some guys were asking for Chris Morant. Here you go. It's time for Chris Morant. We got the toe. He's looking at me and laughing right now. He actually sequestered me for pitting duties and then shouted at me and then said, "Stop shouting at me" yesterday. So it was an interesting day. He's all excited, it looks like, all serious. You got DJ Hepler, another fast local, Josh Hollyfield, Luis Guidino, all these guys. Good luck to you all. Gabriel Montel, Robin Nelson, Y'all Racing. I bet you guys don't remember Y'all Racing. Y'all Racing was making small products, brake discs and stuff back in back in the early 2000s when racing was hot and heavy here in the East Coast. And good to see him back out here. Local legend here. One of Greg Degani's good friends. They used to go to a lot of races back in the day together. So they're all happy to see each other. These guys are fast. So watch this group. It's going to be some fast guys up in here. At that time, I'd like to take some time to shout out to some of our sponsors here. Sidewinder, TZO Tires, House of RC, Test Lager, S-Works, Associated, Mayako, Nemo Racing, Beach RC, JQSM, Invisible Speed, and yeah, shout out to everybody that makes this possible. All you guys tuning in, we can't do it without you. So thank you for your support, and thank you for believing in RCGP. You guys get to watch it and be a part of this. As that previous round gets out and takes their positions at their buckets, you'll see Heat 6 go. They're getting ready. The mechanics are warming up. We got Yara down there from Alessi Tuned, I believe. Maybe we can, Ash, can we get a shot of the pit there at all? Is it possible? There we go. We got the pit guys there. Scope down. We got Kyle Chura getting his son ready. It looks like. Was that Kyle Chura? There we go. Race like a girl. Don't give an inch. Caitlin Carmendi. Andy Kirk. There's Yara right there. Well, Leslie Tuned. Fast onward racer. Come down here with the hot race guys. TJ and Daniel Chavez. There's Logan Colwick and his dad, Wes. Good friends. Logan's a fast young racer here. Good racing family there. Good friends of mine. Very nice people. Good to see them out here supporting RCGP. All right, so these drivers will get a 3-minute warm-up. You will see some faster lap times here, as these guys had some bad luck. A lot of these guys had bad luck in seating, or they're just some fast guys in seating. So, be a good race. In this race, we have, let's see, Greg Degani, DJ Hepler, local fast guy, WRC's Chris Morant from the Midwest. We got local legend Josh Holyfield here. The owner of the track, Nick Hartman. My good friend Luis Guidino, K, making the trip up from Mexico with the S-Works guys, Justin Drinks. No, I don't know. Probably has the coolest name right here. Robin Nelson from Yao Racing. My good friend Nick Hernandez of TZO Tires made the trip out there for California. Cole Chor making a trip down from BC all the way up there in Vancouver in Canada. Him and his dad have been hitting the race scene really hard this year so far. It's great to see these young racers coming out with their dad and their family and experiencing different things. David Harvey, Matthew Kessel, and of course we have David Carmendi, the husband of Katie. They're racing together, and I think, yeah, good friends of mine as well. Gabriel Montiel, wow, he's grown so tall. Joey, his father, I remember when I met them at the 2019 RCGP, and he was shorter than his dad, and he was still young, and 2 years have gone by, and he's so tall, and it's pretty cool to see. Good to have them back. Got another minute here left in warm-up.
110 drivers, 110. Make sure you plan your fuel.
Hello again.
Oh, hey, Nick, how you doing?
I'm all right. Been out doing stuff. I'm going to go swap around, mainly because it puts me near my cough switch. Whilst I've had a coffee, never known a cough. We're having fun. Is it all going well?
So is it better out there in the sun than it is here in the shade?
No, it's still blooming freezing. It looks lovely. If you look out on the thing, oh, it looks lovely. It's not. It's freezing. Which is the wind, and theoretically, the wind will drop tomorrow.
But I can say this to you: you're from England. You should be used to the cold.
No, because I don't stand out in all day. I just go inside or sit in the car with a heater. We have discovered central heating in the UK. It's remarkable.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have that issue in the Dominican Republic.
No, you're fine on that front. Who are we with?
6, 5,
oh, accident.
4, 3. Spread it out. Spread it out. You guys don't all want to be bunched up on the same part of the track. When the caution flies. yourself some room.
That's the 6 I think we got there. We're with. So that will be
Luis Godino.
Godino. Louis, I want to say Louis. Louis. Is it Louis? I don't know.
Making a trip up from Mexico.
It is Louis then, yes, you're absolutely right. This is what you're going to miss, because most of the next round I'm going to be doing the RC2s. You're going to miss all the actual facts. So I'll just make things up. One of the things Matt and I used to love doing, when we were doing the very long days of EFRA events sometimes, and we didn't really know a lot of people, we just make up backstories for people. One guy we decided was a specialist vet treating only zebras, that sort of thing. So it's quite a fun game, really. Just make up, you think an amusing backstory for people because you have no idea who they are.
Speaking on AFRA, it's good to see them partnering up with RCGP. And what will be your next race for RC Racing TV?
RC Racing TV. Well, we're actually doing, for the company itself, we're doing, next week, we're doing live championship karting from the UK, go-karting, on our sister channel, kartinglive.tv. And then I think we haven't got another RC event. I think we've got, actually. But the RC events really kick off in earnest after Le Mans. How I kind of judge my year before Le Mans and after Le Mans. We've got a lot of karting events prior to Le Mans, and then it goes RC crazy because obviously we've got the complete run of 7 European Championships. We're doing 2 World Championships this year. We are covering the IFMAR Buggy Worlds in Redovan. We are the broadcaster for that.
Awesome.
And we're also the following week we're at the Electric Touring Car Worlds, which is in Gubbio in Italy. So we're having a big year this year for us on the RC front with World Championship coverage. So we'll do all that sort of stuff. Maybe we'll do the odd other event. And of course there's RCGP Round 2, which is in Italy. RCG Round 3, which I don't think we've announced where it is yet, but I'll just say not a massive drive for me. And then RCGP Round 4 back out in October, which is back out in the States. And in between that, of course, I'm a busy little bunny. I've got Le Mans, and I've got a few other endurance races and full-size races, and I might even do some sim racing commentary. But that, I'm not sure that's happened this year now, actually.
Ronafalk is going to be doing the 8-scale worlds and the 10-scale worlds this year as well, he told me. So he's got his...
It's probably relatively easy to get a Swedish entry for the 10-scale world.
Yeah.
I think they're hoping for a completely full entry of 120. It'll depend, obviously, on how easy it is for guys from the Far East to come across. Mm-hmm. But at the moment, even though, the dreaded COVID is infecting more people, it's infecting them a lot less seriously. It is really seems turning into a sort of flu. So people just knocking off all their restrictions left, right, and centre because you can't get the common cold out and you can't get the flu out. So we've just got to live with it, really. So yes, it's a very, very busy summer for us, thank you, Keenan. But we've got a few light weekends before it goes absolutely bonkers from the beginning of June.
Well, that's good. You had 2 years off. It's time to hit it.
I did more events last year than any other year.
Really?
From my study.
Yeah.
Just down the line, I did a load of endurance races down the line, did Le Mans down the line, did Sebring down the line, did Daytona down the line, did a lot of sim racing stuff down the line. I did actually go to about 5 or 6 British RC, no, 5 British RC events we did. So yeah, it was a busy old year. It wasn't, you've got to keep ticking over, haven't you? But it's all good fun. Okay. But now we're out in the open, which you normally look forward to, but the wind is taking the edge off it.
Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at our race. We got DJ Hapler, local fast legend here. DJ has lots and lots of years of experience racing here in the Southeast. Burning on some fast laps, followed by track owner Nick Hartman and WRC Chris Morant. Look at a lot of WRC fans in the group, in the chat. Followed by the Toe, 2002 world champion, first ever American world champion.
America!
Greg Degani.
Yeah, Indonesia, wasn't it? Something?
Nope, Uruguay.
Uruguay, I knew it was something weird.
He actually went down there for a month practicing prior to this. And there's a whole story of him stealing some tires that Proline wouldn't allow him to have and whatnot. And then he ended up not even needing them.
Well, there's always a story with Degani.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure.
He's a big man with big stories.
That looks like Nick Hartman out front, followed by Chris Morant, DJ Hapler, Degani, and another legend from around here, Josh Holyfield.
The guy, the marshal on number 3 is looking more like a baseball umpire at the moment. Waving a lot of stuff. He's stopped, unfortunately. We've got this white car now on the camera. And true to form, it crashed as soon as it's on the camera. Coming up and over, and that is car number. Absolutely no idea. They put the number with these kind of like high-sided new shells. They put it on the cab and they curl it down. No chance of seeing that from a distance. I'm watching it comes under now. Didn't get it then either. I think it's 12, but I could be wrong. If it is 12, then it'd be Matthew Kessel.
Drivers, continue racing until I call you done. Keep racing until I call you done. Keep working together. Pretty clean driving so far.
I really think they should have put the numbers on the rings.
They should all have 3 numbers. They should all be super visible. And if they're not, they should be told to go home and sort themselves out. If I wanted illegible numbers,
We're coming up on the end of the round here. You finish up their runs here. Oh, somebody stuck in the pipe there. Oh.
Shout. There he goes.
Not a good place to get stuck on the pipe.
It's never a good place to get stuck on the pipe. Especially on a crack house.
Oh, and there we go. Leader off the track again. Having a horrible last lap. You win on Nick Hartman, Chris Morant, Greg Degani, DJ Hapler, Josh Holyfield, Robin Nelson, Y'all Racing, Luis Godino, and the young guns, Gabriel and Cole, and Nick Hernandez of TZO, rounding up your top 10. Nick making the trip all the way over from California, and
California.
He drove out here, actually.
And Nick Hartman making all the trip all the way from the container, because he actually works at the track. So the 2 extremes of travel, though I have come further than any of them.
All right, so this is the last round, round 7, heat 7, coming up with Q2. This is all the fast guys from yesterday, and they are fast. All the young guns up top. I believe Austin Horn, the older brother of Aiden Horn, who will now be known as Garth from Wayne's World. He doesn't even know what Wayne's World is, by the way.
Yeah, that's worrying, isn't it?
He's only about 21. But he likes his new nickname. And
he doesn't know what it is, but he likes it.
Yeah, he's pretty easy. But we have to say, Aiden is very outgoing. He had some good interviews yesterday and brings some fresh
energy.
He's got fresh energy to a much needed.
I'd like to point out the car in front of us, which is car number 6, which I don't know who it belongs to. It hasn't updated yet. You've got the heat listing. You've made a horrible mess of the heat listing.
I had to tuck it in my.
I'm just shocked.
My pocket.
That is honestly, you have mullered that heat listing.
It still works.
Stefan printed that with love, and you've mullered it. Look what he's done to your heat listing. Look what he's done to your heat listing.
Better quality when I get. I know.
The car number 6 is Logan Cowick. Now, I like to say he's done his numbers brilliant. Look, I can read that number really well on that side. The other number's on the nose beautifully. Mm-hmm. And can you give us a picture of number 6 below you, Ash? He's on the left-hand side on the pit lane. There, back a bit. One back where that man's arm is. Look at those numbers. No, left. He's on the wall. There, that's the one. Look at those numbers. Big 6 I can read. 6 on the right-hand side I can read as well. 6 on the nose I can read. Number. All good.
There you go. Logan Kowick, another local from Murder, Dad West.
I've now decided I want him to win just because of the numbers.
Oh, he could possibly win. He's good.
You literally, these could be ancient parchments. This. You've managed to screw it. So you've aged it by about. Do you do that thing where you do like fake dollar bills and age them all up?
Yeah, I just folded them up.
Yeah,
put them in my. Yeah.
They are left with the Great. He is called the Great because he's a great counterfeiter, apparently. So there you go.
All right, lots of fast guys in here. Joey Bardon, Cole Caston, Austin Horn, Cade Burnett, David Olson, Logan Cowick, Cameron Sexton, Trent Walker, Jake Steichleger, the older of the Steichleger brothers, Jermaine Robinson, Don Elliott, the oldest guy in this group. Probably old enough to be these guys' father, but he is
How old is he, do you think?
in his 40s. These
That's
guys,
that's not old.
these guys are all 20 and below.
Speaking of somebody who turned 57 a couple of days ago.
Well, you look pretty good for 57.
I know, but I'll still try at the same point. BJ Williams says, Keenan, tell Nick about Degani's interview from Silver State last year.
Oh, so, yes. Degani had an interview last year at Silver State, and his motto was, OS waste of cash. SH Motor. And then he went on to say that I'm driving an 11-year-old turd, and I still beat these guys. You know, great promotion for every company that he represents.
Well, I don't think he's very corporate.
Not at all.
I think it's kind of a toss-up between Degani and Barry Baker, who's the least corporate.
Oh, Barry Baker. Barry Baker right now is in a feud with
another one
with my co-host Max Mort.
How can he be in a feud with a 20-year-old Finn?
Because of the podcast, and actually, I think they've kind of buried the feud, buried the hatchet, and they might be friends now.
Imagine the hatchet would be buried in the head. I remember that Baker, at the height of his powers, this is about 15 years ago, managed to miss the World Championships because he had punched a wall in anger prior to in a previous event and broke his hand.
Yes. But last year he tasted success with winning the first ever Raw National 40 Plus, and then he's been doing a lot of pit work for Dakota Fenn, who won his first national.
A lot of OAP racing. I thought Dakota used his wife as a pit lane person.
Well, he does all the wrenching on his car, and his mentor sort of thing.
Mental work. Barry Baker's doing someone's mental work. Mentor. Better say. I'm not sure if I kept Barry as a sports psychologist. I'll be honest with you.
But Dakota Fenn, congratulations on him winning his first ever Fuel Nats last week. Finally, the prophecy was fulfilled.
Yeah, basically, you've been tipping him for the last 3 years.
Yes.
And he's managed to get that monkey off his back somehow and actually win one.
Well, I've actually been blamed for his reason for losing. So I've been banned from picking him.
But you keep picking him.
Nope, I stopped, and he won.
Who did you pick then?
Tebow.
Yeah, but you didn't mean it. In your heart and heart, you were still picking Fenn. You see? I mean, we all know that.
No, I did want Tebow to win.
You may have verbalized it, but actually, in reality, you sat there going, no, I actually want Dakota.
All right. Logan getting some fuel before he goes out and tries to throw some hot laps down. I think we'll see Logan in the junior final later on today.
Drop back one, Ash. Actually, drop back two. They're coming, honestly, trust me. So the second one of those cars will be the 7. Which is Richard Saxon. So Richard the King Saxon, is it? Or no, it's a different Saxon?
He's about 20 years younger.
Your relation?
No. Cameron Saxon, local racer here. From South Carolina or North Carolina, one of the two. He's also he's also Evan Vale's mechanic, so he's doing double duty here.
Blimey.
Here in qualifying round number 2.
There's a lot of cars in the way of the moguls. It's a difficult place to pass once they've moguled themselves, and getting going again on that section seems quite difficult. So this is what you don't want when you're doing a qualifying round, which is traffic around you. It is never the quickest way round to be either pushing yourself too hard to catch someone up, or, as this case, having cars come up the inside of you and putting you off slightly. So what they should do, certainly the guy who crashed the moguls, he should brake, give him side a rest. So there's going to be a bit, oh, blimey, fell off going back then. There's going to be a bit of track repair, because after this, of course, is the second qualifying race for RCGP. There will be a little bit of track repair, so there may be a little bit of a delay to the start of the race. We'll find out. I don't know how many pipes they have to repair, how many nails they have to bang in. How else they repair a track, Keenan? I can't remember how many. I don't know. Could be anything.
Yeah, just some of the pipe coming up with all that rain. They're probably hammered in a little soft, so go out there and do a little bit of maintenance. Probably blow it off a little bit as well.
Okay, they're starting now. An early leader is Joey Bourdon. Car 1, I don't know where he is. He's about to finish the lap according to the indicatory thing. Yeah, can you pick up the car that is... Ash, pick up the car that's about to come to the camera hairpin now, please. There we go. That's Joey Bourdon, the guy currently with the fastest 3 laps with 31.347 average, and quite a lot faster than everyone else. on that average. It can mean that just no one's managed to get 4 decent laps in, and they're kind of like sitting with one bad one, really screwing the pooch, as they say, on the overall time. Oh, that's not good. That's a bit of unfortunate because he had 3 good ones, and now he's lost his 4th one. But he's the best 4 individual, isn't it? It's not 4 consecutive.
That to make it easy. That lap he can throw away and focus on the next one.
It's a weird way of doing that, Rihanna. Just your 4 fastest laps rather than your 4 fastest consecutive laps. A consecutive laps is much more indication of how well you race. Yeah, just putting down 4 decent laps and then having 71 crashes elsewhere. Not really sure if that's how I would do the scoring. But you say this is a format that's used elsewhere, so, you know.
Yeah, I think we're so used to the regular qualifying of being consistent. This year you kind of throw consistency to the wind and just go for it. And Joey Bourdon clicks off a 31.
Oh, he danced for the devil and finally got caught. He actually threw it into that corner, bounced off the pipe, got a lucky bounce on the moguls, then just got a bit of oversteer going around the hairpin, and that was it. He was facing the wrong way.
Jermaine, Logan, Donald, Kane, Ethan, and Blake.
Jake Stikelether up there in second, the older of the Stikelether brothers. Maybe his brother Joseph looking to join him up here, followed by the older Austin Horn. But Cole Caston throws down a 31-4 flamer in response to his techno teammate Joey Bourdon. Trent Walker up there, making the trip out from Florida, having a 3rd place finish in E-Buggy at DNC, up there in 5th.
As the wind picks up, which is the last thing we want.
There was some chill just now.
Yeah. I've got 2 extra layers than yesterday. I'm actually colder. I know us moaning on the microphone is about as interesting as me telling you how to cook scones or biscuits, of course, now we're here. But it is actually affecting the cars. So I feel I can say that because the wind is affecting the cars, not just the commentary team.
This is true. It comes in gusts. We have a little bit of time, no wind or just enough wind, and then it comes up all of a sudden.
I don't remember the bit with no wind.
Oh, very little wind.
Less wind, perhaps. Gusts is in a slightly less. I think I might have to do something with kind of a combo with the hoodie over my head as well.
We got Jermaine Robinson showing up with a 31-3. It's very fast at 2019.
Well, Cole Caston now is within 300ths of a second, 3,000ths of a second of his 4-lap average. Sounds pretty impressive. That can't be his full lap average, it must be his best lap. Well, no, it is his average. Yeah, the average now is so close between the first 2. Got a couple of tenths from Robinson.
There we go.
There's an absolute carnage traffic jam about to be here. You see that they're all going through it. Whoa, and it's all gone horribly wrong. There's a bit of a dance for the 2 cars. Hopefully that was consensual because it looked quite rude.
Finds himself up in that 3rd position now.
Going round and about.
Looks like Joey Bourdon is still holding on to that top spot. One of the favorites coming into this RC2 race. When I saw his name signed up there, I knew he would be very close up or had the potential to win this. Let's see, still a lot of racing to go. Have we figured out if TQ goes right through or how does it work yet?
I must admit, the only person who knows any of this would be JQ. What happens actually at this point is they seed themselves into sub-final heats, into final heats, and then they can have an actual race to move up a few more places. So what will happen is there'll be a resort for the final round, and that'll be an actual race. Mm-hmm. And whoever finishes, and that will sort of define your overall position. So you can move up a couple of slots, or even 5 or 6 slots, I think, if you do well in a particular race.
Well, I'm wondering if overall TQ goes right through to the final or he has to run his semi tomorrow.
No. There's semis.
Okay,
yeah,
so it's traditional.
No, it's about truck time, mate. You're not missing out on a race.
Well, they did it at the Nationals this year where they let TQ go right through and he was able to do 2 practice sessions. But I don't think we're having practice sessions. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think in fact, they've been fiddling about with those rules for years. It used to be the top 4 went straight through.
I tell you what, the best rule that I found out was a local race drive. They have a series here called the TSOC, and he races IFMAR style. The TQ he's automatically in the final, and he has to race the semi, but his position is determined by wherever he finishes in the semi. So he'll always be in the final.
He can't bump out. Okay.
Right, he might not start TQ,
right,
but he's in the final.
So he takes away the bad luck element of.
That is a race, all stop, all done.
So that's the end of qualifying heat 2. I'll let Keenan read the result because I think I need to go and talk to people.
All right. So Cole Caston taking the win from teammate Joey Bordon, followed by Jermaine Robinson, the older Stike Leather, the older Austin and Horn, and David Olsen. Great result. They got a lot of young racers up there. The oldest being Jake, followed by Logan Colwick, young Camden Lee, Trent Walker, Donald Elliott, Ethan McManus, Cameron Saxon, Cade Burnett, and Blake Crow.
This year, RCGP will be streaming exclusively on House of RC. HouseofRC.com is the #1 resource built with the sole purpose of growing our sport. It's packed full with getting started information for newcomers and detailed setups and stats for races. And when it comes to events, HouseofRC.com has you covered. From finding tracks to browsing races and even sign-ups. All available in one place at houseofrc.com. There is no better route for newcomers to learn about our sport than here, with everything you need all in one place. So let's grow RC together by signing up for House of RC's media package. Our aim is to broadcast more and more RC events professionally, but to do this, we need your help. By subscribing, you can watch every lap live. And you'll be helping to fund more free content specifically targeted at newcomers. When you subscribe to houseofrc.com media package for $14.99 per month or $100 for the season, you'll get to see every lap of RCGP. Plus, the more people subscribe, the more races we'll cover. So you RC fans get more in-depth coverage live as it happens. And newcomers get a thrilling taste from more bite-sized highlights packages, promos and action sequences. So head over to houseofrc.com/media and let's grow RC today.
And welcome to RCGP Round 1 here at the S&B Raceway in South Carolina. It is time for the second qualifying race. We've seen one great race already, won by David Ronefalk with Joe Bornhorst in second, and in third place was Brandon Rose. But we now are getting ready for the second qualifying race, and my first guest to chat about that, it looks like the very cold Hampersburg. How cold are you?
I'm cold.
First race went pretty well, I think. You started at the back but managed to come through.
Yeah, it was a very bad start, but after a while I worked the way up the field and finished on the 6th spot, so I'm happy with that one for sure.
And how's the car going? Are you just taking advice from David, or are you going your own way?
A bit from David, a bit myself.
Great stuff. And next up, my next victim, it's Spencer Hackett from the S-Works team. Spencer, yeah, it's going well for me. Not a great start for you, though.
It's not going too bad. I've got a couple rough starts for sure. It's pretty rough. But yeah, I'm having fun. It's been going pretty good.
And what are the tactics for the gate start?
Pretty much just send it. You gotta go for it pretty hard. So can't be too nice, so that's for sure.
What part of the US are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Oh, so you're used to being cold.
Yeah, I'm used to being cold. So it's pretty windy though. I'm not a huge fan of being cold.
No, none of us are. Spencer, thank you very much. That's fantastic. So anyway, we had a fantastic first race. These guys did middling. Other guys did really well. Let's see the highlights of qualifying race number 1. Ready to go. They're going to drop another A. And it's a good start for Ronefalk. Bornhorst a little bit careful. Looks like Tollard's come up with the inside. Through a series of unconnected events, the two favourites end up first and second. In third place, it's Cody Watson. So Bornhorst begins to get a little bit closer to go through the infield section. They've got the turning left-hand shot hairpin. They're going to go up, out and away towards the Beach RC hairpin. If you go back to the inside track conversations we had, it's on Facebook. And he's made the mistake. They've been cutting that tighter and tighter and tighter, and he's made the mistake. So it's the Nagama battle for the third place. Remember, points are available in this race for the RCGP World Series. Really close now. Rose has absolutely got to be careful. He looks at this podium race. Brandon's been doing this the entire time we've been here. He started slow and driven through the field. He did that 3 times. He ended up with, of course, second in the RCGP Rush yesterday. Picked up 2 World Series points for doing that. There's Ronner Falk thinking about it, concentrating. The Viking, as Lefty loves to call him. This is very... Oh, look at the inside there, but didn't quite make it. I'm absolutely certain that if Brandon was racing against anybody else, he'd have thrown a move up the inside, but it's not what you want to do with your teammate, not when you're 3rd and 4th, not when it's going well for a Garma. Oh, and they got it there. Lee just bounced out too wide on the Beach RC hairpin, and that was it. He went and then suddenly Rose was through. Ronner Falk had a bad lap, and suddenly Bornhorst is very close to him, a lap and a half to go. There they are, lap and a half to go, coming now over the infield hump. The white and yellow of the Mayako branded Ronner Falk, the Swede, suddenly has Joe Bornhorst. Bornhorst suddenly senses blood. He was out at this. He was 5 seconds behind, but Ronner Falk, he's talking about the inside of the out of the hairpin corner there. They come over the backside quad. Oh, and just not enough drive there for Bornhorst. Can Bornhorst lob it up the inside? Doesn't look like it. 1 corner to go, and Ronner Falk's going to take it. Ronner Falk will win the first qualifying round here, RCGP round 1. Great result for David Ronner Falk. I'm just noticing in front of me he's getting a little bit of a tune-up from his dad, Pierre, as they run this warm-up. 3 minutes of warm-up. We're a little bit way through it. Okay, so, and here is the grid.
So we have David Ronner Falk in 1, Joe Bornhorst in 2, Brandon Rose representing Nemo in 3, Lee Martin representing Nemo as well, all the way from England in 4, Mr. Cole Thaler from Wisconsin and running for the Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso, Hampus Berg making the trip from Sweden with his mentor, David Ronner Falk running the Mayako. Spencer Heckett, one of the S-Works guys here, looking to do well with them. Evan Vale, local hero, running for Beach RC with his associated car. Of course, the unexpected entry into this, the Finn, Joseph Quagrand, who says he still doesn't want to race, but representing Invisible Speed, JQSM. Aiden Horn, hopefully he can get a better result, running for Associated Scuderia, Scampi Rosso, Cody Watson for Invisible Speed, and of course, your 2019 RC2 winner, Camden Line, Beach RC S-Works.
Yeah, Camden very unlucky. He broke down actually during this warm-up procedure in the first qualifying race, pulled off. He was trying to get a little bit of an emergency help, wasn't he? But they just couldn't get him back on the track in the time. Now, my understanding is, and I'm going to see it happen, that actually the top 6 drivers in the overall qualifying will actually start on the back row of the gate start.
Oh, really?
So we've got kind of a little bit of a reverse grid. You know how much JQ loves a reverse grid. So I think it's the back 6 on the back row, first 6 in the back row, as you see there written there, and the so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the front row. I'm saying this is going to happen. Well, luckily, I'm sure that we'll be able to see it up close. And there we are. That is Cole Tollard on the back row. Yep, so that is how it is. So Tollard, who was in 5th, is in the back row. So the top 6 starting in the back. Ronner Falk, Bornhorst, Rose, Martin and Tollard. That's how many, and Berg, of course. So, yeah, so Hampus, all that qualifying, that good run stuck him in the back.
Yeah.
So good look at the Mayako. Those are the colours. If you've got yellow wheels, it's Berg. If it's got white wheels, it's the number 7 of David Ronner Falk. They're about to be released and they're away. Slow start for, I think, one of the Agamas, and a bad start for Berg. Berg's upside down in front of me, but away has gone, I think, one of the Beach RC machines, followed by, I think Bornhorst has made a fantastic start, actually. I think Bornhorst come from the back row into second, and then behind him is Cody Watson in the one of the JQ cars. Cody's made 2 good starts. He's a bit of a...
actually, that's JQ.
That's JQ, is it? With the blue, which was the green one. So JQ's made a decent start, so that won't last long. Some action behind. So, Mike, let's see who's got in front. And it is Evan Vale. I thought it was a Beach RC machine. So Vale in the Beach RC. Oh, a bit of a mistake from Bornhorst. Lost a half second or so. Didn't lose second place, though. And JQ continues in his run behind him. Let's go back to second and third. It's Bornhorst is being chased down by JQ, and I think Bornhorst will start moving forward. Already has 1 second place. Just Ronner Falk fans ended up 5th at the first lap, and we have Quad Green, then we have Hecker in between the 2 of them. So
if JQ beats Bornhorst, we'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah, it isn't going to happen, so it's fine. So Bornhorst now is about 1.5 seconds behind Evan Vale, has got out and made the most of a good start. Likes the gate starts. Bornhorst, you see, he turns around and goes back away from the camera corner, and then up and over the inside quad. We'll see, there we are, that's Bornhorst and JQ. Let's see how our leader I think actually Vale's making a bit of a pretty good fist of this now. It's a bit of a more aggressive behind him as the cars run round very close together in the backfield, but not so much at the front. So there's Vale across the line, and his lead is about a third of a second up who was. Oh, and Bornos again makes a mistake there. Let's drop back to JQ, because he's going to come under pressure soon in the bright green car. Initially from Spencer Hecker, getting a much better run in the S-Works as he goes over the quad. Then behind Hecker, it's Brandon Rose, who's looking to have another second good run. Remember, Brandon really has come to the field every single time we've seen him. And then behind him, it's Cody Watson, and it's a struggling Ronafalk in this one. He's just got past Watson for 6th. As we look at JQ's battle with Spencer Hecker. Hecker just lost a bit of oversteer there. Just still at the lead, and actually slightly further ahead, actually, in that last lap. I think a mistake took him down, but the battle is for third, as slightly overrunning that position there was Brandon Rose. And Rose nearly got past Cog Green there. Now what we've got is a recovering Ronafalk now coming through. So it's the three of them. And you look at that. Oh yes, this is the whole. Oof, yes, basically just landed in, and I think Rose tried to avoid JQ, who had an absolute stop. Oh, and then rolling on the back of JQ there, I'm not quite sure that was. I think that was Rose who rolled back, got away with it. But Ronafalk has driven his way through to third, and now, but the lead, off camera, the lead, so let's pick up the leaders over the infield hump. On the infield hump, it's the lead has changed now, and just coming over that quad, there was a mistake by Evan Vale, and first, second, right, Vale made a mistake, and the Bornhorst, they would jump over him and take the lead. That's what happens. It's all going on in an RCGP qualifying race, but Bornhorst now here, chance to stretch his legs. He's not been as quick. Oh, and Vale now gets back. But what the question now really is, let's drop back to Vale in second place, because Ronafalk's coming, and he's got about 5 laps to get there. Vale goes wide again, so he can kick up the dirt on the outside of the back quad. Comes over the inner hump, and he's now being hunted down by the Viking, as Lefty would say. It's looking, and see that oversteer moment just cost him drive, and suddenly Davis within another couple of tenths. So don't forget, the first round was Ronafalk Bornhorst, and after a bad start, this one's looking very much like it may well end up being Bornhorst Ronafalk. Ronafalk dropped right back to 7th. This was battling with Cody Watson earlier, but now looking to drive forward. He's got a lot of pressure on Vale for Beach RC in the blue and white, and of course it's the new Mayarko colours, which Ronafalk's running in for this particular event. I'm sure he'll be in his standard colours for the Euros and the World, but he now has to find a way past Vale. This battle for second. This is letting Bornhorst get away, and Bornhorst really now, if he can keep it 4 wheels down, should win this second round. You've got about 3 or 4 laps to go, and that's just in the mogul section there, and that was it for Vale. And up the inside went Ronafalk. So Ronafalk now is into a comfortable second place. Bornhorst leading by about 4 at the moment, about 3 seconds at the moment. So just behind him it's Heckert, Rose, JQ, Lee Martin moving forward, Cole Tollard, Lime, and the back of the field. So we've lost Horn. He's gone. And Aidan Hornsby had a breakdown early on. So now we've got a situation where Ronafalk needs to make up 3 seconds in about 2 laps. Which isn't really going to happen unless it's a mistake from Bornhorst. Bornhorst slightly overran that corner, but he can over that corner all day and still end up in the lead. Ronafalk comes up through the infield hump and drops down. Now turn back to way the furthest away from us in the part of the corner, and comes through the Beach RC hairpin, back down the short straight with a sharp right hand. Now in the mogul section, he's much closer. He gained about 0.7 of a second that lap before he got a kind of a bad bounce at the back end of the moguls. You can see now what he got. Target acquired, 2 laps to go. It's going to be a hard ask to get to Bornhorst. It's very similar to the last race. Bornhorst suddenly closed right up on Ronafalk towards the back end of it. It's now roles reversed. The S-Works of Bornhorst holding off the Mayarko of Ronafalk. I would say with 1 lap to go, it's going to be Bornhorst. Let's move forward to our leader, which is Bornhorst, who had a bit of a bad run through the moguls there. So the lead has gone down from the 2.3, it says on your screen. But it's still comfortable unless Bornhorst lobs it off the track somewhere. Third place, still Vale. Good run from Evan. He's led it even second. He's going to be happy with that if he gets to the finish. He's still third. Bornhorst has a half-corner lead, but it's enough, really. So Desiree David, from a bad start, has pulled the best out of this one. And they'll obviously go through level on qualifying points after 2 races with a first and a second. There we go. Joe Bornhorst takes it. Second place is David Ronafalk. Evan Vale is third. Looks like Heckert's going to come 4th. Brandon Rose. JQ gets a 6th, which is a miracle. If he comes through, wait for him to come through. He may have blown it. No, he hasn't. Then Lee, then Cole, and there is Joe, the winner of this one.
All right, so we got a picture of Joe Bornhorst up there. You can see how strong the wind is. Good win for Joe Bornhorst. This is the race between the Viking and Mr. Consistent Joe Bornhorst. He's looking extra racy out there in his S-Works. Great, so here we go. We got they're coming on to do some interviews with Nick. We're going to take it over to him here shortly. It's about 55 degrees, 60 degrees out here, but it's just very, very windy. Very windy for our chat guys. So, with that, we have Joe Bornhorst, David Ronnevalk, Evan Vale, Spencer Heckett, Brandon Rose, Joseph Quagrain, Lee Martin, Cole Tollard, Camden Lime, Hampus Burke, Cody Watson, and Aiden Horn. Looks like he didn't start. Yep, well, now we're going to go over to Nick to interview our top 3 drivers.
With Evan Vale. Evan, that was a eventful race. Great start.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start. I had a little wreck in the middle of the race and kind of made me fall back. But other than that, it was not bad.
You've got to be happy with 3rd, though.
Yeah, I can't complain. Can't complain at all. So.
Yeah. And how are you finding the car? Is it now much more as you're liking? Has the track come to the car, or is it just a result of a great start?
The track's starting to come to the car. I think the driver needs to be a little bit better. But other than that, we're getting there. So.
Thanks, Evan. Thank you. And in 2nd place, we have David Ronnevalk. David, not the good start, but 4 laps in, you were battling for 7th. Talk us through the start.
Yeah, I mean, I think I got a pretty good start, but then I think there was some cars in front I tried to avoid when they hit the pipe and stuff, and then I got the worst out of it, basically dropped back a couple of positions. But, I was feeling a lot better that time, changed the tires, and, my car was good. So was able to try to push in the end and closed up on Joe a little bit. Hopefully I put a little bit of pressure on him, but, it's good. 1-2 for both of us now in the first 2 rounds, so it's going to be fun.
David, thank you very much. So Joe Bornhorst now takes his round win. But I think based on it, you really put together a good sort of first third of the race and then just kind of eased off.
Yeah. So we started in the back row, and the seas parted for me in the front straightaway. So shout out to those guys again. And I started out 2nd, had to catch Evan. He made a mistake, got by, and then I knew that David was there in 2nd, battling him. And once he got in 2nd, I just kind of managed the gap and managed the time, and came away with a win. So we're good.
I think what we need is both of you two to get to the front, because when in the first race you were closing him towards the end, in the second race you were closing him, he was closing you, but of course you're obviously managing the lead, so we've still no idea out of the two of you who's quicker.
Yeah, I mean it's always easier to chase than lead, so I think the first one he was probably managing a little bit. That time I was managing. I think we still had good pace. I made a couple changes that time, made some gains. We're making a couple more changes, hopefully make some more gains, and keep on digging.
Great stuff, Joe. Thank you very much. That's Joe Bornhorst, winner of the qualifying race 2. So that's 2 down, and we have the same top 2 but in reversal. So it's really, really close between Joe and David. But there's a few other drivers snapping at their heels. I think Brandon Rose is looking particularly quick as well, and I think I've seen, even JQ got a 6, so anyone can do well at this particular race. We'll be back with qualifying with the RC2 around 3 of qualifying in a few minutes, and of course the final qualifying race for RCGP up in about an hour and a half. Don't you miss it. Hello everybody, so we're back with the 3rd and final qualifying round for RC2. They've got a kind of a qualifying race, an actual race qualifying thing next. You've got me, I'm afraid, for the first one, so it's going to be a bunch of people I have no idea who they are. We'll just have a look and see how they're going around this very nice track. So for Group 1, it's Corey Jordan in 1, Aaron Bembury in 2, Carl Schura in 3, Big Cush in 4. Can't believe he was christened Big Cush. Jacob Edwards in 5, Benji Mullins in 6, Josiah Chandler in 7, Wyatt Clark in 8, Jake Bullitt in 9, Vinny Digavini in 10, Sean Brennan in 11, Dylan Bruton in 12, and Michael Kramer versus himself in 13.
$120, drivers, $120 for the Rousseau 5, $120.
So they're in the warm-up process for the Thursday. A few of them aren't really bothering. A few of them just sitting there with the engines running on the edge there.
1 minute to start.
Actually, quite a few of them aren't really taking advantage of running. They're just sitting down now on the lane. I can see the 13 car of Michael Kramer sitting quietly on his box. His mechanic. And all these cars, of course, running the TZO 200 tyres. A little feature about TZO 200 tyres will come up probably in tomorrow's programme, I think. There's a few cars go around. There is the 13 car. Thanks, Ash.
20 seconds.
Just sitting there keeping it warm. Who's done a fuel sale? I know gas is expensive, but I don't think that's really changed the prices of nitro fuel, to be honest. There's, of course, no petrol in nitro fuel.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Still not releasing him. They've even started with a live track. Better find a car that's going around then, Ash. No, oh, geez. He always picks ones. I'm not going to see the number of that one. Right, let's see if it comes back. Can we get the number? Can we get the number? No. I think it might be 3. Might not. Might be 3, in which case it would be Carl Schur. No, it can't be 3 because he hasn't crossed the timing line. So the first attempt to name a car has gone horribly wrong with the number of car. Still think that's 3, but let's see when it comes around. Let's see how wrong I was. Up towards the Beach RC hairpin, underneath the watchful eye of the Mayako. It's 4. It wasn't 3, it was 4. It's Big Cush himself. He's had a problem at the hairpin after the moguls. Into the camera in corner, and quite slow before he goes into camera out. The RCGP stars and some of their mechanics are marshalling this. A little bit of the car just gone past, having a real problem getting over some of those corners. So Cush, a little bit wide.
Fast lap so far belongs to Big Cush, 36.9.
So these first heat running around 37-second laps, a little bit, a few seconds off what the top guys are running. Quite smooth running, but not pushing it. As he turns up to the hill. And then puts the power down for the one time you really get to use some power. And he goes through the power. So you've got the backside quad to come up. Oh, he just landed that one badly. He's got the backside quad to come up. And, oh, no, that's not gone well. A triple problem there on the marshalling side. I'm not quite sure if several of the cars just haven't gone out of this race because they're actually sitting down below us, I think. So, I'm not sure whether these are people who come a whole race early. Might be. Don't know. The 13 car is sitting there revving its engine in front of me for goodness knows how long.
Now he has 4 laps in of a 38.901 average. Right now that puts him at the top spot. We'll see how everybody else starts to come through.
Oh, that's not where you want to be. That's not the track. I'm sorry, Mr. Cush, that isn't the track. But tough car. Not had too many problems.
With a qualifying race later this afternoon. Right now it's Big Cush, Benji, Josiah, Jacob, Wyatt, Sean, Vinny,
Just go forward one, Ash. I'll try and pick up this blue and pink car, get the number of it as it goes under. That's the number 9 car with now. That is the Jake Bullitt machine.
Got a bucket flying out onto the track. Somebody could help me out with that. Thank you. So Big Kush still leading him around.
So a couple of minutes to
Lineup
go.
is up to Big Josiah and Jake up to top 5, followed by John, Jake, and Vinny. Again, I will need 4 volunteer marshals following this race, please. I have 8 drivers, need 4 volunteer marshals.
That's the 9 car.
By the mobile.
Jake Burritt carries on going. He's actually classified last, but again, we've only got 7 starts, I think. 8 starts of the 13. Okay, wait for the next car, Ash. Unless it's somewhere before.
105 last drivers, 105.
Oh. Let's find out. It would have been his chance, but he's crashed. Can he get taken off the barrier? He can. And that is car number, goodness only knows. Benji Mullins, I think it must be the 6th, just judging from the timing screen, would say. So that actually looks like 7 to me. So it's Josiah Chandler. So that is the 7. That's Josiah Chandler. Obviously, beginning his RC journey.
Seconds to go.
Just about coming to the end of this, the first race in the 3rd round of RCGP qualifying round 3. That's good. Better run there for 7 car. Just trying to fly it over the far end. Oh, slap banged out. Look away that one. Kind of short run the second part of the quad. Slapped it, bounced back up again. So this is his last lap to set an improvement. I haven't seen any major mistakes. It's pretty on a chance for he's been one of his best 4 laps of this particular round. Sweeps it around the top of the hairpin by the Beach RC corner. And then comes down the main straight. And actually does put in his one of his better laps.
And I will need 4 volunteer marshals. I will need 4 volunteer marshals following this race right here. For group, while Group 2 is on the track, I need 4 volunteer marshals. I only have 8 drivers in Group 1.
The guy in front of me on the 13, I think he's actually in the next race. A little bit keen, to put it mildly. As we all trying to get out the wind and keep warm. And that's enough, Ash. Let's see what's going on the chat, shall we? It's a schedule. Yes, the schedule is around. So it's Wyatt Klein who took that one from Benji Mullins. Big Kush, who was following for a bit, was 3rd. Josiah Charlie, who finishing a bit, was 4th. Then Sean Brennan, Jake Burritt, Vinny Digavini, and Corey Jordan. And then, of course, the rest didn't actually take part. So the few men who paid are not turned up. An odd thing to do. So we're now waiting for Heat 2 to begin. That will be Joseph Littlefield, Mike Walter, Michael Ginther, Jacob Savage, Brian Cothran, Scotty Powell, James Matty, Giancarlo Digavini, so obviously the brother stroke father of the previous Digavini, Brandon Peters, Tony Scarsello, Robbie Smith, Jared Malveda, and Peyton Smalley. And a fully American field we have here
Bucket 3 covered for
So,
volunteer. I need a volunteer on 1 and
nothing.
12
So it's
as well, and then
well, we do have
back
Canadians
up
and
to
Mexicans who've made the trip for this race. Heat 2 is just the good old US of A. So it's an inter-country battle between 13 of them. Thanks to Sidewinder Fuels and House of RC. If you are a subscriber to House of RC, tell your friends, get them subscribed. As you know, I've been told we're only 300 subscribers short of hitting a major goal. I mean, I think you probably guess what that number is. A major goal, which will enable us to cover another race, a non-RCGP race. It's the whole point of the subscription was to cover extra races. We just need to find, tell your friends, 300 more to reach the big number. And if we get that, then we will be off to another event. And I think the idea is actually we're going to let you choose which event it is. I think we're going to put it to a vote. Hopefully, we may get there in time for the World War. It might not. It might just run out of time. So there's plenty of races towards the back end of the season that need a bit of coverage. You know, I can think of things like Buggyland. I can think of things like the AMS. So we'll be able to find out where and when we can go. But we need those of you who have subscribed, tell your friends to subscribe. It's worthwhile subscribing to RCGP. Now remember that tomorrow, so latest after this qualifying round, obviously of RC2, we had the final qualifying race for RCGP, and then we have a qualifying race round for RC2. So they'll be racing for their positions within their sub-finals. A round of that, and then we have the first final of the two finals for RCGP, and then we back that up with a over 40 and an under 16 final, so two short finals in the middle for the oldies and the youngies. Not sure that's actual technical English. The oldies and the youngies will be out and enjoying themselves, and they will then have, after that, we have the second RCGP final. That will be the end of the racing day, and then we'll have inside track again. We'll do a bit of inside track. And we'll try and talk to some people. They haven't done a frostbite, and go from there. So the wind has picked back up again, which is not a good sign. It did die down for a few seconds. Now it's picked up. It's trying to blow the screens off the wall, which is a bit worrying, to put it mildly. But hey ho. As we wait for this one to get rolling, still on the warm-up for these guys. So, I need a volunteer for 12. Justin on the mic trying to wrangle some marshals. The first heat's a little bit short of marshals, they have to find some extras. I'm kind of regretting not being in my gloves. I was going to, why do I need gloves? I think some gloves have been quite nice, actually. So the wind dropped down after a big bluster. It is blustery, and this is, of course, the blustery weather obviously is a major issue for the drivers because you get caught by a tailwind as you're going over one of the jumps and things not going to land properly. So Shake and Bake Raceway. Here in Piedmont, South Carolina. Look, equidistant really between Charlotte and Atlanta. Atlanta in Georgia and Charlotte in North Carolina. We chose the Charlotte flight, I think mainly because it's actually shorter, because obviously it's nearer the UK by about 200 miles. That's the 11 car we're with, which is Robbie Smith. And he just has a little tickle at the back of that bright orange machine before firing away up and over to the backside quad and off the track. It's position 10. And it's the infield hump where he gets back to the switchback. And then out to the top hairpin. Oof. No, it counts now, you see. So at this point, Put your foot down. But he should have given himself some space, really. He's now following the other car, which is not the way you qualify. He's looking for a... Oh, that was lucky. His car threw itself over his roof, and now he's got caught up. So, I mean, I know it's 4 laps, but they're only going to get about 9 with the speed they're doing. So you get 4 good ones. At this point, it probably isn't one. You know, you haven't got endless laps.
The qualifying races later tonight to sort you on the grid.
So the 11 car, Robbie Smith. There's quite a few cars that waiting to set their first lap. And Robbie's now been a long way over. Happening slowly as they come through and cross the line. Slap down goes Robbie. A couple of guys probably haven't started this particular round. Damage takes its toll. Need to fix the cars from previous problems. So as it stands, we haven't seen Michael Ginth or James Matty at all. Jared Malveda, who has gone past the timing loop. Oops. As the wind picks up again. This is obviously unsettling. Let's drop back one, Ash, to the orange car, which is car number, I'm going to guess 5 on that one. It is 5, I think, which will be Brian Cothran. Taking the idea to stand up temporarily, and that's a really bad move because it's absolutely blinking freezing. Coffin. I like that car. It's bright orange and I can read the numbers. Oof. As soon as it slid round, it's coming down the main straight. A bit we get to open the car up. Absolutely no sponsor stickers at all. It's painted by One Can, the famous Spanish painter.
Get that 4 laps in now. Scotty Powell out in front. New hot lap as well. 35.338 for Scotty out in front of this one. Mike Walker, 2 Robbie Jacobs in top 5. Then Brian, Jason, Brandon, Tony, and Giancarlo, Jared, Michael, and James.
Okay, when this guy crosses the line, Ash, just stop and we'll wait for the next guy. I think it is white car coming through, I believe. Just coming on the main straight now. Let's see what number this is. In my eagle eyes, it's number 4. And that is Jacob Savage, currently running second in the 4-lap qualifying. Kind of a grey wheel. I assume it's a grey plastic. I mean, we're used to either white wheels or fluorescent wheels. It's a white wheel versus yellow wheel battle normally. Obviously the TZ200 tyres are on these grey wheels. No one's bothered making them look a little more. A couple of them put stickers on. Remember, it's a standard tyre. So if you see them with non-grey wheels, it's because someone's actually stuck a highlighting sticker on them. But they are standard wheels, standard insert, standard tyres. TZ200. Spoke to Nick Hernandez, and you'll see that at some point this weekend. Chat with the man who supplied those. Oh, he's going past the guy who's got stuck under the barriers. So we've got a bit to go. Let's just let this guy go, pick up the next one, which is the 10 car. Oh, it crashed immediately. Which is Tony Scarzella. Scarzella instantly enjoyed a crash there as soon as he got onto the screen. Not a rare occurrence, if I'm really honest. I'm not sure what it is, whether cars crash unbelievably regularly, or we have some sort of divine quality over them where just even though they've no idea they're on camera, it ends in an accident. But Tony putting together a reasonable run at the moment. Managed to keep 4 wheels down. The mogul section catching a lot of people out, both in this Clubman area and at the pros later in RCGP.
30 seconds to go.
Final 30 seconds of this one. Mike Walker out in front. Robbie and Brian, your top 3. Then Peyton and Scotty round out your top 5. Jacob, Brandon, Joseph, Tony, and Giancarlo, your top 10.
Oh, careful. So that is the time on this one. And it looks like it is actually Mike Walker who's managed the best 4-lap average, 35.3. Scotty Powell, 35.8. Robbie Smith, 35.9. So 4 seconds or so off the ultimate pace for the weekend. The Otter is advertising Otterville's Nitro Blast, the craziest race in Ontario, Canada. You didn't know there was a measure of race craziness. Six-car bump up, so half the field bumps up each time.
That's the race. All stop, all done. All stop, all done. I need all drivers out to the track to marshal and make a volunteer.
So there's results. Mike Walker from Scotty Powell, from Brandon Peters, Robbie Smith, Brian Cothran, Peyton Smalley, Jacob Savage, Tony Scarzella, Joseph Litfield, and Giancarlo Di Giovanni. And then 3 of them, of course, didn't make the trip. So we get ready for qualifying heat 3. As for some reason, James making a tower of suitcases. And it's getting to be a more, quite stuff being looked for. So running in this one will be Tom Franchito, Toby Hansen, Bradley Major, Joseph Strikeleather, it's a great name, Bobby Moore, the track builder, Steve Taylor, Lewis Petts, Brian Hutchison, Nick Elliott, Michael Kuntz, Miguel Velez, Michael Lee, Chris Smalley and Mark Thomas. 14 drivers tuned in. Whether 14 will start is question B. So, grid up there: Frank Quito, Hampson, Bradley Major, Joe Straight Later, Bobby Moore, Steve Taylor, Lewis Petts, Brian Hutchinson, Nick Elliott, Michael Kuntz, Miguel Velez, Michael Lee, Chris Smalley, Mark Thomas. And we have Steve Taylor and Michael Lee are Canadians, and Miguel Velez is a Mexican. So we have a tri-nation event in this particular one. Still a little time there to get going. People are arriving very early for these races. They're arriving like a whole section beforehand. And just sticking their engines idle for a very long time. Unless it is Mark Thomas's car, I don't think it is. Ow. So I look over at the cars, and as I looked over, the dust got blown in my eyes. And I can't see. It explains a number of things. I can see nothing. The Otter's saying, talking to us on the chat on Vimeo, on the House of RC, saying, thanks for that coverage. Listen to you from the folks from the other side of the ocean. Well, if you're in Ontario, then we're in the same side of the ocean as you, because we're just a long way south in South Carolina. But actually, Ontario the far... Ontario the west coast. Anyway, we're in the same continent. Normally, of course, we're the other side of the ocean when we do the Euros, but at this point we are in the US for this round, and we'll be in the US round 4. We've got 2 rounds in Europe of RCGP. First of which will be in Italy in June, and then there's an August round in a venue to be defined, but actually I can drive to it. So let's find out where we're going now, and it's going to be... Who has Ash decided to go with at the back end? Oh, someone's slowing down, waiting to get going. It's always very sneaky. Now he goes. Absolutely go for it. And it's the car number 11 of Miguel Velez. So he takes an early kind of wait for it, and I'll go for it. Give himself the maximum amount of time within the allotted 5 minutes to make those 4 fast laps. There's a bit of a slap landing there, which didn't help him over the backside quad. Comes around, blue and white. Oh, not the greatest way to go into the hairpin. You see the car pattering as it comes in, and just front left really not there. I don't think, well, I just feel he's not got that set up particularly well. Well, it's easy for me to say, I have no idea how to set these cars up, but it's just, you looked at it, he just seemed to have no intention of turning as he wanted it to the end of the straight. Now, he's got enough front end there. I just wonder whether the car's set with understeer or not, or whether he's just, that was just me seeing a particularly bad couple of corners. See him again through here. And that time he went out in the dirt, so you can't really tell. Obviously you're going to go oversteer when you go out in that dirt, because there's no grip on the dirt. Drop back 1 to the multicoloured car. Oh, he's off the track. That really was a massive curse to the commentator there. Can't quite pick up his number. I think that might be number 1, actually, of Tom Franquito. Might not be. I think that's 1 of the
guys, make sure you're on the brake. Make sure you're on
yellow and
the
orange of Franquito. Admittedly, we went to him and he managed to crash it in a quarter and a half, which is pretty much the equals the record. If you decide not to have the really useful number, which is the one on the side I can read, so he may actually lose his TV place, so I can't be certain he's car number 1. So a bit of advice here, if you come and do an RC2 event, put as many numbers as possible on, and then you're more likely for me to go, yeah, all right, I'll cover you then.
3 laps in for all drivers. We'll wait till 4 before we start calling that order. This is group 3.
Nope, he's gone as well. In front of him, that was all right. Let's wait for the next one. That's car 7 with the purple bottom end, white and purple. That is the 7th car of Lewis Petz.
Clear, right behind you, one more.
So Petz didn't have a great time for the moguls. He's just gone a bit wide on the entry into the backside quad. I think he's got a situation now. Well, he threaded the eye of the needle there, didn't he, to get past the other 2 cars who are now coming back. Now, what's happened now is the 3 of them have got themselves into a row, which is not particularly useful for time setting. Oh, and they take each other out in the air. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And the loser was poor Lewis. Is he? Yeah, he is. So Lewis was the loser in that one. He's done. Oh dear. It's not going well, really. He's not going to thank me for sticking him on the screen, that's for sure. I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. There's just constant chaos. How long have we got left? Okay, when he comes underneath you, Ash, just let him go, and we'll pick the next one up, which is the 4 car of Joseph Strike Leather. So Strike Leather actually is the fastest person around at the moment. There's a lot of what earth is that car doing? I've no idea. Is that Strike Leather? He's on the cover. It was a very interesting reinterpretation of the track, in fairness to him. There's another person who's not got the 3rd number in the right place, which is getting get very irritated when people do that. Not sure this is Strike Leather because I think the number's in the wrong place and the various crashes things got happening away. No, that is 4. That is Strike Leather, and he has another crash. So he's had a really interesting lap. He's had a highlights reel of a lap on his own there. TZ 200 tyres for every car. They're the standard tyre supply for RC2. See, when he gets rolling again, Striker's got quite a bit of action. You can see he's doing 32.8. He's way quicker than everyone else. He shouldn't really be in this. He always had a bad qualifying yesterday. He's 3 seconds faster than everyone else. But what's happening is, he's got some interesting drive, but more importantly, he's obviously having to overtake a lot of people who are a lot slower and also trying to do timing. So he has, obviously whatever happened yesterday, his handicapped his chances there. Look, he's just, that's pretty impressive bit of jumping there, but he's so much faster than everyone else. Second fastest is probably more. He's 2 seconds a lap slower. Now will he improve his time this time round? And the wind's really picking up now. The extent where that's gone. Okay, we've got a slight problem. I've come off air. Ash, carry on covering cars. We've got an issue with something to do with the wind.
the brakes and a marshal gets over you, you lift the finger on that last one. Try to avoid doing that anymore this weekend.
Well, that was exciting. Our sponsor back just collapsed and tried to blow away. It's never a dull moment at a race meeting. So yeah, so we had that lovely sponsor background you probably saw earlier has gone. Oh, Ash, have you been relieved? Okay. Yes, we're kind of still recovering from the massive wind attack we've had. Not me personally. I've sat there eating some. Hello, I've had a massive wind attack. Oh dear.
I know you are not marshalling, but I need your volunteer on bucket
I would
7,
love it.
please.
Here he is, Mike Anderson, George Stellandis, Jason Lynn, Ricardo Fouts, Ron Lupel, Tony Padsall, Andrew Kirk, P-Word RC, Ryan Fowler, Lane Deming, Mark Whitlow are in this race, as is, he says, a couple more people, Anthony Edwards, Logan Nixon, Zachary Thompson. We're just going to probably have a fixed camera for a lot of this one because we're just trying to make up for the stuff that's collapsed, which may be more later, as we are looking a little bit worrisome on our main. The wind is absolutely, we keep going on about it, but it's quite strong occasionally. But yeah, so it's actually picking up again now. You can hear it on my mic. It's just gusting, and it's actually, this is the gustiest it's been. You can see it floating across the front of the screens there. So we'll just wait for this one to wind down. It's not, it wouldn't be funny, was it, if these RC events didn't have little extra things thrown at you? Heat 4, so halfway through now, the RC2 round 3, qualifying 3. Anderson, Stellardis, Lynn, Fouch, 35 seconds to go. And you've got a bit of a camera movement again. Ash back on the camera. Having a look down the pit lane as the cars think about going on. That's a very bright yellow car with a very bright yellow high-vis mechanic as well, which is quite interesting. So that car obviously does like yellow. So get the yellow car because it's very high-vis. I bet, and they haven't done the numbers. Brilliant. So it's high-vis apart from the numbers, which I can't read. So they will soon lose any chance they have to be on the camera. They've got this now. Unless I can read the number when it comes towards me in a second.
I
think that's car 1, actually. I think that's maybe Mike Anderson. I don't want to put money on it because, you know, I've been wrong on 12,000 previous times.
Put off some quick laps here in qualifying group number 4. Round 3 of qualifying here for RC2 class at the RCGP World Series.
Yep, oh, wow. Bit and span. Right. So, difficult lap already for car number 1. And, oh dear. Help me, help, I'm stuck. Oh, that'll do. He lost an awful lot more time than he gained by not going around that hairpin. Flying, oh, man of a man, oh, man of the track. When we get underneath you, Ash, just drop and let go for the next car. And the next car is car number 4, the blue machine of Ricardo Fouch. keeping it going. Other cars are starting moving. Oof.
So we got 2 laps in for our leaders. Hot lap so far, Ron Lapel, 33.966. Is the only driver to go sub 34 so far here in Group 4. We'll see how that plays out through the rest of this heat. Ron, Jack, Mike,
Interesting.
Ryan,
Some of the cable ties we used for the now defunct sponsor screen have actually blown onto the track. So we are actually littering the track with our cable ties after the sponsor screen collapsed earlier.
Another lane.
So under again goes the 4. Ricardo Fauch. Now, can you move forward one? There we are. Oh, excellent that was. That was so smooth. That was camera magic. Tell you, you're at the National Film and Television School. So with the 14 now, that's Zachary Thompson who's leading. And he's got to kind of slightly avoid the issue there of the upside down orange machine. But we have managed to ruin his run as well by putting him on camera as he falls off the track.
All right, 4 laps starting to come in for some of our drivers. So Zach, Mike, Ron, Jason, and Ryan, your top 5 drivers in Ricardo Lane. G-Word, Mark, Logan, your top 10, Antonio, Tony, Andrew, and George on
Up
track.
into the over the moguls and then back down onto the camera corner. Oh, off the track. Nicely helped back on by the marshal there, and then kind of confused with the orange car. Just move forward to that orange car, Ash.
That time by for Lane Jennings. That's going to move him up into the 4th.
See if I can get a quick identification. That is either 11 or 12. It's 12. That's the 12 car of Antonio Edwards. It's not quite as orange. When we get close up, there's actually quite a lot of white, and it looked more orangey on the screen. Oh, no, we've got a different orange car now. Swapped cars.
Caution in the mogul, to the side. 135 to go.
Still with Edwards.
Now takes up that top spot. Zach, Ron, Ricardo, and Lane. Top 5, then Mark, Mike,
Bad lap
Ryan,
for him so
Logan,
far.
Stewart,
It's
your top 10,
amazing, the
Tony,
clumping of
Antonio.
the traffic's amazing. There's 5 cars now occupying about
This one here in group
half a
4,
yard of
RCGP,
real estate.
120
2
to
of
go.
them crashed on the moguls at the end. At the end of the straight, if you turn right to meet the moguls, they decided to crash before they actually hit the moguls, which is slightly different. So just the last few seconds of this heat 4. James makes a subtle adjustment to the technical arrangements. Deeming, Lupel, Thompson, Lynn, Fouch, Whitlow, Anderson, RC, which of course is P-word RC. Fowler, Paschal, Edwards, Kirk, and Stiladis. He didn't start as George Stiladis. And now we're on the countdown of 4.
Taking over that top spot now. Ron, Jason, 2-3, then Zach and Ricardo. 33.549 for Lane. Fast off of his race. Car number 10.
So just coming to the end of this one.
He's going to get caught up with a bit of back marker who went sideways. Really no fault of anybody there. Car 12 lost a little bit of control. Williams going to hang on to that top spot unless Zach really got something for us here on this last lap or two. Lane, the only driver with the average under 34 seconds. All right, I don't see the cars I am waiting for, so that's all done, all stop, all done, all
That's
stop.
the end of 4. All stop. Thank you, Justin. He tells us that one has come to a glorious end. Much like our sponsor barrier, which came to a glorious end earlier in the in that heat, when it was finally gusted away by the very heavy wind. It's almost disgusting.
All done, all stop there for group number 4 as we head into group 5.
So we've got Group 5 to come. Results in that one, Lane Deming from Wrong Loophole. Zachary Thompson was third in the end, 33.7. So not as quick as the people in the guy in the previous line. So just see how far off he was. Back on comms in a second. Just going to have a quick conversation about backgrounds.
Top 5, Ricardo, Mark Stewart, Mike Anderson, Antonio, top 10. Ryan, Antonio, Andrew, and George is how we round out that one. As we get ready to head into group number 5. Set for a release to the track at 1:42 for 2 minutes from now, gentlemen. Group 5, tracking yours. Group 5, tracking yours, tracking yours.
3 minutes to start.
Caution after the crooked double, head to the back right. Caution, caution, caution. Easy through there, guys. Just warm up, just warm up. None of these laps count.
So qualifying Group 5 is Zachary Abide Burku,
2 minutes to start.
Brett Butter, who is obviously Keenan's favourite name, Eva Lobos, Kayla Espinel, Stephen Di Placido, Jamie Owen, Marlo Bright, Luke Deming, Thomas Kaufman, Diego Malaquin, Caitlin Carmidi, Chris Capello, and Jacob Lesko are your runners for this, the fifth. So it's fifth of 7. So a minute to start.
Seconds, drivers, 45 seconds. Thank you, Group 4 drivers, all buckets covered. Thank you, Group 4.
30 seconds to start.
So this qualifier about to get rolling and underway. We picked up the bright yellow car of number 1 again, actually. I know I might be wrong, it'll be 10. It's all just a kind of an absolute haze of numbers sometimes.
10,
My next chance
9,
to come and pick him up.
7,
It is the one car.
6,
It's one car of an accident. It's the one car of Zach
4,
Rodrigo.
2,
Rodrigue.
1.
So here goes Zach.
All right, the loop is now live, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Loop is live. Let's keep those racing lines.
Easing it back and then putting the throttle on as he goes round. A little bit of a break there. The moguls really are kind of a path of destiny and doom, isn't it? You have really no idea what you're going to get out of them. Simple double-double over that, turning away from the camera. Now it's a backside quad. Always done as double-double. It's a big old thing. Lefty insists that someone's going to do it more than that. I can't see it happening. In the infield hump. And they get now to in front of the rostrum. And then they go round for the switchback. Into the left and then a sharp right. Into the double. And then a little kink left. And then you take as tight as possible on that hairpin. By the Beach RC adverts and down the straight. So it's quite a short lap. A lot going on. Not much time to relax. In fact, no time at all really, because you only got a very short bit of straight. Even the next bit, which in most tracks would be a simple straight, it's got moguls, which ruins the whole thing. And once we get on camera, it's a slight accident. First lap for Rodrigo was a 34.6. Maybe the 32s really to get towards the front. A couple of his cars steaming in hard into this infield loop. It's an infield hump, and you kind of think, I'm not sure that's really the best way of doing it, but I'm not a top-level racer, so I might be wrong. You want to see the thing fighting for front grip. Let's drop back one, Ash, this red and blue car. Number 14, was that? Was that 4? That's what that excitement is. It 14? If it's 14, it's Jacob Lasko. So I'm going to guess for that, because car 4 is not actually in the race, so I'm going to guess it's 14. I was worried that he was the car who fallen off the back and we cursed another car. Yeah, he's 14. Look at me getting it right. Blue majority, of course, with orange and a little sort of fire combination, the orange and the yellow.
Caution in left-sided double. Caution left-sided double. Clear, clear, clear.
So back out and away to the far end of the corner again. Let's drop back one.
Caution left-sided double.
That's car 6, another yellowy car, but it's got a blue nose. And that's Stephen D. Placido. I've taken it exclusively Placido. I've done it the Spanish way with Placido, but probably that's not right. Looks like a build. Oh, he's going to slap down and he cleared it nicely. Didn't quite get the nose down enough for that one, but no harm, no foul. I think he's lost any time either. It didn't look as stylish as it could have done for Stephen there.
Now jumps up to the 5, pushes Stephen out. And then Zach does the same, right back to Caitlin.
Back over now,
Around right now.
down the straight, nice. And this is where it gets to a heavy braking into that corner. Drifted out to the left, to the inside, which is not the normal racing line, which makes you think possibly that hairpin after the moguls, you just need to try and get in tight. I think probably the exit might be better on the tight side than by actually taking the typical racing line, which you wide out and across.
Caution on the back double, second set, clear.
Wind giving a bit of a, having another windy moment. Die down again in a bit. We'll get this gust, and it'll gust, and it'll gust, and it'll just die down. Local time, if you're not in the US, it's 10 to 2, so it's 1:50. We're on Eastern time here in South Carolina.
Abby now takes over that top spot, and then Diego takes it right back just as I say that. Zach up to the 2 now. Abby down to 3. Brett and Thomas to top 5. Then Luke, Caitlin, Steven. Now Kayla up to the 8. Steven in the 9. Chris 10. Marlo, Jamie, Jacob, and Ever.
The Marshall's buckets now are taking a ride as well around. Let's drop back a couple. This green car that's coming round at the moment. That's him. Nice one. I don't know why, but I thought that was 8, but I think actually it's 9. 8 or 9. If it's 9, it's Luke Deming. Yeah, it is, because 8 it's Luke Deming in the 9. Looks quite quick actually, Luke. He's not that high up in the ranking, but he looked lovely to the infield bump there. A beautiful bit of a run on him. Did Deming. In third. And he's moved to second. That was his best. That was his second best lap. Yeah, he did look quick. And he is doing 32s, but he's got he needs to find 4 of them. He can do those 32s. Kaufman's got a 32.8. Deming's got 32.9, but he's got 2 quicker laps than that. So if he can actually put another good lap in, he should be able to improve again. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll land it, facing the wrong direction. Some nice improvisational driving from Luke there. Oh, that's not good. And that's a half a second loss, and that's a half a second he won't improve on his lap time. Comes under again. Deming, that time round was a 35.7. That one was long gone when I wasn't looking at him. And this next one's long gone as well. Is going to be difficult. He's got traffic. Just kind of lost a bit of flow, didn't he, going up the back there, and it's all gone. It's quite rhythmic, that kind of run out from the camera hairpin where you go with the 5 bumps, you go the double, and then you come up and there's a step up, and then you go over the backside quad. It's a real rhythm section. You get it slightly wrong and it stays wrong the whole time. It does not come back to you at all.
Waiting on one car 4. It's waiting on car 4.
So with the wind blowing more dust in my eye, and I'm going to moan as much as possible. Carrying on now. So we just have 2 more RC2 pure qualifying races. Hello to Pinnacle Advertising. It is great camera work. Well done, Ash. Great camera work.
All right, all done, all stop, all done.
And then we will move towards the qualifying races in RC2, and of course the 2 final, the 4. We've got 4 finals. We've got 2 RC2, 2 RCGP finals, a junior final, and a senior final to end the day. So up go the drivers behind me for the race. Heat 6, or round 6, heat 6 or I don't know, it's 1 of 12. So just give you an idea of where we are. Currently, it's just coming up to 2 o'clock local time. The first RCGP final will be off at 10 to 5, or the Boulder Roll 10 to 5. And that's 13 minutes plus 2 laps, so it comes up to about 14, okay, but obviously a single fuel stop. Then we have the junior race, which again is 13 minutes plus 2 laps at 20 past. And then the, well, optimistic, the RC240 plus race, which is at 17:40, and then straight into the RC2 main. I think there's a little bit of optimistic time in there. So basically, the RC2 main one is going to start about 5, and the RC2 main 2 is going to start just after 6. So in this heat, we have Greg Degani, Guido Hepler, Chris Marant, Josh Holyfield, Nick Hartman, Louis Gordino, Justin Drinks, does he? Robin Nelson, Nick Hernandez, who's of course the TZO 200 tyre man, Carl Culture, David Harvey, Matthew Kessel, David Carmedi, and Gabriel Montiel. So I'm going to see if I can hand over to Lefty for a second.
Minutes to start.
2 minutes to the start, drivers. 2 minutes to the start.
Test, test.
Drivers, 125.
What's up, guys? I am back while Nick goes out on a restroom break. Let's see what's going on our chat over here. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? What's going on our chat over here? How's the chat enjoying the race? We got 50 people watching. Where's everybody? I'm going to do a Scotty thing. Where's everybody from? We got Heat 6 up here. This is our...
All right, 45 seconds to the start, drivers. 45 seconds to the start of Group 6. Round number 3 qualifying for RC2 division on the track right now.
Excuse anybody, I don't know how to access the chat. If anybody in the chat, I've had a couple people message me asking me how to get into the chat. Unfortunately, I'm not sure because I'm just looking at what you guys are saying here. So if anybody can post word to how to chat in the media package, can you please write it in the chat?
Six, 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, whoever's on camera, let's stay with, let's watch the toe. Is that the toe?
Do not stop on the
No.
racing surface. If you choose to stop, you need to exit the track.
It looks like we're on board with Chris Morant, driving his WRC. Just had a good chat with Mr. Morant. I did a little walkabout for you guys. I'll try and get it posted up later on tonight. I'm so busy here, so I haven't been able to do pretty much any of what I wanted to do, but that's fine. I'm here to also talk to you guys, so please talk to me, because you know I love talking to you as well. Let's get some time on here. Let Chris Morant get his first lap in. Fast Midwest guy. Looking who comes up with a 32.4. He was just telling me he's not a fan of the 4-lap qualifying because it makes him push too hard. He's more of a consistent driver, but he says that's how you have to get better, is by pushing yourself. Oh, and just as I say that, Mr. Morant has an accident, but he's marshaled there, and that he'll have to delete that lap from his repertoire. That's the good thing. Can we stay on this battle right here with Greg Degani and Chris Morant, please? Can we follow Degani, the white car behind, in front of him? Oh, that just got hit. Greg Degani, one of the reasons Sidewinder has come on board. Thank you to Sidewinder Fuel for Morgan Fuels for the support of RCGP. Greg out there running his Mayako buggy. His wheels are actually matching his wing. He's the only one out there with a gray wing. That's to show that's a prototype Mayako out there. All the guys who took part in the Mayako performance community get a gray wing like that. So in this race we have, let's have a look. We have Greg Degani, Luis Guidino, Nick Hernandez from TZO, Gabriel Montiel, David Carmendi, Justin Drinks, Josh Hollyfield, Robin Nelson, Nick Hartman, Cole Chura, Matthew Castle, Dave Harvey. A few local legends here. Greg is racing against his longtime friend, Robin Nelson of Y'all Racing. He's out there just talking to him, but Greg looks determined. He's out there throwing out some fast laps. Look at 32.9 for Mr. Greg Degani, 2002 world champion. And give some of the best, most entertaining interviews in RC. I really hope you guys are enjoying the coverage of RCGP. The people here are working really hard. The racers are having fun. And yeah, kudos to everybody involved that made this happen. We got Greg Degani out there, followed by Luis Guidino in second, and Chris Moran in third, with Nick Hernandez making trips all the way from California to race with us in fifth. Second is local legend and top guy DJ Hepler and David Carmendi, both local racers. And as I say that, Greg gets stuffed up in the Beach RC 180 in the pole of terror, and we're going to call that, because it's not a pole of doom, it's just a pole of terror, or a pipe of terror. Let's see, who else we can move on. Let's move back to this bunch of cars right here, if you can, cameraman. Going over the double-double and going off to the back section here. We have about 4 cars, well, we had about 4 cars together. Let's see who we have on. Looks like we got, is that Nick? No. Can't tell. And yes, you see some people out here with yellow and white wheels. They actually have put wheel cutouts on their wheels to match their paint schemes. So let's see, who do we have? Let's follow these cars right here, these 2 cars. Who do we have here? Let's see. I'll know when they come. It looks like Josh Hollyfield, and I'll see who it is when they come by. Josh Hollyfield, another local fast guy here, S&B being one of his tracks that he's very familiar with. These guys are very fortunate here in the Southeast to have a beautiful track like the S&B, and there's many more around here as well. Last time I counted, there's over 20 tracks within 3 hours of this track. So they race a lot here in the Southeast.
Those cars could be affected by the wind. Caution on the back double section. Clear.
Alrighty, so we have Greg Degani still out front, followed by Chris Morant, Luis Guidino, Nick Hernandez, and Matthew Castle in 5th. DJ Hepler running off your 6th spot, and the young Gabriel Montiel making the trip all the way from Oklahoma to race his 2nd RC2 race ever, because he was there in 2019. Oh, not good. We have some turn marshal help. See, the key to this track is, honestly, I know we heard this a lot, it's timing. All these jumps are all about timing. If you jump just a little bit too far, you're not going to have enough run up to do the next one. So you got to plan it just right. I'm still waiting for somebody to take that triple, single, jump onto the elevations, the top part, the tabletop, and jump off. It's possible, I've been told. So I'm waiting to see that. Hopefully we'll see that sometime today or tomorrow during the mains. But during qualifying, it would be kind of hard to see that, as people would want to keep consistent as possible.
Just not able to put enough of them down. It's not even in a row. It's just not enough of them here in this session. 30 seconds to go.
All right, well, Greg Degani came out here with a mission, and that mission was to get up into that A group. Let's see if he has enough. He's got his best lap is a 31.8. So we'll see what Greg does. 15 seconds left in this race. The penultimate.
Master clock has it. Drivers keep racing, keep racing, keep racing.
Here we go. Guys are on their own clock here. They'll be coming in for their last couple of laps here as our RD and announcer up top there, Justin Wildy of Wildy Events, comes in and brings races in. This is the penultimate round of RC2 qualifying. We're on Q3. This is the last qualifying round for these guys as we'll move on to a qualifying race later on today. One more heat. Heat 7 has all your top drivers, top young guys in there, looking to make a name for themselves in the RC2 class. Round up here, guys finishing up their last bit of laps here. We'll bring them up, and we got mechanics getting Group 7 ready.
Wait for this last group here. See if I got that car 11. All done, all stop. All done, all stop.
That's it. We'll come in. Greg Degani will take the win there. We got Greg Degani, Chris Morant, DJ Hepler, Luis Guardino, Josh Hollyfield, Cole Chora, Nick Hartman, Matthew Castle, Nick Hernandez, Gabriel Montiel, Justin Drinks, David Carmendi, and David Harvey in 14th. All right. So we're coming up on the last qualifier for this top group here. They were your top group out of seeding yesterday. Lots of young, fast racers in here. Joey Bardone from Ohio was your fastest young guy in seeding yesterday. I think he has a 3 and a 2 so far, looking to battle with his teammate, Cole Caston. And Aiden Horn's older brother, Austin Horn, coming out there and throwing a flaming first qualifier for Q1. Says he doesn't race Nitro, but he says he might race Nitro after this, so let's see. Good to see Aiden out with his brother. Very similar characters, both very outgoing young men. Good to, with a lot of personality. Great to talk to him and interview him all the time. One thing I have to say, this track is the sugar that they put on the surface has allowed this track to hold together really good. There's no dust. I know I say I don't like smooth tracks or whatever, but this is a little different. Like there's still some bumps out there from the quad and the way they built the track. And Bobby Moore of Trackmasters has done an excellent job here, in my opinion. And I really like some of these features on this track. We'll wait for marshals to get out and take their positions, and we'll get a round 7 out to their 3-minute warm-up here shortly. Got a steady wind out there. Comes in gusts. Out to the rear back here. We got looks like we're gonna have some full tackle football going on. Something I've never seen personally. And they're out on their warm-up lap. Their warm-up 3-minute warm-up. You see a lot of people getting too excited in warm-up, and some people are breaking their car. This is just warm-up. This is not the race. Or you don't need fast laps in this. It's just about warming up your engine, figuring out if you need to make some adjustments to your car. So these guys, each qualifier actually takes about 10 minutes of run time, really, in the end of the day. So I was a little bit worried. My monitor that I'm looking out here almost flew off. We got it zip tied on here. Let me have a seat. I haven't had a seat all day. So nobody in the chat. What's going on? Let me send a message here. So let's go through our lineup for this race. So starting out front, we have Joey Bourdon, followed by his Techno teammate Cole Caston. We got the younger brother of the older brother of Aiden Horn, who's over there with the Scuderia Scampi Rosso team. Austin Horn, or Garth as he's now forever now known. Cade Burnett, another local fast young racer. David Olson, Logan Colwick, Cameron Sexton, Trent Walker, Jake Steichleather, Jermaine Robinson, Don Elliott, Ethan McManus, Camden Lee, and Blake Crow.
1 minute to start.
Guys are coming into pits, getting their last top up on fuel, last minute adjustments. Okay, hey Robert Cockcroft. So the format of qualifying works like this. For RC2, they have a 6-minute race where there are 4 best laps count, not four consecutive laps, but your 4 fastest laps combined to seat you where you need to be. Then that's 3 rounds of that.
7, 6,
and then
5, 4,
we will head off
3,
to a
2, 1.
Qualifying race that then seeds you in your heat for a qualifying race. And then we will go to whatever heat you're in, whatever heat you qualify in, that will be your race. And then we'll have the qualifying race, then seat you into your starting positions for tomorrow's heats, because tomorrow is ladder. BJ Williams, how do you think the RCGP racers will handle pit strategy given the race format differences today versus tomorrow? Be interesting to see. I know at DNC, Ronald Falk was doing the only one doing 9:30 in his main. Let's see if they try to stretch that this week. I mean, this track is high traction, so there won't be a lot of wheel spin, useless and unneeded use of throttle. So maybe they can save a little bit of fuel on her. There's no real wide open straight here for you to go fast. So let's see. We got 2 15-minute races versus, one 60-minute race tomorrow. So I think as long as they come in and pit, 15 minutes isn't too bad. They could come in at 7.5, everybody, but maybe somebody will stretch it out. You'll see. Obviously nobody will do 15 minutes. All right, so we got some laps on our belt, and it looks like it's Trent Walker out there throwing some fast first 2 laps. Let's see what Trent's out there. He's up there with 32.1. Cole Caston with a slow lap. David Olson coming up there for another 33. Who are we following? Let's see. Somebody looks like they're driving a Gamma. Let's see if we can see who this is.
Cars getting blown all over the place on that back jump section, left-hand side as well. Just over 4 minutes to go in this one.
Cade Burnett out there. Looks like I believe he's an associated driver. He looks like he's running Gamma wing out there. Maybe trying something different for this wind out here. Maybe you get something out of that. I believe it's an Agama wing.
Together with that and work his way back up to the
Looks like he has some issues.
31.497.
Similar to an Agama wing.
By his best lap of the race.
Oh, it is an Agama. That's why. Maybe I've got the wrong car number there. Oh, that's Don Elliott. Sorry. That's Donald Elliott. I didn't recognize his paint scheme. We got Donald Elliott out there. It isn't actually an Agama. Couldn't tell. Don Elliott is actually the oldest guy in this heat. He's probably old enough to be most of these guys' fathers, but he is an avid racer here in the Southeast. I think he races more than anybody I know, to be honest. He is always at a track racing somewhere every weekend. Good to have Don here with us. Let's try and get up to our front runner up here, Trent Walker, if we can, cameraman. We just had Cole Caston get up to the front. Let's see. Let's follow car number 8, if possible. Our third place car. Show my buddy Trent a little bit of love. Shout out to our sponsors of RCGP, Sidewinder, TZO, House of RC, Tesla, S-Works, Associated, Mayako, Beach RC, JQSM, Invisible Speed, Scampi Scooter Rossi, the Scampi Scooterary Rosso team, all of the companies and the people that support the RCGP. And shout out to all of you guys out there that paid the pay-per-view and are watching along with us. Hopefully you can spread the word of how much fun you're having. Listen to me ramble on for hours on end. But we got some racing coming up later on today, so we got some more excitement coming up. Heads Up Racing. All right, so it looks like we're on with Trent Walker, it looks like. Let's see when he comes around here. We're following Trent Walker, and it looks like he's dropped down to that 4th position.
Cole out in front, Joey 2, Blake 3, Trent 4, Cade 5. That's Jake, Austin, Jermaine, David, and Cameron.
Trent going over to the double-double, getting a little bit sideways, throwing a nice whip, coming through over the hump, up to the Dragon's back, smoothly, down. Goes a little wide on that 180. Keeps it clean there. Double. Up that pole right there has been catching a lot of people all day. And here we go, Trent coming by, and he's throwing down a 32.4 or 32 flat. But Cole Caston's up there for 31.1, followed hotly by Joey Berdon with 31.4, and Stike Level throwing a 31.7. Blake Crow moving up with a 31.8, and Cade Burnett a 31. Wow. Austin Horn jumps into the top 5 in the 31.9. The young man who doesn't race any nitro says he thinks he's going to be racing nitro because he knows it's the glory now. Good to see. Good to see RCGP having a positive influence on guys' race programs. All right, we got 1 minute to go. Oh, and Trent gets it wrong in the moguls. Those moguls, I still have not seen the clean line. There we go. That was semi-clean. I still think going wide like that is the best way. You guys aren't watching what I'm watching, so it doesn't. Trent, unfortunately, that lap will drop him down to 8th. Nick is getting ready for his RCGP commentating. And we got Cole Caston just kind of running away with this, but Joey Berdon's hot on his tail. He's 0.2 seconds behind him. Not too far off his teammate. Right out there. They just threw some. They're getting down in the high 30s there with Joey Berdon throwing a 39, and Cole Caston a 36 near the end of his qualifying here. They got another minute and 47 seconds. Finish off the laps they're on, and our RD will bring them in. Looks like Cole Caston is done. Joey Berdon done. Cade Burnett, that's your top 3, followed by Jake Stikelether, the older of the Stikelether brothers. Will we see Joseph and Jake compete today? Jermaine Robinson finally getting a good run in. He had a little issue in warm-up. He broke in the first qualifier. We just had a hurricane gust of wind come through here and was take all of our equipment with it.
That's how that one will stay off and run in the 5 of 5 and see if he can knock one of those top 4
Here we go.
off. Jermaine in the 6, Blake, David, Trent, Cameron, your top 10. Ethan, Donald, Camden, and
All right, so here we go. Your top 10. Cole Caston, Joey Berdon, Cade Burnett, Jake Steichleather, Austin Horn, Jermaine Robinson, Blake Crow, David Olson, Trent Walker, Cameron Saxon, Ethan McManus, Donald Elliott, Camden Lee, and Logan Colwick out. He had a break in the beginning. Unfortunate for Logan. He's been pretty fast all weekend, and he'd be upset about breaking his car on that first lap. Unfortunate for him. All right, so we're getting ready for our RCGP to get warmed up. We should be getting ready for them to go slightly here in a minute.
Let's grow RC together by signing up for House of RC's media package. Our aim is to broadcast more and more RC events professionally, but to do this, we need your help. By subscribing, you can watch every lap live, and you'll be helping to fund more free content specifically targeted at newcomers. When you subscribe to houseofrc.com media package for $14.99 per month or $100 for the season, you'll get to see every lap of RCGP. Plus, the more people subscribe, the more races we'll cover. So you RC fans get more in-depth coverage live as it happens. And newcomers get a thrilling taste from more bite-sized highlights packages, promos and action sequences. So head over to houseofrc.com/media and let's grow RC today.
Welcome back to a very, very windy S&B Raceway here in South Carolina in the United States of America. Upcoming in a few minutes will be the final qualifying race for RCGP. But of course, yesterday we had the first ever RCGP Rush. And what we thought we'd do is show you the highlights of what was a fantastic event yesterday evening. First off is a 5-minute plus 2-lap qualifying race. We're about to go over the qualifying race. Don't forget, this is not the whole thing. There's more to come after the qualifying race. But there are way 12 RCGP cars sweep into the first corner and start Season 2 in earnest. On the hunt for points, and I think that's Bornhorst who's got into the lead. So Bornhorst is the S-Works red with the... Oh, and he's had a mistake straight away. So Ronefelt takes the lead. As they come on the main straight, Bornhorst taking a little nudge of, and that's all gone horribly wrong for him. 2 laps for Ronefelt to take the lead. These two battling for second and third, and coming after them really, really quickly now is Brandon Rose. So it's Ronefelt from Rose, from Horn, from Tollard. But who will get the all-important 3 World Series points?
There's Heckert. Heckert looks all focused. His dad's giving him a pep talk before he goes out there.
So down in front of us, that is the Bornhorst car with the yellow wheels. Fire away! Oh, and a kind of nudging there as Bornhorst, and rolling out has gone Hecker, and also a problem for, there's a problem for 2 of the cars there. Joe Bornhorst kind of marched his way very, very happily off to victory. Now we have to decide out of David Ronefelt, Brandon Rose, Aidan Horn and Joe Bornhorst, and literally Joe's qualified 4th, but there's no real grid disadvantage. But winner, 3 RCGP World Series points for both himself and the team. Beautiful shot of the brand new Marco buggy with Ronefelt, and they go in the first corner, and it's a clear, upside down, has gone, wow, straight through has gone Bornhorst, because they are still fighting for RCGP points on this second lap, and left behind is Ronefelt. So Ronefelt's bad luck has literally started at the first race. Bornhorst, he finishes final lap. It looks like Joe Bornhorst is going to kick off the championship with 3 points. So Brandon Rose actually is catching up. Beach hairpin, he just needs to come right down the road now, and he has taken the win. And the first RCGP Rush goes to Joe Bornhorst. Brandon Rose is second.
I've had a lot of good runs today, a lot of good runs this weekend, and I grew up racing dirt bikes. I've been doing gate starts my entire life.
Some fantastic synchronised counting down by Ash and Matt. We're back on, hello, and with Lee. Lee, a couple of qualifying races, not really gone your way so far.
Hey, not been too bad. 4th in the first one. I was running 3rd for a bit, but Brandon had a bit more speed than me, so I didn't find too hard. And then the second one was just mediocre.
How important is the gate start? Because it appears it's very, very random. There's no methodology that gets you through.
No, you just got to try and stay clean and not get upset when you don't, really. Luckily, it's not been horrendous for me. In the second one, I was starting on the back row, and I actually went off slowly to try and let the carnage happen before I got there, which kind of worked. But yeah, the problem is we're going into a set of moguls, and they are as random as anything else. So.
Still fiddling with setup, or happy where you are now?
Yeah, still playing. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter where we qualify because we're doing a gate start anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I'm still playing until we do finals tonight.
Great stuff. Thanks, Lee. You can pass through this way. Mr. Tollard. Cole, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are you enjoying your RCGP experience?
Honestly, I'm having a blast. I mean, I'm not having the best of results, but that's to be expected with the Land Rush start and everything. But I think it's great for the fans to watch.
Surely at some point, though, it's got to even up and you're going to get some good starts.
Well, we'll cross our fingers, but we'll see.
So, I mean, have you settled on a setup? Are you chatting to Aiden, or are you all going different ways?
I've been going different directions with setup. This time I kind of made a big swing, so we'll see how it goes.
A big swing?
Yeah, like we had pace, and then everyone started to get faster. I'm like, we definitely have to change something major. So, yeah, the whole rear end's different.
I think a whole new rear end. Thank you indeed, Cole Tollard. By the way, the cheering behind it was not for Cole's comments. There's an American football match about to start with the grey team against the white team. The grey team look really, really hard, and the white team look like a bunch of pub footballers. So we're obviously being British backing the white team. The grey team, I don't know. I will bring you an update in time to find whether the greys or the whites win. But until then, it's time for RCGP, and we're stopping and walking past. Come on, team, you can all walk. We're going to walk past is fine. Walk past. And let's see the highlights of the previous race, race 2 highlights, where we'll see who won, but I think it will still be Joe Bornhorst. Berg, if it's got white wheels, it's the number 7 of David Ronefelt, and they're about to be released and they're away. Slow start for, I think, one of the Agamas, and a bad start for Berg. Berg's upside down in front of me. Vale in the beach. Oh, a bit of a mistake from Bornhorst, lost a half second or so. Didn't lose second place though, and JQ continues in his run behind him. So Bornhorst now is about a second and a half behind Evan Vale, has got out and made the most of a good start. Ronefelt has driven his way through to third, and now, but the lead, off camera, the lead, so it's picked up the lead, it's over the infield hump. On the infield hump, it's the lead has changed now, and just coming over that quad, there was a mistake by Evan Vale, and first second right, Vale made a mistake, and Bornhorst, they would jump over him and take the lead. Ronefelt's coming, and he's got about 5 laps to get there. Vale goes wide again. Looking, and see that oversteer moment just cost him drive, and suddenly Davis within another couple of tenths. But he now has to find a way past Vale. This battle for second. This is letting Bornhorst get away, and Bornhorst really now, if he can keep his 4 wheels down, should win this second round. We've got about 3 or 4 laps to go, and that's just in the mogul section there, and that was it. It's going to be a hard ask to get to Bornhorst. It's very similar to the last race. Bornhorst suddenly closed right up on Ronefelt towards the back end of it. Now, roles reversed. The S-Works of Bornhorst holding off the Mayako of Ronefelt. Bornhorst has a half-corner lead, but it's enough really. So Desiree Davis from a bad start has pulled the best out of this one, and they'll obviously go through level on qualifying points after 2 races with a first and a second. There we go, Joe Bornhorst takes it. Second place is David Ronefelt. Evan Vale is third.
Our starting grid for today is Joe Bornhorst of the S-Works, David Ronefelt in the Mayako, Spencer Heckett moving up with his S-Works, Brandon Rose representing Nemo Agama Racing, Joseph Quayray starting in 5th. He gets the start on the back row. If Invisible Speed Mayako car. Lee Martin all the way from the UK representing Nemo Agama Racing. Cole Toller representing the great state of Wisconsin and associated with the Scuderia Scampi Rosso team, Hampusburg, the Padawan of the Viking. Here representing Mayako and Sweden. Cody Watson, the 2-sport athlete, probably looking over there at the football field and wishing he could go play.
Go Whites!
But he's here racing with us. And of course, we have Aiden Horn in representing Associated Scampi Rosso as well, with Evan Vale representing Beach RC and his teammate Camden Line driving the S-Works Beach RC car in 12. So,
yeah, I think at this point, when I said go Whites a second ago, there was a kind of consternation. I'm not talking about anything beyond the fact that there's a team in whites behind me and a team in grey. And we're trying to give you the atmosphere of the S&B Raceway here. It's not just windy, it's also sporty. And it is very, very windy at the moment. We lost our a couple of items been blown away. Luckily, nothing's got broken so far. And we are getting ready for the final qualifying round. They've got about 50 seconds to go.
45 seconds, driver, 45 seconds, then through the gate, 45 seconds, then through the gate.
So they go a couple more laps. So come on, I'm going to make you do it.
A couple of laps coming up.
Who do you think is going to get where and when?
I don't know. I'm scared to make picks now. Every time I pick somebody, they lose. So,
well, choose someone you don't like. Then.
Okay. Then if I pick somebody, they know that I don't like them.
You nearly fell into my trap.
You know what? I'm going to pick JQ for the win.
But you love JQ. He's your partner in the No Name RC podcast.
He's my partner in the No Name RC podcast. Yeah, anything.
Still don't like him. So the thing to remember is the top 6 in your screen are actually the guys who are going to be on the back grid. And the order is currently the qualifying order. So it wasn't the result of the last race. It's the overall qualifying order we have behind us. So Bornhorst, Ronafalk, Heckert, Rose, JQ and Lee Martin will start on the back row. And then we'll have Cole Tollard, Hampersburg, Cody Watson, Aidan Horn, Evan Vale and Camden Lime on the front row.
Yeah. Mitch Watson lining up Cody Watson's car there on the front straightaway. Can Cody Watson beat his boss JQ today? I hope so. It'd be great.
He's made 2 good starts.
He has.
Not much to come from them, but he's made 2 good starts so far.
JQ is driving like a granny out there, smooth. His last race.
I've seen some bad grannies driving.
Oh, he gets to start on the front row now. Okay.
Right, this is constantly odd. So how come they've swapped it around again? All right, never mind, let's go. They're away, and it's a good start for Brandon Rose and a bad start for Bornhorst, who's bounced out the way, but it's actually the Mayako of Dave Ronafalk that leads. And from my call, I think is that Rose in second or Heckert? There's a quite similar. There's Heckert in second. Heckert. So Spencer Heckert takes over second. Now third place is going to be the fast starting Evan Vale again. It's the 98. It's Aidan Horn who's got through this time with the Associated. I would say Lefty's got some fantastic spotting skills there.
Some days. Aidan actually has his numbers on the wing.
That's showing up. Oh, and then the fourth place man, Brandon Rose, has rolled off and is fifth. So we actually have Cody Watson and Joseph Green lying astern and now in 4th and 5th, but your leader, a mistake there by Ronafalk, has lost the lead to him. So I missed that. Perhaps I can see it again. So he comes up onto the top of the, just sad landing there on the thing. Doesn't quite get the right-hander onto the backside quad. I'm sure he'll blame the wind. So into the lead now will go Spencer Heckert. Ronafalk is back into second, though. He's already managed to dispatch of Aidan Horn. So 1, 2, and 3 come back towards the camera corner. Now go away on that double-double before they have to go back up. And this is the point where Ronafalk made a mistake last time. Very careful this time, middle of the road, as he swings over the backside quad. So it's S-Works from Mayako from Associated, 1, 2, and 3. 4th place, I think, is that Evan again? No, it's Camden Lime who's putting in a decent time. So Camden had a non-finish in the first, non-start in the first heat. And more problems behind. Now, into Horn's made a mistake, so it's now a 2-horse race. Horn made a mistake on the Beach RC hairpin. And we now have a straight battle between S-Works, Spencer Heckert, and Mayako's David Ronafalk. Now, where is Bornhorst? Is down in 10th, so this is going to do a nightmare for Bornhorst over point scores. Bornhorst down in 10th, does not have the run on this particular one. Not massively important, as Lee Martin pointed out, as they're all going to start pretty similarly when they get into gate starts in an hour and a half or so time. But right now, Ronafalk hunting down Spencer Heckert in an attempt to try and make it 2 wins out of 3 over the mogul section. Actually gaining a little bit. I think actually Ronafalk's trying to get past cleanly. I think Heckert is backing them up because it's noticeable that Aidan Horn gained quite a bit in that last lap. And they are now right together coming up through the infield whoop. And again, Ronafalk had to ease off his ultimate pace so not to hit Heckert. Heckert's been very, very clever. He's actually sitting on the apex of every corner. Now this open section here, full straight, and then the moguls is a place where there's a chance to get past because it's very, very, very difficult to take an action. Look at that there. Heckert there, very, very accurate driving. Gone a bit wide this time, but he's managed to get the drive back again. Aidan Horn should really be making a bit more of this. Another mistake on the same corner for Ronafalk. Ronafalk's having a nightmare on that top left, and he's now dropped back behind Aidan Horn. So he's driving through And it's just the same thing again. He's landed on the back, on that back right wheel the second time. So he's now still currently running in third. Let's concentrate on second and third. So that is currently Aidan Horn back in second. Hecker doing a great job there out in the front. Horn, again, now beginning finally to put a bit of... he got almost turned up the inside there by Ronefeld, trying to come back from those 2 errors. I'm sure we'll be looking at the setup of the car. I'm not sure whether it was set up or just driving or just bad luck, but he'd be unhappy. He's trying to turn up the inside of Horn. Horn's not running quite as tight lines as Hecker was, which was really stymieing Ronnefeld's attempt to get into the lead earlier. So he's not quite doing that. But the interesting thing is, he's holding that line. You can hear the wind is blowing, and that's another thing to think about. Once these cars get in the air, the mercy of this vicious wind, which is slowly increasing in speed all through the day, it will perhaps ease off, if we've been told, slightly in time for the finals. But at the moment, we are now with a minute and 2 laps to go. It's a brilliant run by Spencer Heckert, absolutely. He's not really pulling away in fairness, and Horn possibly is getting, on the inside. No, not quite. So he looked for the gap, and he looked for the gap. He didn't quite get it, and now right on his tail is Ronefeld. Ronefeld looking everywhere, left and right, see if he can find a gap behind Horn. He's almost 2 wheels to the side, but not quite getting through. There's kind of blind section there. Again, Horn driving beautifully at the moment, and a slight error by Hecker at the front, so he's lost about 3 or 4 tenths of his lead. Ronefeld, and Ronefeld touches the back of Horn there, but luckily it only slightly slows Ronefeld down. Horn powering away on that double-double, then go up to the top right with the 2 mistakes by Ronefeld have cost him the chance of winning this one, it looks like. And Horn driving very, very sensibly. Ronefeld looking to get past. I mean, he doesn't really need to get impatient about this because he's actually way ahead of Bornhorst and therefore will be on points, I think, top qualifier. Heckert's lead now coming out by about, yes, it's almost exactly the same. Now again, little attempt by Ronefeld again to get up the inside. He's probably thought that's the only place Horn is opening up. JQ is best part of a lap down, unfortunately, so he's going to need to get out of the way, which I'm sure he will do. And we also got, I think, Lee Martin a lap down, so there's been some shenanigans at the back then. A couple of cars have lost a lap. So Joseph gets out the way, which is only fair. And the final lap now on the last lap. Spencer Heckert leading by a long way. The second and third seem to have separated out a little bit. Let's just move forward to Spencer, give him a bit of time, see if he can take himself over the line. I'll keep an eye on the Horn match. Aiden's currently pulling away from Ronefeld. That's why Ronefeld just settled for third, knowing it'll be the overall title for him, or title, the qualifying for him. So Heckert looking particularly good. 1 corner to go. Turns it round, kind of powers down the straight. Now, a mistake on the last corner by Ronefeld doesn't mean anything. He still finishes third. Heckert, fantastic victory. So Spencer Heckert takes it for S-Works. S-Works' his second win. In second, it's Aidan Horn. A great result for him, finally getting to grips with the gate start and then making the most of it. Ronefeld, 2 mistakes, should have won, didn't. And then they come through Camden Line. Be pleased he got a decent run. He's a bit off the pace, but he has managed to put the points on the board. Evan Vale back to his third last time with a 5th. And there's Brandon Rose, who's going well. We saw him making a mistake earlier.
All done, all stop, all done, all stop.
There's Spencer Heckert. Good win for Spencer Heckert. He's been quiet all week, and he'll be happy with that. Great run for Camden Line. Ronefeld won't be too happy with that. Much needed second for Aidan Horn. He told me he got hit in the gate start and blew the front end of his car in the last race, but he's all smiles over there like I expect from Aidan. So your winners are Spencer Heckert, Aidan Horn, David Ronefeld, Camden Line, Evan Vale, Brandon Rose, Cody Watson, Joe Bornhorst, Hampusberg, Lee Martin, the Curse of Lefty, Joseph Quagrain, and Cole Tollard out early. Pretty much he didn't even finish a lap. Looks like he broke something over there early in the race. So we're waiting for our drivers to come down, and Nick's getting ready to do his interview with the guys. Still early in the day here. We got a couple of more races here left to go. Aidan Horn's all smiles there, it seems. And we are excited for that racing. All right, we're going to go over to Nick right now with our top drivers.
David, you should have won that one.
I should. No, I got a good start, and then I had a crash there on the top left corner. Struggled through that jump section this time. I don't know why. Maybe the wind was picking up a bit. But yeah, I mean, they drove good. They didn't make any mistakes at front, so it was hard to get by. And everything feels good anyway for the longer sprint races, even though they are only 15. But it'll be good. It'll be fine.
Well, we watched both those accidents. I know this is going to help you at all. Basically, the car both times landed on the rear right, so that's a setup tip for you.
Yeah, maybe I have to look at that.
Thanks, David. Okay, so second place was Aidan Horn. Aidan, you must be pleased with that. Decent result.
Yeah, today's been pretty rough. I broke off the start in the last one, and I finished like last in the first one, so I really needed that. So I don't know where that'll put me, but yeah, I'm pretty pumped about that. I know I still wasn't quite as fast as David, but the dude's kind of a goat, so you do what you can out there.
A great rhythm, then. It seemed you knew where to close him down, because obviously he was only trying a clean pass, and you had him pretty much, your line was hard to get past.
Yeah, we were taking them 10-scale lines out there. The car's 20 feet wide.
Great stuff. Good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
And our third winner in 3 races is what we'd like to see, and the second S-Works winner. Spencer, that was a fantastic run.
Yeah, it was awesome. I just drove a lot of clean laps and can't be much happier with that.
You must have been quite pleased when David made that mistake, though.
Yeah, I was a little bit happy about that, that's for sure. It was nice, but it was good to race with them. I felt like I had decent pace that time. S3 slide locks were dialed, so.
Are you and Joe working closely together, or do you have very different styles?
Me and Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Joe, we've been really good friends for a while now. We're both from Ohio, so yeah, we work together really well, so it's been awesome.
Great stuff. Thank you, Spencer. So that was the final qualifying round. Next up will be the RC2 qualifying races. Then we have the first final for RCGP. There's 2 finals today, followed by the junior final and the senior final. So non-stop race action. No more boring qualifying. Everything you see on the track from now on is going to be people racing and trying to get to the get to the finish first. So see you in a few minutes. Qualifying races now for RC2. The RC2 guys have all been put into order, but to get into they can now adjust their final position depending how well they do in this race. Now, the top 14 in the top heat, and they will be the first to 14th qualifiers, but they'll be first to 14th in the order in which they actually finish their qualifying race. This is the bottom heat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 of them. Wyatt Klein, Jacob Edwards, Josiah Chandler, Sean Brennan, Jared Malveda, Vinny DiGiovini, Jake Bullitt, and Cordy Jordan. Will be taking part. Can you hear me?
All right, drivers to the grid. Drivers to
That's
the grid.
good. I think they're doing there's a gate. It's not a grid. It's a gate. I thought so. The gate starting these. This should be chaos. Gate starting these kids. Now this race lasts for some time. So 5 minutes plus 2 laps. 5 minutes plus 2 laps. So the same as the other sprint environments we've had. 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Lots of gate fun going on as they separate them all down. Due to the wind, we're a little bit short cameras at the moment. They'll be back up in time for RCGP, but we have to take them all down because they are being blown over and they're quite expensive. So we have the fantastic Ash on the main camera. And if we can't man the camera, we can't have the camera up. So we're going to do that.
Mechanics clear. Mechanics
All right, we're back. First race of the...
And they're off. Oh dear, accident within 8 yards, accident in the first corner, accident in the second corner, and carnage. So someone's leading.
Yeah, you'll see. Car number 5.
So that would be...
Jared Malveda.
Yes, well done. It was Jared. He's got past Josh Chandler, made the whole shot, but Jared's got in the lead.
Making the trip down from the northeast, down in a bunch of the contingent of New Jersey guys that are down there.
Oh,
You make a mistake.
he's not in the lead anymore. He's now upside down. So I get the feeling this could be kind of a common theme in this race.
Yeah.
That people will get in the lead, like that car there, and then not be in the lead much longer. So at the end of the first lap, when most of the cars have led, the person over the line is Corey Jordan.
Oh, congratulations, Corey Jordan. He
did a lap.
He did not show up for practice at all, I think, he showed up very late. And he's just here having a good time.
That's the only time to have. And he's lost the lead now, possibly to Sean Brennan, possibly not. And now this is great. I'm loving this because Brennan was in the lead for a corner for one jump. And now back in the lead is the 8th car, so the lowest qualifier of all. Corey Jordan is back in the lead again. So did he actually show up for any of the races? Because he's qualified last, but he's now...
I think he did. I think he had some DNFs early on, and he just wasn't prepared.
Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't know what you meant. I thought that was a weird question. Sorry, I didn't know what you meant there. No, just say no. No.
All right, so Corey Jordan leading them around in this one. Jared in the 2, Sean in the 3, Jacob, Benny, Wyatt, Josiah, and Jake.
I thought...
Okay.
Oh, Corey Jordan still out front, followed by Jared Malveda. Sean Brennan, one of the Canadians making it on. Jacob Edwards, Vinny DiGavini, he's also from Canada. Wyatt Klein, Josiah Chandler, and it doesn't look like Jake Burrett has made the start, unfortunately. We got 33 people watching. I'm sure we got a lot more people in here as we get up to some higher mains. This is your first race, your first qualifying race, quali 4 heat race. That's how it goes. So how this works is basically your 7 heat is already set in that's your A heat. Well, let's say it's like that. So the person that wins that number 7 race, they will be TQ of the overall race, and they'll start in position number 1 for the semifinals. Now the top 22, I believe, go into the not top 22, but trying to remember how many people actually go through to the semis. So Joseph was explaining it to me earlier, but I'm sure I'll have some answers for you here later on. Corey Jordan still up front, Alabama native mid-tripper. He says, I don't need any practice to win this race. I'm just going to come out here and win, and I'm going to start first in my heat race tomorrow if these guys get mixed in a heat race. We got 1 minute and 38 seconds plus 2 laps left here. Corey Jordan going through the moguls over there, still slow and steady with his JQ Black Edition. He does not have a Mayako. He's still keeping it black with the Black Edition car. Check out Corey Jordan's YouTube channel, EKJ24000, EKJ24000. He's doing a lot of YouTube content, interview with people. Nice guy. Looks at RC from I can't pronounce the word. I was trying to pronounce a fancy word and I forgot how to pronounce it. A philosophical? A philosophical.
You say you're trying to pronounce a fancy word and you couldn't?
Yeah. It's not unusual.
I'd love to know what your definition of a fancy word is.
Psychological.
Psychological.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. He looks at RC from a psychological position.
Right, that is fancy. Yeah, fair enough. I'll give you that one. There's no argument you're going fancy-tastic on that one.
Well, the wind's died down a little bit, it seems. The sun's on our back. It's warming up a little bit here, so that's good.
Here we go, man with a very positive outlook.
Oh. 30 seconds to go.
It looks like Corey Jordan's got 25 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps, I believe. He's looking pretty smooth out there and steady. He races a lot out at the warehouse down there in Alabama. Shout out to the Hammer and John Jennings and all those guys down there in Alabama running the warehouse. His wife, Pit Chick. He's looking smooth out there. He goes double-double up to the second double. He doesn't do that. That is the hardest part of the track for these guys right now. The wind's so strong out there. It's pushing cars literally towards the road right out there. Up the Dragon's Back double. Oh, a little bit of a mistake from Corey. Stuck on the pipe. Marshall out. But I think he'll still keep his lead. Goes up, takes the Beach RC 180. Over the speed hump. And onto the front straight and cross us right here. Through the moguls. Slow and steady for Corey Jordan. He's out to a good lead here. He can just cruise and make it and come in and be happy. Oh, and a mistake from him, but he corrects himself. And another mistake. There's second coming up. Oh. All Corey has to do is keep it smooth, keep it on all fours, and he'll win his heat race. It's like the Canadian. Brennan has moved up into second. He got past Jared Malveda at some point, the Northeasterner. One from more north of the border than the other. One from New York, one from Canada.
The north? Where's the northeast start then? Boston or Washington? Is Washington northeast?
I think, yeah. From, I would say, from Washington D.C. up.
So Pennsylvania, is that northeast?
Yes.
Right. So that's okay. So Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, they're the northeast as well.
Yeah, I was just up in Pennsylvania last year for the Raw Nationals.
Ah. How was the Nationals last week?
Last week?
Yeah.
That was good. It was held in Arizona. It was more wind than this.
More wind than this?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. What temperature was it, though?
It was definitely warmer. But during their 45-minute truggy minute, they literally had a dust storm coming through. Drivers had goggles on. If there's anything worse than this wind, it's wind in the desert.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be dry wind. But at least you weren't. So you've just been blown away. You weren't being frozen. So that's a plus point, isn't it?
Yeah, but you got to deal with the dust.
We're still the opinion that the weather's always marvellous here, so it's all, a bit of a problem.
It's like race is over. Corey Jordan bringing around for his victory lap.
Car 5 ended up with most of his body shell off, which isn't a great one. That was the 5 of Vinny Digiavone. How do you say that?
Digiavini.
I think obviously it's French. It's Italian, obviously. Giovine. Digiavini. It should be DI dash, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Digiavini.
Yeah. Another one of the Canadians. So Corey Jordan's your winner. Sean Bannon coming all the way from Canada. Jared Moveda third. Jacob Evans fourth. Vinny Digovini in fifth. Wyatt Klein in sixth. Hosea in seventh. And Big Kush in... Oh, nope, sorry. Big Kush is in the next race.
No, Big Kush is... So we now got 14 for the rest of this. This is the Group 2.
This is going to be interesting.
Now, we are running with Brandon Peters in 1, Bobby Smith in 2, Mark Thomas in 3, James Matty in 4, Aaron Bembry in 5, Peyton Smalley in 6, Joseph Littlefield in 7th, Tom Franquito in 8, Tony Scarcella in 9, Michael Lee in 10, Benji Mullins in 11, Toby Hansen, all the way down in 12, Giancarlo Di Giovanni in 13, and Big Kush in 14. Now, Big Kush is the winner out of this, whatever happens, because he can't do any worse than he's done.
No.
So any movement forward for Big will be a case of a bonus. Whereas, of course, poor Brandon Peters, this is as good as he can do. And so he can only lose.
Brandon Peters.
So you can either only win or you can only lose. There's no intermediate on this one. Only win, only lose.
Volunteer marshals needed, volunteer marshals.
All right, so
I have 8 drivers, all 8 should be
Justin Wowdy up there calling for some marshals.
I need volunteer marshals.
We need some volunteer marshals because there weren't enough races in the first race. Some people be kind and get out there and marshal for
volunteer marshals 9 through 12.
this full heat that we have of 14 people.
Buckets 1 through 8.
Drivers are getting their 3-minute warm-up. Get it ready. No one-lap warm-ups around here. 3 minutes.
There is an awful lot of fragrant smoke coming around this. I don't know. I'm not sure whether this is this. Do you know if South Carolina is one of the states where it's legal? I don't know.
No, it's not.
It's not. But there's a lot of fragrant smoke here, isn't there?
Definitely, a lot.
A lot of fragrant smoke. I can only assume it's because people are burning incense sticks.
Yeah, I would say incense all the way. Incense. All righty. And the football game's going on.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what the score is.
No scoreboard. Just a lot of guys falling.
There have been a lot of people falling. The interesting thing is, the American football is obviously I see only ever seen it on TV, and it's like up from there. I watched 2 plays from ground level. No idea what was going on. How the hell you can work out what's going on? Because when you play soccer, there's it's spaced out. There are 22 players again, but they're all over the pitch, or they should be. There's 22 people within 3 yards.
Yeah.
Very confusing. So I think I'll stick with RC. I understand what's going on here. Well, normally, of course, unless we have one of JQ's special rules, and I don't understand. But at the moment, it's all right.
Yeah, he likes to change the rules as the game goes on.
Well, he likes to invent things and then not fully explain them.
In his brain, they make sense.
Yeah, that's a very worrying statement, isn't it? Let's go inside JQ's brain. Do we have to?
He just can't get what's in his brain out to the public in a good way.
That's a very polite way of putting it.
27 seconds left in these guys warm up. We're still trying to get some volunteer marshals out there.
Yeah.
20 seconds to start.
So another gate start this will be.
This will be interesting.
So 14 cars are going to sprint down to that first corner. In what may be.
Chandler. Where's Josiah? Josiah Chandler. Josiah Chandler. Okay.
So look over now down towards the...
I cannot go yet. I cannot go. I don't have 9, 10, 11. I need 9, 10, 11 volunteers. I only had 8 drivers. I need 9, 10, 11 volunteer marshals. I only had 8 drivers. Mao, no. Mao, no. I need volunteer marshals, 10 and 11.
Wes Coet going out there to volunteer on the for us. Good job, Wes.
Marshals, 10 and 11. I cannot go without those 2 buckets, guys.
A little turn marshal issue here.
Yeah, some marshalling happening. I think we're going to get out there.
Bucket 11. Volunteer marshal, please. Bucket 11. I need a volunteer. Bucket 11. Please, anybody. Bucket 11. Back right corner. I have to have 10 and 11.
The hold up here is turn marshals, everybody. We waited for some turn marshals to get out there and do their job. We had only 8 people in the last heat, so we need about 6 more marshals, volunteer marshals out there. We have Logan Cowick going out there to marshal for us, him and his dad.
All right, now to you.
There we go.
Clear. Drivers ready.
We're off, and it was clean, and it's dangerous, and they're all there, and most of them have made the corner.
That was a good start.
Oh, come on, there's 4 cars. Well, we have to disagree on that one. There were 4 cars flew off.
The initial start.
So what you're saying is the first 15 metres, well, 25 yards, 20 metres were good, and then not.
Yes, because it seemed like everybody forgot the brakes at the end here. Everybody was full throttle and forgot that there was a corner at the end here.
Oh, and everyone's stuck right out there, not even on the track. Into the lead has gone car number 4. That's James Matty has come through in what was been, as we expect. Oh, no, there's a car going the wrong way, wrong way now. So there's a few problems going on around. A car's got no body shell already. That's not going to go well. And in the lead is not James Matty anymore. It is the number 1 car. So from pole. Oh no, it's
Brandon Peters.
No, Big Cush has been scored as the leader.
Big Cush, car number 14. Maybe.
Yeah, it says Big Cush is leading. I don't think he is. I don't think Michael leads in second either. I think there's I'm not sure about. Oh, it's right. It's just sorted itself out now, and Cush and Lisa dropping down again. They were in the lead at one point.
The announcement is with the broadcast crew, guys, so I apologize. Be quiet up here.
So looks like we got Mark Thomas out to the lead right now.
Lots of rollover mistakes. This person.
Okay,
first out, guys.
there are more cars upside down that I can see. Another one there on the camera than the right way up. I think people have got a little bit of rush of the bloods ahead here, haven't they? They got a little bit overexcited.
Everybody's excited for some heads-up racing. They think it's qualifying all over again, but there's 4 fast laps.
Yeah, it's not. No. There we go.
Tom, Brandon, Giancarlo, Peyton, Michael, your top 5.
As the wind picks up again, so it's taunted slightly. Yeah. So Franquito leads from Peters. He's got a big lead actually, Franquito. Trying to work out where he is on the track. He's completing another lap in the multicoloured car. There he goes. Let's wait for the next car, which is some way back actually, Ash. And it's the orange and white machine, I think. Car number 1. Yeah, that's our leader. Oh, sorry, pole man. Brandon Peters in second. As you drop back again, because there's a sort of battle between third and fourth here. Between the 12 of 13 Giancarlo Di Givione and Peyton Smalley. They're having a bit of a going for it. That's not how it works. Oh, that was very. There's some really interesting lines being taken in this one. Peyton Smalley just took a really interesting line. He's upside down now. If I told you I have little idea what's going on, would you be upset?
I'm kind of lost myself. But I just know that Franquito's out front.
He's out front by a very, very long way.
Let's see who we have here.
It's 8 from 10 from 1.
Giancarlo, Tony, top 5.
Oh, that's off the track as well.
Aaron James, top 10. Aaron Joseph Brock, 89.
Oh,
Movie to 10.
he's gone too.
James, Big Chris, Mark.
So that is the 12 car. I'm pretty sure it might be the 13th actually. Oh, could be anything. Doesn't matter. It's upside down now. Oh, he got away with that, didn't he? Got away with that one. So this car. Oh, another crash in front of him. He's getting to place there. So this car, which has been all over the shop, is car number 12. Or 10. Car number 10, sorry. That is Michael Lee, who we're looking at.
Car 14, please remove the car from the track. Car 14, please remove the car from the track.
So bad news for Big Cush. He's got to remove the car from the track with his body shield issues.
Please do so. If you get around to the pit, please do so.
So the lead for Tom Franquito is 17 seconds. Michael Lee is second. Then it's Brandon Peters, a further 5 seconds back. And Smalley and Aaron Bembury right together. We've got a car that's broken down. We're currently with the 10. We're in second place at the moment. But he's miles ahead of third. Who could be anybody, in fairness. I think it's back to Brandon Peters. This really is, I've seen a lot of races. This is one of the more confusing ones.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think because there was so much crashing and it's carried on being, apart from Franquito's done a brilliant job. Let's not tar everyone with the brush. Tom Franquito, cracking performance.
Driving pretty smooth out there. I think that's, are we following him now?
No, that's still the 10.
2 laps to go for your leader, Tom Franquito.
Now he's got a lap to go.
Attention. Last lap.
Right, so, there's our leader. Ash, our leader is the multicoloured car just coming towards where the camera should have been. It hadn't blown over. And now going the other way again. That's him. The yellow, red, and that's it. He's so far in this final lap stopped to avoid hitting a marshal and being hit by someone else, and he's still going to win by 20 seconds. So this is one for Tom Franquito's scrapbook. That time when I didn't mess it up and was actually the one who looked really good.
He's trying. He got out to the lead and didn't look back. While everybody crashed.
It was, if you can, as Rudyard Kipling says, if you can keep your head while all around are losing theirs, you're going to win a qualifying race at RCGP Round 1 in South Carolina.
Yeah. There we go. Congratulations to Tom Franquito. He's been over there helping David bit of registration and whatnot all yesterday. Nice gentleman, met him myself. Drives an X-ray car, I believe. It's not too far. He lives not too far from here.
Car 5, cut track penalty. Car 5, cut track penalty. It might average out. Stefan, will you check that 31?
So,
All done.
did you read the result?
All done,
Oh,
all
right.
finished,
Yeah,
all
so
done,
there was-
all finished.
We've not officially got a result yet.
No, we don't.
Brandon 2, Hayden 3, Michael 4, Aaron currently 5, Robbie 6, Giancarlo 7, Toby 8, Tony 9.
So Tom Franquito gets up front and leads that to the end, followed by Brandon Peters, Peyton Smalley, Michael Lee, Aaron Bremery, Robbie Smith, Juan Carlo Di Giovanni, Toby Hampson, Tony Scarcella, Joseph Littlefield, Benji Mullins, Big Kush, unfortunately not finishing, James Maddy, and Mark Thomas running off your last place spot.
I love the way you kind of ran out there, earning off your last place spot. It's almost like I need to get the key and wind you back up again. Yeah,
I was thinking of what to say.
Oh, I know. Oh, it's first. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was first and goal. It's not because that's a defending team. So it wasn't first and goal. It was a chance to defend. Would be a safety? No. Getting the idea that two teams to cancel each other out at the moment. That's the Greys and the Whites. Give more of an update on the game as I look around and bother to look at it.
I know.
Group 3 track is yours. Group 3 track is yours. And start. Carnage at the end of the race.
Okay, so we are now getting ready for the next one, which is the Heat 3 of 7. Car 1 is... Oh, you read it.
Zachary
You're good at
Thompson,
it.
Mr. Clean Freak. He's a local. This is one of his tracks right here.
Clean
Good
Freak
friend.
or Clean Freak?
Clean Freak. That's his.
Really?
He has a cleaning substance that he uses. It's called Clean Freak.
Oh, right. It's not because he's like some sort of excessive.
He actually has a product for that.
He hasn't got an actual problem then, just a product.
Yes. Nick Elliott, another local, followed by Bradley Major, Brian Hutchison, Ryan Fowler, Jacob Savage, Brian Cawthorn, Lewis Petts, all making the trip all the way from Mexico, Mike Walker, P-Word RC, Scotty Pyle, Michael Kuntz, Steve Taylor, and Antonio Edwards. This is your Heat 3 quali race. Qualifying 4 is a qualifying race.
Side of the track, the buckets are blowing away. So 4 and 5 are the back left of the track. They are blowing away.
No need for volunteer marshals in this race. There was a full race before, so everybody's out to their spots. Unfortunately, the buckets aren't staying still out there.
I bet you that's something you never thought you'd say at an RC race. Unfortunately, the buckets aren't standing still.
They want to go with the win. I'm surprised none of them have gone across the road and probably hit a car. I'm really shocked that none of these flags have been ripped off yet.
Drivers, 30 seconds till penalty for lack of marshal. I do not have bucket 4. James Maddy, bucket 4. James Maddy, bucket 4. 1 minute to start. Big good. I'm going to move you to 4. I'm going to move you to 4. You're in your right spot, but I'm going to move you to 4.
33 seconds left in this warm-up.
Well, maybe James will go with... No, I'm going to move you to 4. Yep, please go to 4.
You got
All right, drivers, bring it to the grid, please. Bring it to the grid.
Okay.
We've got our turn marshals out there. We're going to line them up on the starting gate here. Let's see if this start goes a little better for the Heat 3.
Always an exciting event. Will we see the start we hope to see, which is basically carnage, to be honest. It's just total carnage, and someone emerges waving a flag of hope into the lead.
Mechanics lining up. This is the first gate start for all of these guys. This is the first time that RC2 has been on the gates, so it's all new for them. Some of them are liking them. Let's see how they feel about the...
Yeah, the ones who do well are liking them. The ones who don't do well are going to curse them.
Yeah, that will be my question tomorrow. What do you think about the gate starts now that everybody's had a chance with them?
I think you'll find what happened is, I had a great start. I love them. I had a bad start. I hate them.
A little bit of a mixed results about the qualifying. Everybody's used to doing the consistent way.
Here we go. Getting there off. And there's been some problems on the second row. We had a stall. Someone wasn't ready. Oh, there's a lot of complaints on that one. That's going to be full start, I think.
False start, drivers restart.
A full start there. I'm not quite sure why, because there's a problem with a couple in the back row. I think they were still refueling. I'm not actually sure, to be honest, that that's Mao's fault. I think actually there's that's not right. I think that was their own fault, and they shouldn't claim a full start because they mucked up. But there we go. That's because I'm tough. I'm hard, Keenan. I'm not letting them off.
No, it was the person who was releasing the back.
No, the gate went down.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, there was one guy still facing the wrong way, fueling up, and another guy looking confused. But the back row got going.
Mechanics clear the grid. Mechanics clear the grid. Mechanics clear the grid. Oh.
They're off again. And it's gone all hobby wrong, because that's a bad start. A second full start. Second full start. This is exciting, isn't it? We are so far behind the programme now, it's not true. We may never finish this event.
Back all cars back to the gate, please. All cars back to the gate. Mechanics, when you're asked to clear the grid, please remove yourself from the track.
Okay. Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm, Keenan.
Here we go. Let's see. Can we get it?
Right, mechanic in the way. Still mechanic in the way. Still mechanic in the way. No mechanics in the way. And they're off. And it's no better, but at least it's legal. Two cars crashed in the back row. One car, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 6 in the middle of the mogul section. And we're off. We have a leader. And I think it's car 5, but he's been knocked off by a car behind him. And the leader then rolled, and he got hit. And then we got a car out in the front. Look at that. That was after what could only be described as everyone having a go. Our net leader is car number, I think that's car number 13.
Steve Taylor.
I think, I mean, look, don't put it on bet the house on that, but I think that was number 13. Who has come through from what can only be described as the Keystone Cops of starts. No, it is 30, isn't it? Have I got it right? I did. Every now, I don't know why I'm so surprised when I actually see things properly, but it gets less and less these days. So behind him is Jacob Savage, then Nick Elliott, Bradley Major and Zachary Thompson, though there's been another selection of chaos at the left-hander after the moguls. Watch out for your ankles, Mr. Marshall. Sorry, Ms. Marshall, sorry. Because that's going to hurt if you get hit there.
She's been hustling all day. She's been at that Marshall spot all day, pretty much.
Yeah.
A hard spot to Marshall. A lot of accidents there.
Yeah, I would be very. That's an ankle killer, that one, because you're marshalling the person. The other person goes modelling over the moguls, doesn't really know you're there, and then when they find it, they can't avoid you because they're on moguls.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably an 8.5 on the danger level. Not quite as dangerous as the ones we used to see at the Neo, where people would get hit in the head because they were lower than the actual cars. But you know, we've all seen bad marshalling positions, and you know. That one's not a bad one because actually where she is very safe. When she actually gets onto the track, not so much. Okay, so our leaders, is that a battle for the lead? No, he's lost the lead, I think. And the problem is, at this point, that white car might be a lap behind. I don't think he is, but you don't know, do you? So now the white car leads, the all-white, again, classic from the Spanish painter Juan Can. And Jacob Savage has taken the lead. You can have that one, by the way.
That was a good one.
It's not mine, it's James Stewart's joke. Because one can paint jobs are much more common in 12th and in 10th racing, electric racing. So, yeah.
Jacob Savage took the lead. With Steve Taylor trying to catch him down. Let's see if he makes some mistakes. And Steve Taylor's on the hunt.
Yeah, 5's in third. So 1, 2, and 3 actually aren't that far apart. Though I think you can say that. I know 4th place had the accident. So we're going to cross the line now. And there is our leader. That's car 6. And behind him now is 13. And it looks like car 3's come through to third, which is Bradley Major. But the leaders are coming back together again, and they've changed again. And into the lead has gone. It just landed in the second part of that double-double, going away from where the camera used to be. A bit better. So our leader up on 2 wheels gets away with it through the infield hump, and then in front of the rostrum. Then he's going to turn back through the switchback. There he goes. And that outer double before getting to the top of the Beach RC turn. Oh, no, he isn't going to do his turn. Fires it along. It's so half-heartedly there, really. Then again, perhaps half-heartedly is a good thing. God, they absolutely stamp the brakes on, don't they? These things are sitting on their noses to get the speed off before they turn left for the moguls, before they turn right for the moguls.
That looks like Steve Taylor.
Drop back one, Ash, and we'll have a look at car number 5 of Mr. Fowler, Ryan Fowler. Oh, watch him take the lead, or he's battled for the lead. This is the reverse curse, the commentator. Actually inspired some top action.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's got away. That's twice. That's twice now that Steve Taylor's got away with some acrobatic landing and then come back on his wheels again. But there's a big lead. Well, it was a big lead, but he just pipe run there. The 5 of Ryan Fowler. So it's 5 minutes plus 2 laps. We've got a minute to go. The race has slightly settled down. I wouldn't say its quality's massively improved, watching as I have just seen Taylor make a massive pig's breakfast of a couple of cores. He's now made another, oh dear, second and third hit each other. If this is a bump up rather than a resort, this would be incredibly exciting because there's all sorts of people, anyone could bump up from this race because you can't guarantee anyone's going to go around a lap without making several mistakes. Now, the car behind the leader, I assume, is a lap down. It is. It's the 7 car of Brian Cuthran. So that's our leader. Now, it's 30 seconds plus 2 laps, remember. It's not for 30 seconds to go. I am massive. Again, we've got this point now where they're lapping people. I don't even know who's second anymore.
Bradley Major moved up to second. Car number 3.
Yeah, 10 seconds back. So our leader, still leading, but he's got a 10-second lead. That will be a second if it's gone. There he goes. There's quite a lot of... Oh, dear. That's not the track. Someone's... Oh, so close there. So close to a car driving into a bucket. And there was a one of the bucket was over, he hit it, and he just missed... Because that's what I want to see most of all. Someone actually drive into a bucket.
Nick Fowler's going out. They have 2 laps. Time is up here. It's 5 minutes plus 2 laps. Nick looks to be out in a fairly comfortable lead. And it's looking good for him. Bradley Major in second and Nick Elliott in third, followed by P-Word RC, who wins the name.
He does win the name. Well, I thought you liked Mr. Butter was your favourite name, I thought.
I know, but P-Word's wearing on me.
Okay.
Because it confuses me.
Oh, literally, I looked up, a car fell over the back of the corner at the top end of the track, fell off the back, which is quite a long way down, actually. And as he came up, someone else also fell off the back in sympathy. It was great. So Fowler leading, Major second. He's on his penultimate lap. I assume he's still leading. He's down to 6 seconds, actually. This is exciting. He's made a mistake. This could be all over now. I don't know where the second place man is. He comes up to start his last lap. Second place still some way behind. Can Ryan Fowler bring it home? And by look of it, he's already eased it right back in the aim of bringing it home. Double away from where the camera used to be, up to the top of the track and over the backside quad. And then turns sharply right before he goes into the infield hop. And then in front of the rostrum with that kind of triple. And they can very sharp left in the kind of complex there before a right hand on the switchback. And out, way out in the boondocks to the Beach RC hairpin, which has been greeted by another car being there already. But he'll cross the line now and he will bump himself up.
When you cross the line, you are done. When you cross the line, you are done. Ryan Fowler takes the win in Group 3.
It's all going on, isn't it? It really is all going on.
They were going up as the heat. I expect better, cleaner starts from the.
Well, you could expect that, but that's not necessarily going to happen.
I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, we don't have 3 false starts.
I very much love your optimism of hoping that's going to happen.
Ooh. And just as I say that, the wind picks up even more.
Yeah.
The drivers are just finishing up their laps. As soon as we get the results here, I'll let you guys know.
I need to make it a little break, so I'll let you give the excitement of this one.
No worries.
I shall return.
All right. So your winners, Ryan Fogler, followed by Bradley Major, Nick Elliott, Lewis Pitts, P. Word RC, Mike Walker, Steve Taylor, Scotty Powell, Brian Cothran, Brian Hutchison, Zachary Thompson, Jacob Severts, Michael Kuntz, and Antonio Edwards, who looks like he only got a lap or no lap. All right, so up next is Group 4 of Qualifying Race Heat. As we go up, the skill level gets up a little more. We'll see some faster guys. Hopefully we'll see some better gate starts. Some cleaner driving out there. Less crashing. A lot of this crashing coming from the wind.
Group 4, track is yours. Group 4, track is yours. Marshall Falcon, Group 3.
As the drivers are released for the 3-minute warm-up. Remember guys, this is a warm-up, not a race. Let's not break our cars like we've seen happen today in warm-up. So, in this race we have David Harvey, Jason Lynn, Ron Lupo from Canada, Logan Nixon, Chris Capello, Jacob Lasco, Ricardo Fausch from Mexico, Mike Anderson, Tony Padishaw, Andrew Kirk, Mark Whitlow, Bobby Moore, Chris Smalley, and Miguel Velez. And Miguel, one of the Northeast guys, making a trip down here to RCGP. Bobby Moore, the designer and builder, not designer, but builder of the RCGP track that you see here. Talking to some people that they're finding the track really difficult. Like, it looks easy, but it's a lot of timing out there. If you don't get those jumps right, you're just going to be off pace. And, yeah. Let's see. I think I just saw a triple.
Zach, will you put bucket 1 back towards the lane?
Triple over there. Let me see. Maybe if this wind going, people will be able to triple a lot easier over there. As I look to my left and look how the football game's going. About 1 minute and 22 seconds left in this warm-up. Everybody's out to their corner marshals. Good to see. After these qualifying races, we'll have the first, I have to look at the schedule, which I don't have. So let's see.
To the grid, drivers, to the grid, to the grid, to the grid. To the grid, drivers, to the grid.
30 seconds to start.
All right, so let's go. Mechanics are lining them up on the gate. Let's see how this start goes.
Leave the grid. Mechanics leave the grid. Mechanics clear. Mechanics clear. Drivers ready.
Ooh, whoa. Oh, and somebody got out to the front here. Let's see who that is. Our hole shot. The car number 1, David Harvey. He got the hole shot right up. Oh, and just as I say that, he makes a mistake up there on the step up.
Car 4,
on the tabletop.
penalty for track cut. Car 4, drive-through penalty for track cut.
Oh, somebody just got a penalty. That's Logan Nixon for cutting the track. He's got a drive-through penalty. Let's see that drive-through penalty if we can, cameraman. If he comes in for it. That would be car number 4. First penalty I think I've seen today. So there we go. He's out, in and out. Let's see how things work out. So we got Chris Capello in first now. Jacob Lasco, my good buddy from Florida, in second. Let's see. Logan still shows Logan Nixon in fourth or third. Sorry, after his stop and go. Let's see who we're following right now. Car number 4. Logan Nixon had his stop and go, and he's going like he's trying to push it hard now and make up for that time. But he's still in third, so he doesn't have to worry too much with Bobby Moore about a second behind him. Ricardo Fausch, not too far, but we got Chris Capello out with a lead. Jacob Lasco 2.6 seconds behind, looking to make up some time and catch him. Let's
Caution in the front jump section. Caution in the front jump section. You guys got time now. You got time?
Let's fall back a little bit and let's follow those 2 cars behind car number 4. Well, they just had an accident. Their cameraman, please.
Caution on the hill, Brian. Caution on the hill, Brian. Clear.
We got Logan Nixon out there still in. Us moved up to second place as Jake Lasco falls down to third. I think this is the race here that we're watching. It looks pretty good. Let's see when Logan comes by. There's Logan. That's not Lasco. That looks like it's David Harvey. So David Harvey makes a mistake. Jake Lasco dropping all the way down to the 5th spot.
215 plus 2.
Let's fall back and go to car number 6 and car number 7 there. Cameraman, I'm not sure if it's Ash or Mike up there at the moment. Like Logan Nixon and Ricardo Fausch. Nope, that's car number. Ricardo Fausch is catching up Logan Nixon there. They're having a great battle for third. Oh, and just as I said that, Ricardo Fausch trips his S-Works over, joining us from Mexico. Up here for about 4 or 5 guys from Mexico here doing the race. Oh, and we're giving him the commentator's curse. Let's just stay with these guys right here. Oh, let's get off Ricardo so he can get some time to capture himself, to gather himself. Let's find our leader, Chris Capello. Car number 5, please, cameraman.
Seconds plus 2, 30 seconds plus 2.
Here we are. Here's your leader. Just had a mistake. Had to get Marshall. These guys have. As he comes by, has a little problem in the moguls there. I don't know what the best line. I think that's one of the best lines. Going outside or staying the inside. Staying in the middle. The inside line of that. The inside line of the whoops is the best line. The outside line of the moguls is the worst. Very rough, very high. Best way to go is right between them, and that's difficult. What's up, Adam Ross? Nothing much going on. What's up, Salty Joe? We are on. We're doing our qualifying races at the moment. We're on Heat 4. I believe we have the junior final coming up, as well as the 40-plus final. Then we have the 2 RCGP finals as well today. So lots more racing to come up for today. It's still early here in a lovely, not so lovely South Carolina at the moment.
Final lap for your leader, final lap for your leader.
All right, they're on their last laps. Look like it's going to be Chris Capello. Oh, just as I said, if he makes a mistake, and will that cost him the lead? No, he still he still finishes in first. Let's see the official results.
Chris and David finish up.
All right. All right, so your winners: Chris Capello, David Harvey, Tony Padashar, Ricardo Fauch, Logan Nixon, Bobby Moore, Jacob Lasco, Mark Whitlow, Ron Lupo, Miguel Velez, Chris Smalley, Andrew Kirk, Mike Anderson, and Jason Lynn.
There's a lot of cars at the start. Things aren't going to be pretty. On gate start. We'll do our best if we keep contact. Intentional.
All right, coming up next is Heat 5. We're coming up to some of the faster racers here. The guys did great in their qualifying. Reseeded into these mains. These qualifying heats.
I know it's the corner where you put a bucket 10 after that second back double. The cars are carrying a lot of momentum. There's a lot of contact there. We'll call it if it's intentional. A lot of times it's just lack of control, guys. Marshall's back out to the track. Marshall's back to the track.
All right. So we got 2 of our 3 female racers here in this race. It seems like Kyla and Katie have been in the same race all day. We got Kyle Espinel, Justin Drinks, Brett Butter, Zach Rodriguez, Matthew Castle, Luke, Lane Deming, Luke Deming, David Carmendi, Jamie Armand, Marlo Bright, Ever Lobos, Caitlin Carmendi, George Stylitis, Steven De Placido. We got husband and wife in this. Husband and wife going at each other on the track. We got David Carmendi and his lovely wife, Caitlin, of Race Like a Girl podcast and big promoter of youth racing here in the Carolinas with their Future Stars program. very nice people that I consider great friends. They race together, they race a lot, and they're here racing RCGP with us this weekend. It was good to see the Carmendis. I haven't seen them since the World Nationals back in June up in Pennsylvania. We had a blast up there as well. We have 2 minutes and 13 seconds left up in warm-up. Each heat gets 3 minutes warm-up prior to their race.
1 minute for marshals to get to
Make
track.
last-minute adjustments,
Car two.
ride height, tuning those carbs, adjusting brakes, whatever they need to do. They cannot go to a different type of tire because RC2 is all about spec tire. We got Adam Ross. He's saying, let's go, Chris. It must have been one of the Canadian guys.
35-second call for car 2, Jason Lynn. Peter Bucket, car 2, Jason Lynn. I need a marshal on bucket 2. About to be penalty for car 2, Jason Lynn. All marshals in place, thank you, Group 4. All drivers, bring the grid, bring cars to grid, to grid. All cars to grid.
Okay, so that's it for warm-up. They're going to grid up here on the starting gate. First time for all of the RC2 drivers on the starting gate. The mastermind of JQ, brought to life by David Isherwood and a welder in Colorado, apparently.
It's like worry about the concept of mastermind and JQ in the same word, but there you go. No, he's all right. He's a lovely lad. Lovely lad.
That's an overstatement.
Lovely lad.
That's some things that's never been said about Joseph.
Right. So this is heat 5, so we've got 7, haven't we, in total?
Yeah, 2 more to go.
Well, 3 more on this one. There's no idea.
Last chance for fuel. Last chance for fuel.
There's 5.
Mechanics, clear the
It's got your favourite driver in it.
the grid.
Oh, look, Espinel drinks butter. That's a bit of insulting, isn't it? I mean, he might like butter, doesn't drink it, honestly. Here we go. Oh, no, got a problem. Oh, they're going to want a full start, but someone started late.
Ooh, that was carnage for some of those cars.
Yeah, particularly. Yes, there's not enough numbers in these cars, by the way. There's going to be a row about some of this, but there was a lot of them changed numbers. Someone just been over the back of the track. I think there's a combination of over-enthusiasm and different talent, and also I think the wind's not helping anyone either. So it's ending up with what's looking like a significantly more a random situation it should really be. It's a combination of all those problems at once. As the number 2 car is the leader, that Justin drinks. Armisen, Kezel and Carmody are also there or thereabouts. It's David Carmendi, of course.
Looks like the big loser on the gate start was Kyle Espinel, the top spot, but she had to start, looks like she had a rough gate start. Well, it was a pretty clean start. It was the jumps after that affected it.
Yeah. It kind of all went wrong, I think, over the next section of the track, and people just get different takeoffs, and there's a lot of kind of landing on top of each other in the air and that sort of thing. This was the first time they actually raced. They've been running against time beforehand, so they've not actually had to work out where they're fast or where they're slow in relation to other people. Oh, and again, another touch in the air. We've seen so many touches in the air.
Contact in the air, guys, side by side. Caution on the end of the double.
So Drinks is not that far ahead of Rodriguez. Is Rodriguez gone ahead? I'm not quite sure, but it's Rodriguez and Drinks the first and second.
On across jump sections, you can go off side by side.
And it is, in fact, indeed Rodriguez who's taken over. Drinks in second. Third place is Jamie Amrine. I think it was. I think he's actually outside down toward the corner there. So that's our leader. It's a 5 minute plus 2 lap race. So we're 2 minutes in. So about third of the way.
Oh. We got Caitlin Carmendi and battling her husband Dave Carmendi for 7 and 8.
It was a Carmendi battle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey.
Husband and wife going at it on the track.
Oh, that'll be a promo dinner, won't it? One of them takes the other one out. Going, oh, that's it. He's very stony-faced.
For David's sake, I would hope that he was the one getting taken out.
That's sexist because, at the moment, Caitlin has dropped back a couple of places in that one.
No, I mean for David's sake.
Right, David's gone to 4th and Caitlin's gone to 12th in one lap.
Yeah.
So he's gone forward 3, she's gone back 4. So Zach Rodrigue leads. A long way to second. Wait at the end of the straight, Ash, and we'll pick up the next car around, but I think she's in 3rd place. It's a long, long way back to 3rd, and that's the blue and white machine, car 9 of Fisher scored 4. Not quite sure about that. Oh, that's because Ash is better than me, and he's picked the next car up, which is indeed Matthew Kesel. Very hard to outwit your own stepson when he's just doing better film work than you. But what I'll basically do is I'll just turn the internet off at home one day. Oh, you think you're so smug? Oh, got no instant access. What you gonna do? No Halo for you.
Well, we have a lead change. Looks like Justin Drinks is taking over from Zach Rodriguez. It's a pass early on, but looks like Rodriguez is in the hunt trying to catch him up. He has 1 minute 16 seconds plus 2 laps to get that position back.
Oh, look at that. There's 2 Demings in this as well. Luke and Lane Deming. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, I think they're
there's 2 pairs
brothers.
of pairs. There's 2 pairs of pairs. Unfortunately, Luke and Lane Deming are last and next to last. Butter started 3rd. He's now in 12th. He's slid down to 12th. Been lubricated down to 12th.
Kyla Espinel has worked her way back up to 5th. She was the top seed going into this heat. She's out there battling with looks like to be David Carmendi. 2.8 seconds behind him. Let's see if she can put her head down and get that position. Let's see who's. Well, looks like Justin Drinks has got his. He's still out front. Zach Rodriguez is.
I'm waiting for the first time a bucket comes onto the track.
Yeah. Got 3 seconds left in this race, plus 2 laps. Justin Drinks out front, Zach Rodriguez in 2nd, Matt Kessel in 3rd. Carla Espinal was able to get past David Carmendi for 4th, and David is in 5th, followed by Eva Lobos. It looks like Katie Carmendi's on the move. She's moved up from 12th to 8th. She has another 2 laps to gain some positions. Maybe she could get up there and give her husband a run for money.
Is that allowed? The husband money run.
We got.
Went very quiet there. I wonder why. Did you press the blank button? So Drinks from Rodrigue, from Kesel, from Carmendi, Mr. Carmendi. Mrs. Carmendi is in 8th. The Demings have both risen from 13th and 14th to 10th and 11th. So they've had a bit of a better couple of laps.
Yeah. It looks like Eva Lobo's up into 4th. Got past Carles Manuel. He's up in 4th, with her moving on to 5th. David Carmendi back in 6th. Looks like even Katie's dropped down 1 spot. That's the end of this.
Well, Justin Drinks takes the champagne.
Once you cross the line, you are judged.
Drivers getting finishing off their last lap. Looks like it's going to be Justin Drinks, who let the lead go for a little bit to Zach Rodriguez, but he was able to get it back. So Justin Drinks is your winner, Zach Rodriguez in second, Matthew Kessel third, Ivor Lobos fourth, Kyler Espinal fifth, Steven sixth, Jamie Amaran seventh, Katie Carmendi eighth, Dave Carmendi ninth, Lane Deming 10th, Brett Butter 11th, and Luke Deming 12th, George Talalis 13th, and Marlo Bright only getting one lap out there, it looks like. No, he got 10, sorry. Marlo Bright finishing up in 14th. All right. Well, like, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the track is actually very nice. Tire attrition is actually a thing at the moment because guys are worried about their, now the track is so abrasive that it's wearing down tires in 1 or 2 runs. So tomorrow, I think they're allowed to buy tires if you bump up, but, get new tires on. I'm not sure the exact rules, but we'll see. Track is holding up beautiful. I would love to be out there racing, so. Let's see what we have coming up here later on tonight. So we have the junior under 18 race coming up. We also have the 40-plus race. And they will both use gate starts. They will take the top 15 juniors and 40-plus racers out of overall qualifying and give them a 15-minute race.
Straight down that straightaway. It's going to be a tough start. Don't let it get to you. Try to find a gap, find a rhythm, and let's get racing.
All right, as the drivers are let out on their warm-up, let's see who we have competing today in Group 6 of this qualifying race. We have the local Camden Lee, another local Donald Elliott. I'm sure DJ Donald Elliott will be up in that 40-plus along with DJ Hepler, Josh Holyfield, Cameron Saxon, Luis Guidino, Ethan McManus, Robin Nelson, Gabriel Montiel, Nick Hernandez, Thomas Kaufman, Diego Marroquin, Cole Chura, and Abayu Berku. So we have Canadians, we have Mexicans. Luis is one of the Mexican guys that's here. A nice guy. I've known Luis for many years. Good to see him. It's been many years since I've seen him. And he's here with Ricardo and all those guys from Mexico. Shout out to them. Shout out to my boy Paco down there in Mexico. Good to see him at DNC. So they got 3 minutes warm up. This is our penultimate round here. We got one more coming up, and then I don't actually know what's happening after that. So we'll see. Let's see what happens after. Let me look at the schedule. So we will have RCGP Main 1 coming up at 5 p.m. today. So that's in another 30 minutes, 35 minutes. So that's going to be your first RCGP race of the day, of the week, sorry. Besides the rush race yesterday, but this will be the first of the 15-minute sprint races that were very popular last year, or the last time we did this. As they grid up, well, get on the starting gate there. Let's see how this goes.
Jamie, bucket 9.
Got all of our marshals in place.
Guys, please make sure you find
We're waiting for the mechanics to sort their drivers out on the gate there. Brandon Sloan out there. Wonder who he's pitting for. Michael Kuntz.
Last chance for fuel. Mechanic, please clear the grid. Drivers ready.
And that was probably the
Let's
worst.
find a race rhythm now. Let's find a race rhythm.
That was probably the worst start I've seen today. But they spaced themselves out. People aren't crashing as much. And let's see who we have out here to lead. It's the all-white car here. Let's see who it is.
False start, drivers.
Car number 4. Oh, we're going to have a full start call, so they're going to get to do it all over again. Unfortunate for Abayu Berku, as he got the pole shot and was looking to pull away from people. He will have to do it all over again.
We're lucky for you as well, because I'm back.
Yeah. Got the mechanics starting everybody off. Hopefully we could get getting the drivers fueled up. Hopefully we got a clean start. Let's see what we get.
Oh, and we're off.
That was good.
That was also had some problems in the back as well, which actually I think if I was at the back I'd be quite pleased about, because basically all the chaos happened at the front. That was actually the best so far and was still awful.
Well, it's good till we get here. You know, coming on the straightaway is fine. It's this corner that's
I think it's always the first corner that's the issue, obviously, with any of these things. There's so much can happen.
Josh Holyfield out. Local guy here.
Warning car 8, easy into that corner, back on the double-double.
We got Josh Holyfield coming by, going into the mogul section, going up the middle there, having a little problem. Followed by a long-time rival, I guess, racing each other and around her, DJ Hepler and Thomas Kaufman, young Ethan McManus up there.
Sorry, someone really has disengaged brain for a couple of corners at one point there. A lot of bucket issues as well. The bucket's been in. The wind is awful today. We are told it's going to be at least about half. So really, because wind sort of logarithmic, half the wind is going to be like fine. Because the gusts have been the major issue, not the underlying stuff.
Looks like Josh Holyfield's and just as I say that, he makes a mistake, but he recovers. And looks like his second place, Ethan McManus, made a mistake. Let's see. If he did.
Still the 4 of Holyfield leading and on camera. He's got a very long lead as well, actually. What was a 2-second lead is now... Oh, it would have been, but he's not actually driving on the track at the moment. So, Josh crosses the line. Second place is just coming down the straight now.
3:15 to go, plus 2, 3:15 plus 2.
So the lead is 5 seconds.
Caution after the front jump
Second and third. Drop back to second and third, Ash.
Just as you say, just as it does.
That is brilliant, Kirsten. He actually crashed into frame. He hadn't even been on the frame. He crashed as he came into frame. That's the best one ever.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That might even be a minus, Kirsten. Let's mention the fact we were going to go there, did it? Anyway, Holyfield from Kaufman from McManus. I think that may have changed, actually. We're with McManus, I think. Is that the 7? Oh, he's not. Oh, that was impressive. Well done. Yeah, young 360 on the pipe.
I was talking to Ethan earlier. He just started racing a few months ago.
He's doing well, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's already
he
the
is.
penultimate RC2. Trying to touch his hands. Penultimate RC2 final.
Very good.
But yeah, so it's good stuff. McManus from Elliott, from Montiel, from Kaufman, from Chura. That's the Cold Chura, who is the younger Chura.
Yes, from Vancouver, up there in.
That's a long run, isn't it? Vancouver to here.
Yeah, but they actually came here for the Raw Nats last week and just stayed here for RCGP.
Yeah, but Arizona to here is a long way as well.
Not too bad. Not, well, I mean,
sorry, not how many miles is Arizona to here?
Pretty far. But in fact, you're talking to a man that's been traveled across America 7 times in the Janky JQ van.
Yeah, well, the Janky JQ van makes everything seem a lot longer, obviously. The Janky JQ van TM.
Otherwise, Josh Holyfield out to a comfortable lead. Nobody to challenge him. Ethan McManus behind him. Let's see. It looks like Don Elliott's come up into that 3rd spot. Don will be... I think the 40-plus man is going to be something to see today. A lot of these guys are really fast. Don Elliott being one of them.
So from the centre of Arizona to Piedmont, so I'm looking at the centre of Arizona, is 1,875 miles.
Yeah.
That's quite a long way.
Yeah.
It's almost directly straight there. You go via Albuquerque in New Mexico, go through Oklahoma, and you go through Oklahoma where the land beats down upon the train. And then you go to Mississippi, MISSI, through Alabama. Hey, I'm going to go through Alabama. Up through Atlanta, Georgia, and into Piedmont. So it's a marvellous trip. 29 hours of running the entirety at 1,875 miles. To me, given the fact I could get from my house to just about anywhere in Europe in that distance.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And I've done that exact route from Los Angeles.
Oh, wow. In non-stop or with stops?
No, of course with stops.
No, I mean, like day stops and stuff.
No, just
toilet stops.
Just
Well, obviously-
stop to spend the night. And
Okay, yeah. So how many days does that take?
3 days.
I drove back from Milan to home one day last year, last EFRA season. Seems like last year. There were 2 dead years in between, and I want to say 1,200 miles from half of Italy. No, it can't be 200 miles. It was a lot. It was half of Italy in the whole of no, it must have been 1,000 miles.
Well, when you go on your first trip across America and JQ says, here's $150, make it to Texas, in a van that uses $75 to fill up.
Why did he say that?
Because he says, I need to pay for bags, and here's $150 cash, make it to Texas and see David and get some more money. That's when I first met David.
Dave was this is a very weird.
We keep putting ourselves here.
We are going to be very close friends by the end of this commentary session. Oh, there's a race going on, by the way, but as you probably realise, conversations about travel are even more exciting. 10 seconds in the lead is Holyfield, who's on camera now.
The guys on their last lap. Don Elliott in second, Gabriel Montello in third, Ethan McManus in fourth, and Thomas Kaufman in fifth, with DJ Hetler just behind him in sixth.
And that's it. So that's the penultimate of the RC2 races in the books. These, of course, what they're doing with these, I'm not sure if we explain this, is they are actually sort of having a sub-sort. So what we've just seen is qualifying positions 15 to 28 decided. And which means that Josh Holland, who was originally in 18th, is now 15th. He's gone from 4th to 1st. And a loser would be Camden Lee, who had a problem right off the bat, and he was 1st, and now he's 13th.
Yeah.
So, not so good for him. A few cars with problems. I mean, Nick Hernandez, I was chatting to, is the guy he's behind TZO 200 tyres. He had a battery that flattened him in the warm-up.
He probably has not done any work to his car. I was pitting him earlier, and it didn't. Well, yesterday.
Is that what you're saying now? Is that without your help, he is a lone puppy who can't look after himself?
No, I just kind of heard that his car wasn't sounding too good yesterday. And he doesn't work on his car much.
Right.
He's been busy, too. He made the drive from Los Angeles over here.
That's quite a long run. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be stopping nice places. Apparently he was in a terrible hotel. He moved to our hotel.
Yes, he told me about this.
He's in one of the murder hotels.
I would know all about this.
Hello, I'm in a murder hotel. Oh, okay.
All right, so we got the top heat of RC2 going up. Now,
BJ Williams, because unofficially it's about 960 miles from Glendale. I didn't do Glendale, in fairness, BJ. I did General Arizona because I didn't know where it was. Scott Walker says Keenan moans, but he loves it. He loves being in a car with JQ.
I think it's vice versa. Every time JQ sees me, his eyes light up.
Do you think so? So the final group is Cole Caston, Joey Bourdon, Austin Horn, Jake Strikeleather, which I think is a brilliant name, Kay Burnett, Jermaine Robertson, David Olson, Blake Crown, former world champion in Greg Degani, Nick Hartman, Chris Marant, Logan Cowick. Joseph, they've got a pair of strike leathers.
Oh, yeah.
Joseph strike leather and Jake strike leather.
Stike.
I just prefer putting the R in there. You have pointed out, because strike leather sounds like, someone who's trying to write an adventure novel with like a
That would
Jason
be a
Bourne
great name.
something. Jake strike leather came out of his C-10 transport. He was quitting the army for good, but would they let him? That sort of thing.
I know the Stike leather is pretty good.
They nice?
Yeah, very nice people.
What sort of age is Jake and Joseph?
I'd say Jake is around in his 30s, and then Joseph probably in his early 20s. Okay. Or maybe Jake is a little younger than that.
They're bros then.
Oh, yeah, they're good. Joseph, I think, is a little bit faster.
Oh, he's
but
behind.
Jake has a lot more experience. And,
it's age versus speed.
But they're
the immaturity of pace.
Great family. Their father used to race, and I guess now he just pits and mechanics for them, and is a nice man. I was talking to him earlier.
But at this point, he's had to choose a favourite son, hasn't he? They're both in the same race.
I think he's happy that they're both in the main.
No, but at this point, because Jake and Joe's going, hey, come on, Dad, pit for me. You go, I must choose my favourite son.
Oh, that's what we have some brothers. Like, what do we think about the Killex? How did the Killex figure out who's going to pit who?
I find it hard enough to tell them apart, to be honest.
I was talking to Burke, and he says sometimes my dad does both of us. It's like he's talented then.
Very talented guys, both of them. It's
yes.
Burak seemed to have the who's the younger one?
Burkhan.
Burkhan's the younger one.
Yes.
He seemed to have the edge on Burak for a while, but that's kind of changed. I think they have much more level.
Yeah, I think Burkhan doesn't. He's kind of. I just do this for fun, and Burak is like, I want to be a pro driver. But great family.
Yeah, lovely guys.
I always get a little chat with Burkhan, and nice. You wouldn't think he was only 15 years old the way he talks and acts.
He's not 15 anymore.
Yeah,
he was 15 before COVID. He's 17 now.
He just went 16, or if he did.
Gold.
Nope. 30 seconds to start.
Last chance for fuel, drivers. Last chance for fuel.
Keep it at the pin. There we go. Little communicazione problem sorted out there. Go us.
All right, looks like we got the mechanics lining up the cars on the starting grid. It's a start from our top heat and it's, as usual, it's a clean start until we get to the corner.
So it's not a clean start then?
Well, that
I don't want to get too pedantic about things, but if we're just finding clean starts, not a clean start.
Yes. Let's see who took this whole shot. Who we got out there?
Well, out in the lead and flying very nicely, I thought, at that point, is car number 2. So that is
Jermaine Rob.
No, it isn't. It's car number 2 ends up being Joey Borden. Yep. Joey Borden, he's leading this one.
Joey Borden is picked as one of the favourites to win this.
And you got 5 in second place, which is Cade Burnett, then Degani, Robert Hartman, Crow, the Jake Stikelether, sorry. And every time I look up, there's cars upside down.
Yeah.
This mogul section is really
hard.
It's really catching people out.
The top 5 stays the same. We have looks like the big movers of that race, lap was David Olson, Austin Horn, and Stikelether up to 8. Which Stikelether?
Which Stikelether? Yes, we need to know which
Joseph Stikelether up.
We need a sub thing for the Stikeleathers.
Yes.
Stikelether A or Stikelether B.
Yes.
So up and away and leading is Joey Borden, as we can see. His lead is quite substantial, actually. It's the first and second have got a big lead over third. Third is the all-white car of Greg Degani. Let's go back and watch let's go with the third car, the white and red car. That is a former world champion, the man who won in Uruguay in 2002, Greg Degani. Are you probably even more opinionated and polarized than JQ, if that's possible?
Yeah, but are you a former world champion or are you always a world champion?
That's a pretty good question, isn't it? I personally, even though I've just said former world champion, I think you are. It's easier to say you were the current world champion and former world champion. But do you remain a world champion? I don't know. Really. I suppose you are really. You don't stop being the world champion for that period. But you are a former world champion compared to the current world champion.
We can call him the first ever American world champion.
Can do. So, for example, obviously. The longest reigning world champion is Davide Ongaro
at the moment. Yeah.
No, he's long. No one's ever had. No one's won it twice in a row.
No.
So he's had it for 4 years because it hasn't been one for 2 years.
That's true.
So he has had the championship for the longest amount of time.
That's true.
So that's that. So what do you say? Is he the But here's the reigning world champion, and we have obviously David Ronefeld here, who is the previous world champion, and he's therefore a full world champion, but also a world champion. So. It's very different. It's kind of semantics, isn't it, really, I suppose?
Ronefeld will be looking to get a second world championship here in Spain this year, hopefully.
Here in Spain?
I mean, in Spain this year?
Yeah, and you can see it all on RC Racing TV. We are covering the Worlds, I think I've said before. If My World will be live and for free on RC Racing TV in September, down at Redovan. We've been there a couple of times before. Been there for Euros. The final Neo buggy, which was outside of the shed, was held at Redovan as well. We stayed in the world's weirdest hotel. Well, one of the many weird hotels we stayed in with a kind of a Spanish Basil Fawlty running it.
Looks like our big loser of this is going to be our number one starter, Cole Caston, who hasn't even started this race, it looks like.
Yeah, I wonder whether they had a problem. We had a few people had problems on the start, actually. It gets a bit rough and perhaps get a little... Oh, there's a wing breakage there. One of the cars has got no wing. Or it's a sail. Tigani, still on camera, in third. He's a second behind second. Who's just a couple of jumps behind. Oh, come on, Greg, you know better than that.
We just had two lead change and Tigani up to second, it looks like.
I think so. I think Tigani's picked up second. He's got the third place man behind him. And it'll be up the inside. He's instantaneously lost that place he gained because he got up the inside of the left-hander after the triple in front of the rostrum.
40 seconds plus 2 laps.
So there we go.
Oh, and Cade Burnett, second place, makes another mistake.
And once again, Tigani picks up second. He's 3 seconds off the lead. I assume, thinking this will mean he'll start in the right at the front of the semi-final he's in.
Tigani, the veteran, 40-plus years old, versus Cade Burnett, who is probably not even half his age.
Oh, I'm sure. I think Tigani's a long way past 40.
Yes, I think Cade's like 17, 16 years old.
Well, we don't talk about that, do we?
But Bourdon out to the front, looking to live up to the hype coming in that him and his teammate Cole Caston was some of the favorites. Unfortunately, Cole Caston not making the start.
Yeah, I'm thinking Caston now, it doesn't knock him out. He'll still go straight in the semi-final because he's qualified effectively. He now qualifies 14th rather than first. But
he was one of the guys in the Tiku hunt, so looks like if barring the curse of the commentator or an act of God.
Many of those to go. So we're down to the last 2 laps. Once again, Tigani under threat for his second place. Oh, there's the back marker. The back marker got right in the way of Cade Burnett now. And I can imagine I think I heard it from the roster. I'm not sure that was Cade, but I think you would feel that way as the back marker completely stymied his chance. Tigani's put in a kind of a typical performance of someone who's really quite old. By that I mean experienced. And he's just trundling that machine around quite happily.
And has the best line through the moguls, if you ask me.
He knows what he's doing, and he also knows when to push. There's no point pushing in this race. It's not a final. It's just a qualifying for a position in the final. Why should I risk anything? If I get second, that means I'll be on the front row or have a pretty good choice for the semi-final I'm in. So, you sit there and go, yeah, that's probably what Tigani's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, watch his line through the moguls. He's the only one doing it. He goes wide out to the pipe where it's hardly any moguls at all.
He demoguls him.
There we go. And he didn't do it that time, though. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, so that is the wind-up of the RCGP RC2 elements. We're going to go into the first RCGP main in a second. In between the two, we have a junior and a senior race. So we've got, it's all finals now, all the way from now.
Logan, Joseph, Blake, Nick, all done, drivers, all done, all done.
All right. That's it for the RC2 guys today. I see Joey Burdon is your winner, taking the top spot. Greg Degani, Austin Horn, David Olson, Cade Burnett, Jake Steichleather, Jermaine Robinson, Trent Walker, Logan Colwick, Joseph Steichleather, Blake Clough, Nick Hartman, Chris Morant, and unfortunate Cole Caston not making the start. That's so unfortunate.
If you want to watch RCGP, you need House of RC's media package. And signing up is easy. Just go to houseofrc.com/media. Then, if you're not a member of House of RC, you just need to join, and it's free. Once you're signed up for House of RC, go to the media page, and here you can choose between $14.99 a month and $99.99 for the season. And if you have a PayPal account, even easier. If not, don't worry, you can pay with a credit or debit card. Simply enter your details, submit, and you're in. All the RCGP action you could ever want to see right here at House of RC's media package.
And welcome back to the unbelievably windy S&B Raceway here in South Carolina. If you haven't been here for the last hour, we've had all sorts of things blowing away. We've had tents disappearing, we've had roofs off, we've dismantled most things, but we are all still here and happy. And we're about to have the first final, which is 13 minutes plus 2 laps, and taking part, but starting at the back, Camden Lime.
Yeah, that's me, starting in the caboose. But I mean, gate starts, it's awesome for me because, you know, I didn't qualify well, but the gate starts, anything can happen. You can go from 0 to hero real quick, and I did that last run, so I'm excited to run.
Cam, you may pass now. Thank you very much indeed. Evan, stop watching the football. I have no idea whether the greys or the whites are winning, I'll be honest with you, but there's been a lot of shouting. So how about your chance in these first final?
They should be pretty good as long as I get a good start. I'm pretty confident in my car now, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Evan, thank you very much indeed. Joe, quick question. What went wrong in the third qualifier?
I just forgot how to drive an RC car.
That happens to me so often.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. So, yeah, like I had yesterday, I had a couple good runs, had one bad run, so got that out of the way. So we'll hopefully have a couple good ones here.
Long run here, 13 minutes. It's not really tactics. It's one fuel stop. But how different is your approach for a 13-minute race to a 5-minute?
Really no different. Just trying to be consistent and, just trying to burn out laps and do as good as I can. So we'll see.
Great stuff. Thank you indeed, Joe. And we'll have one more. And you won last time, Spencer, so it's not you. Well, congratulations on winning the last heat.
Yeah, it was sick. Hopefully I can pull a good hole shot here. And, clean laps.
Great stuff. This is quite good. You can go through. Lee, you're next. Howdy, yes. Let's go full on Texas, shall we? Hopes?
Yeah, hopefully. You know, it's try and get a good start. Hopefully pick the right tyre and we'll see.
30 minutes, much different tyre choice than for 5?
Yeah, you know, I've tried a different tyre almost every time. Still not 100% satisfied, but I'm using a different one now, so, you know, one of them's got to work.
Are we ever 100% satisfied is the question? Let's ask our wives. No, sorry, off you go, Lee. Thank you very much indeed. Cody Watson. Cody, it's your first longer RCGP final. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, it is.
Any special tactics?
I'm gonna let everybody wreck and then try to just drive around, you know, especially on the start.
You have made some good starts. That could be a good tactic. You go forward and go through. Yeah. If it's not in Cole Tyre, come on, in Cole Tollard. Why are you known as in Cole Tollard?
I don't know if you want me to say it or not.
If you can bleep yourself, yes.
Oh, how do I bleep myself? Cole effing Tollard. We'll just say that.
Yeah. How did you earn that moniker?
I don't know. Someone just started saying it and it just kind of stuck. So that's how I'm known as CFT.
Fair enough. I guess off he goes. And that's it. We've got to go, have we? Yep, we're running a bit late. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, JQ. We don't want to talk to you, obviously. Go. That was some of the grid. It would have been all of them. We ran out of time. And now back to the highlights of the previous final round of qualifying.
Every time I pick somebody, they lose. So,
well, choose someone you don't like.
Okay, then if I pick somebody, they know that I don't like them.
Let's go. They're away, and it's a good start for Brandon Rose and a bad start for Bornhorse, who's bounced out the way, but it's actually the Mayako of Dave Ronefalk that leads. So he comes up onto the top of the... Oh, just sad landing there on the... He doesn't quite get the right-hander onto the backside quad. I'm sure he'll play the wind. So into the lead now will go Spencer Heckert. Bornhorse down in 10th, does not have the run on this particular one. Ronefalk had to ease off his ultimate pace so not to hit Heckert. Heckert's been very, very clever. He's actually sitting on the apex of every corner. Aidan Horn should really make a bit more of this. But another mistake on the same corner for Ronefalk. We are now with a minute and 2 laps to go. It's a brilliant run by Spencer Heckert, absolutely. He's not really pulling away in fairness, and Horn possibly is getting, at the inside. No, not quite. Ronefalk looking everywhere, left and right, see if he can find a gap behind Horn. He's almost 2 wheels to the side, but not quite getting to the kind of line section edge. Again, Horn driving beautifully at the moment, and a slight error by Heckert in front. He's lost about 3 or 4 tenths of his lead. Ronefalk, and Ronefalk touches the back of Horn there, but luckily it only slightly slows Ronefalk down. Again, little attempt by Ronefalk again to get up the inside. So Heckert looking particularly good, 1 corner to go, turns it round, powers down the straight. Now, a mistake on the last corner by Ronefalk doesn't mean anything. He still finishes third. Heckert, fantastic victory. So Spencer Heckert takes it for S-Works. S-Works' his second win. We watched both those accidents. I know this is going to help you at all. Basically, the car both times landed on the rear right, so that's a setup tip for you.
Yeah, maybe I have to look at that.
First off, it's Camden Lime, car number 19. Unlucky in the first round, but now he's got a chance to come from the back. Let's hear from Camden.
Hi, I'm Camden Lime. I'm from the USA, and I'm running for BRC S-Works.
So Camden, the first race had a few problems.
Yeah, Camden coming off his RC2 win in 2019.
And next up, it's car 30, Cody Watson. Car 30 going to trundle down the street now. He's qualified 11th in the JQ's teammate in the JQ SM series. SM team, is it? Or RM team? Let's hear from Cody.
Cody Watson from America, racing for Invisible Speed, JQSM, and Mayako.
SN, that was it, yeah. I always see S&M for JQ. Can't think why. So he's made some good starts, but not really managed to push it through too well after that. Looking like... Sorry, 11th. And next up, it's number 100. It's his team manager. It's JQ, Joseph Quagreen, in the second of the JQ S&M cars. He's got the green wheels. Let's hear from JQ.
I'm Joseph Quagreen from Finland. I'm racing for Invisible Speed JQSM Mayako.
So JQ hasn't really doesn't mean he put a lot of effort into it, but he has managed to qualify ahead of a few people others. I can see he's got fresh tyres on. He's managed, wasn't very fresh, was he? He made a mistake already. So he gets the corner, and our next one is number 92, Evan Vale from the Beach RC team. Evan, one good result here, managed to get a third in one of the qualifiers. Has looked quick, but found it hard to make the whole shot. Let's hear from Evan.
All right, my name's Evan Vale. I'm from the United States, and I'm racing for Beach RC.
So Evan, they've had some good performances early on. Beach RC, blue and white. He has the yellow wheels for the Beach RC team. Of course, it's a world of unknown for all these guys. 5-minute race. Next up, we've heard from him a few seconds ago. It's Cole effing Tollard, CFT, 26 in the Scampi Rosso team, a late substitution for Davide Ongoro. Let's hear from Cole.
Hi guys, it's Cole Tyler from Team Associate SSR team from the United States.
So we heard from him 3 times in the last race, but we actually got him just once this time.
Is that his new nickname, CFT?
Apparently so. Well, we have to be careful with that one because of the F. I think we're on pay-per-view, so we like, can't we? We're not on PG here. We can go full R if we want to. So the next one to come down will be the Mayako driver, number 46, Hampersburg, promoted to the main Mayako team due to Alex Anchetin's COVID issues. Let's hear from Hampus.
Hello, I'm Hampus Berg and driving for Mayako factory team.
Hamp has been practicing in the States for the last couple of weeks and turned 18 as well, which is pointless in America because you can't drink till you're 21. So walked away from a country where he could have had a beer to a country he couldn't have for the love of practice. So well done to Hampus. Next up, it is 96 Aidan Horn. Aidan racing for Associated Teams Scampi Rosso. Has added a bit of a personality to the whole event. Let's hear from Aidan.
Hey everybody, my name is Aidan Horn. I'm from the United States of America and I'm racing for Team Associated Scampi Rosso.
And the thing to remember, ladies, he's available.
He is definitely not married.
Still single and looking to mingle. So next up is the first of the Agama drivers with the yellow wing. That's wing end plates, and that's not the greatest start, Lee. With the yellow wing plates, hope that's the last he goes in the moguls. Let's hear from Lee.
Hey, it's Lee Martin from United Kingdom, from Nemo Agama Racing.
I haven't heard that before. Hey, it's like the Fonz, isn't it? Hey, it's Lee Martin. So Lee, in the Agama car, we've got a profile on the new one coming tomorrow. But next up will be his teammate. That's Brandon Rose, number 28. Brandon says he prefers the longer races. So this is perhaps not long enough, but he has been moving through the field on the whole. Let's hear from Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon Rose. I've raced for Team Nemo Racing. I'm from USA.
So Brandon got 2 points in the first ever RCGP rush yesterday, and a couple of good results in the qualifying. I mean, he started up in 4th place. Next up is the winner of the 3rd qualifying heat from S-Works. It's Spencer Heckert. Spencer looking quicker as he goes along. Let's hear from Spencer.
Hey, I'm Spencer Heckert from the USA, racing for S-Works.
As you can hear as I turn my head there, the amount of wind is picking up again. This is going to make it more and more difficult for the cars as they try and fly, especially over the back part of the track. Wind is going right across the circuit from up the back, horizontally across. Qualifying second, after a win, a second and a poor result, is Joe Bornhorst. Joe picked up the 3 points, of course, for the rush. Let's hear from Joe.
Joe Bornhorst, USA, S-Works.
Joe says he's really enjoying his racing, having joined S-Works this year, and he's certainly been having a good time. He was fun on the Inside Track show. You can look at that on the interwebs, and we're going to do another one of those this evening where we're going to show a lot of action and a lot of interviews. And finally, your pole-sitting man, and perhaps not a surprise to anybody who's followed this event at all, it's David Ronnefalk, the Swedish world champion / former world champion, depends how you define it, won in Vegas in 16. Let's hear from David.
I'm David Ronnefalk. I'm from Sweden. I'm racing for the Mayako factory team.
So that is the intros of the drivers. They'll then all drive back and they'll be released for a 3-minute warm-up. And what we'll do is we'll just wait David come in. There'll be a 3-minute warm-up. There's actually some tyre changing going on. Actually, I think it's Lee Martin is actually changing his tyres on the grid. So he tried it for a lap, didn't like it. 4 new tyres on, and the 3-minute warm-up is about to start. There we go, 3-minute warm-up. Let's have a look at the grid.
We got David Ronnefalk representing Sweden for Mayako, Corsa-Tech, and RCGP. Joe Bornhorst representing the USA of S-Works, S-Works OS Speed, and J Concept. Spencer Heckert, his teammate, representing S-Works, ProTech, and ProLine. Brandon Rose, the Nemo Agama Racing with his Bullet engine and hot race tires. Lee Martin, all the way from the USA, representing Nemo Agama, from the UK, representing Nemo Racing, Agama, Bullet, and Seismic. Aidan Horn, the Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso driver, representing Associated OS Speed and ProLine. Hampus Berg, the Padawan of David Ronnefalk, representing Sweden, Mayako, Corsa-Tech, and of course RCGP. Co-effing Tollard of the USA, Team Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso, representing Associated OS Speed, J Concepts. Evan Vale, the local hero, running for Beach RC, Associated Ultimate and ProLine. Then next is JQ with Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate and TZO, followed by his teammate Cody Watson, Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate, TZO, and Camden Line with representing Beach RC, S-Works, Ultimate, and Hot Race.
And those are your 12 runners and riders for this first event. Now, the interesting thing I would say at this point is that I'm going to ask you to predict. Make a prediction. Because that way we can eliminate that person from any chance of winning.
Okay, JQ.
Well, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? So this has looked like, and I'll be honest with you, it's looked like from when you saw the entry list, like a Ronnefeldt versus Bornhorst event. But I've been very impressed with a couple of the local Americans I haven't seen much before. I think Brandon Rose has looked very good. I also thought that Aaron Horn has looked quick at times. And Spencer Heckert absolutely seems to be coming into his own now.
Yep. Heckert had a great last qualifying run there, so he won that and looking pretty good. Beat his teammate.
I think if you're honest, I think in pure ground speed, it's this man, Ronnefeldt or Bornhorst. But we've seen this track is so tricky, even without the wind, that those mistakes are made up. And we also saw in that third heat that actually what was possible for a slightly slower car being well driven to make it impossible to make a fair pass. And in fairness, both Joe and David have been trying to make fair passes. And I'm sure actually they'll need to in this race, but it's not the rush. It is a 13-minute plus 2-lap final. So there will be pit stops, but just one. So there's no real tactics, though of course things can go wrong in pit stops.
Of course. But you still want to be fast in your pit stops. That could be the difference between some points for your team overall, first and second.
Absolutely. Always key to be good.
All right. Mechanics are going out to the grid, or out to the starting gate, getting things ready.
So let's get back to the running. Obviously, all that qualifying has put you the chance to be a maximum of 2 meters ahead of anybody else, and so yeah, it's a lot of work for not very much. But don't forget there were RCGP World Series points also during the qualifying races, and we'll get a full rundown of those points for you tomorrow once we have assimilated these files. Don't forget it's the first of two-legged final. If you're tied on points, the second leg is more important. So it's a motocross concept. The second leg takes priority over the first leg. But this is the first leg, and let's see where they'll go in 13 minutes plus 2 laps. And they're off and they're away, and it's a clean start across the board, and it's from the middle. It certainly wasn't the Mayako, and it's actually out in front. It has gone Joe Bornhorst. It looks like it's remarkable. It was Camden Lime in second, so he came into a mid-air collision with one of the other blue and white cars, and we're left with a 1-2 for S-Works. So we've got Bornhorst leading from Spencer Heckert, and then is that Heckert? I think it is. Yeah, in third is the Agama of Martin. It's got the orange wing end plates. So he's now already lost that position to one of the Scuderia cars. So around we go. Bornhorst from Heckert, and it's Camden Lime who actually made a bad start and a better start and came through again. So it's Lime now in third place. He's going to be taken up by, challenged by Martin. And then Cole Tollard is there as well, and that's second, third and fourth. Now, where's Ronnefeldt in all this? He's absolutely plumb last. So Ronnefeldt's never-ending good luck, inverted commas, at RCGP Finals continues in that first lap, but he's got 13 minutes to make it up. He's made up one position already, as it's Evan Vale currently, I think. Is Evan Vale in the back? No, it's actually Aaron Horn who's at the back at the moment. So, leading away Bornhorst, second Heckert, third now Martin, fourth is Rose, I think. So, we've got Garma 1-2. There's been an error there made by one of the other associate drivers. So, so now it looks like into third place, has gone Martin. So, Martin has got past Lime, who dropped back to fifth in that last corner. So, cross line again. Bornhorst leads. Let's drop back to second place with Heckert. So, Heckert is a 1-2 for S-Works. Brandon Rose now has picked up the, this is the thing, Brandon Rose has picked up the mantle, the black-winged version of the Garmin. Rose likes the longer races. Behind him, it's Cole Tollard and then Lee Martin. Martin had that problem up on the far quad. So at the moment, it's an S-Works benefit. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're very equidistant. The first 5 or 6 ranking very equidistant. Your tip, Cogreed, I think now got up to 6th actually. So Ronnefeldt himself has come to 9th. It's not a huge amount of time behind at the moment. There's been an error now by Heckert, and that's really given it to Bornhorst. Bornhorst leads. And let's drop back to second place, because this is not particularly interesting seeing Bornhorst doing laps on his own. Let's go back one. And that is now Rose in second place. He's just ahead of Cole Tollard. So Tollard looking to drive forward with the blue and white. It says his Scampi will just overcook that corner, and now he's coming under pressure from Lee Martin. So the interest is in third and fourth. Let's drop to third and fourth. Blue and white and the red and the... So Rose now goes on his chase after Bornhorst. Now what is coming, and coming quite quickly, is a certain well-known Swedish driver. And driving through the field is what Ronnefeldt's trying to do. So let's drop back 2 more to the white Mayako of Runafalk, coming back from plumb last in the number 7 car with the yellow wheels. And he turns round and he's now looking to see where he goes. So across the line now, right behind Lee Martin, currently running in 6th. Oh, nice one. They're down in 5th now because that was that Tollard had made a mistake there. I think it was. No. And he's now got the inside of Martin. So Runafalk now runs 3rd. And this is a good comeback. He's made up 8 spots already because he was at 9 spots. He was 12th. So. And is he 4th, actually? I think he's actually 4th, isn't he? Because Tollard, yeah, so he actually got past one of the many cars that's painted the same as Horn. He got past, I think, actually. So he actually is now Bornhorst, Rose, Tollard, Runafalk. Runafalk in 4th on camera. Tollard got quite a comfortable lead from him at the moment because we haven't got anywhere near halfway yet, and we're waiting for the fuel stop.
Yeah, so Runafalk having a bad start there. He actually got clipped off by Camden Line there on that second jump and dropped all the way back to last, but he's making his way back up to 4th. He would want to catch Joe Bornhorst as fast as possible because the Viking does not like to lose to anybody.
Yeah, the problem is that Bornhorst has got a quite... Bornhorst is now leading by 4 seconds from Rose, who's a second and a half behind that. Then, so effectively, Runafalk now is 10 seconds off the lead. That's what happens when you last, have to back your way through. And he's not really actually gapping the guys behind him either. So, as he comes round now, trying to get... I think he should put a lap on. I think he's put a lap on the 98.
That's Austin...
yeah.
Aiden Horn there.
Yeah, so it's all kind of going on as we speak. And it's not... Yeah, so Runafalk at the moment, not gaining. Rose actually picked up a little bit of time on Bornhorst, but not enough, really. And we are getting into traffic already. So Bornhorst leads away. Here's Runafalk, not really. See, let's take Runafalk at the end of this lap and see whether he actually can reduce that 4.3 second deficit he has to Cole Tollard. But what's got quite close now is 2nd and 3rd. It's got so close that 2nd and 3rd has changed. And they're battling. So let's move forward to the one car. Just go over the flying quad. There's 2 of them together. It's Brandon Rose in the red with the white wheels and Cole Tollard with the blue and the white. But Tollard's just got past Rose. Rose isn't going to have any of that. That's the battle, of course, for 2nd and 3rd. And out in the lead by about 2.5 seconds is Bornhorst. So Bornhorst also had a bad lap last time round, lost some time. We've got an interloper in there in the, I think it's probably Aiden Horn or Camden. It's Camden Line. That's kind of chewed up a couple of other drivers. So he's dropped out now. So now it is a 1, 2 and 3. Brandon Rose has dropped back a little bit. And you'll just see him now. He just got kind of into it. And we're now with Tollard in 2nd place, the 26 car. Team says Scampi Rosso, yellow wheels. Now, he was getting closer and closer and closer to Bornhorst, but that may have been arrested slightly. Oh, Bornhorst made a little bit of a mistake there. And actually, Tollard's definitely gaining on Bornhorst. Tollard really finding some pace here. What we're not seeing is Runafalk coming much towards. In fact, Runafalk's dropped right down. And Runafalk's out, obviously. Runafalk has, obviously, because this is RCGP, he's out of the first final and they're walking away. We've lost Runafalk, the early favourite, gone. And how often have we said that in RCGP finals? That's it for Runafalk. He just has no luck in this situation.
Unfortunately not.
But will it be now Cole Tollard on camera who can make an effort and a battle of it? So some of the fuel stops are starting now. And we'll have to see how they go. But it is a case that Runafalk's luck has continued despite a 2-year break. And he is dropping back. So it's still Bornhorst who... Tollard going to take fuel this time? Let's have a look. They're all thinking about it, mate. Yep, Tollard goes in for fuel. Let's watch him through the pit lane. Comes in. There goes the gun. A little bit slow, I thought, but then out he goes. Into the sun and then the shade. So Bornhorst. I'm not sure if Bornhorst also took fuel that time. But it settled down slightly at the moment in the middle of the race. Everyone's concentrating on getting to where they are. It's 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. As the wind tries to overcome my ability to talk, which I'm not going to let it happen. I'm sorry, wind. I'm going to carry on wittering on like I do. So Cole Tollard, late replacement for Davide Ongaro, who couldn't come because of his support team went down with COVID. It wasn't Davide himself, it was the support team who would have come out with him normally. So it's 3 seconds now. Tollard's behind Bornhorst. And let's just drop back one to Brandon Rose, because Brandon's now trying to catch back up again. This is the part of the race where he really says he could come good with the Agama. His teammate Lee Martin is starting well, but is currently in 7th. JQ's in 8th. So Rose, who has a very comfortable 7-second lead on Hampersburg, I'm actually chuffed a bit to be 4th. But it's all spread out at the moment. But the major news for you just joining us, that David Ronefalk had a terrible start, was running last, got as far up as 3rd, and then it all went to pot because he had a problem in the pits. And just saw Pierre Ronefalk, his dad, picking up the car and moving away. I think it may even have been at the fuel stop because he had the fuel ready to go. Rose there just putting a lap on Cody Watson. Now, as you can see, Tollard is dropping back off Bornhorst at the moment, but last time round, we saw a little bit of a gain for Brandon. He may have lost that again. He did, lost 1.3 seconds, so that didn't really work for him either. Heckert behind him, then Horn, then Berg. Berg's gone back a place. Quagreen, Martin Vale, Watson, Lyman, Ronefalk. Not really what they want in the Swedish camp of the Mayako camp, but the end being kept up by Hampersburg. Let's see if we can find our leader. He should be just coming to the moment. He's just about to. Where is it? He's so far ahead. I can't even see him. I try and and that's still with Sir Brandon Rose, who's coming up the back now. He's about some seconds ahead. Should be the S Works. Yeah. So the leader is first and second are right together now as they go out towards the second camera position up by the Beach RC hairpin. So that's why I couldn't see. He wasn't far enough ahead. So Bornhorst, they come down the straight now underneath you right now, Ash. And they now go over the moguls. And they're now going down towards the hairpin. So this is the battle for first and second. So suddenly, Bornhorst is caught up by Tollard. I'm saying that, but it's not saying that on the thing. So perhaps Bornhorst, that's this car that looks like Tollard's car. We're having that situation where there's too many white cars against now. I've made that far too exciting. That actually isn't Tollard's car. That's... who is that who's running right behind him and looking a bit like Tollard? Although there is a mistake this time now. The mistake has been made by Bornhorst. And how is that going to affect things? In fact, what is going to happen is that Rose is now right behind him and Tollard's fallen off. So this is kind of going on. So what happened there then?
I think he got into lap traffic. What did he?
So Bornhorst makes a mistake.
Oh, he's made that mistake.
But then he actually gets collected by someone. And the net effect doesn't appear to have been a massive change in the overall position. So Bornhorst, because Tollard's also made a mistake, he's got a mistake for 3rd. So it's Bornhorst from Rose. As Bornhorst comes around that corner again, it's the confusing, one of the confusing blue and white cars. And it's now very, very close indeed. Rose has got much, much closer. No, Lee Martin's got much closer. So we've got two Agamas now. So Lee Martin a lap down. The second and third are together. I do know that, I can see that. So let's drop back 2 cars, the second and third. It's the Rose car in front of the Tollard car. So it's the orange car with the white wheels and the blue and white car with the yellow wheels. That's Tollard and Rose. They've fallen back off of Bornhorst. He's got away with that accident. And this is the battle for second with 1 minute and 35 and 2 laps to go. Bouncing around, and there's a bit of a... I think this short lap has meant that people have been lapped quite quickly. And that's caused some issues. Oh, and Rose bounces out, second place there. What happened there? Let's see that one again. So he oh no, the first bit was all right. He wasn't quite settled from the first one. He got a nasty kind of a rebound. So he didn't quite have enough rebound damping on the car after coming back up again. It just sprung the car into the air, which leaves us with a leader. Tollard now 2 seconds ahead of Rose, but Bornhorst leading by 4. So this race, as Aaron Horn now picks himself into 4th, as Spencer Heckert drops around a bit further. I'm not sure whether Heckert's actually may have dropped out, but no, he just had a very bad lap. So Heckert drops, it was missing for a bit. We're on with Cole Tollard. He comes around again. Tollard continues in second. Rose dropping off a bit. Interesting, in front of Tollard is Rose's teammate Lee Martin, only in front of him on the road. Obviously, that's part of the lap down. But Bornhorst is a long way ahead again. He's managed to get 4 seconds. It's really kind of the lack of a consistent challenge, because Bornhorst hasn't been perfect in this, but he's been more than good enough to look like he's going to claim the first leg win for S-Works. Now, is he going to come across the line? We're going to get 2 more laps, or is he going to be down to 2 laps? He's literally just clipped him. It's as close as it can be, but he hasn't quite. By a second, he managed to get an extra lap. So we're now on 3 laps to go, as a mistake by Brandon Rose kind of takes him out of any sort of contention for second place. Now, I'm just wondering actually now whether we actually do have a much closer. Yeah, let's take the cars up by the hairpin, up by where we have, and now down the straight for Bornhorst, red and white, going over the line now. And he is about 2.5 seconds ahead. This is 2 laps to go for Bornhorst. He's got one of the many blue and white cars right behind him with the yellow wheels. Whereas Tollard's basically just the length of that quad behind him. He has really sort of put a little bit of a gain on it. We're within one mistake of Bornhorst being in trouble, but that blue and white car behind him is nothing to do with the action. He's a lap down. So it's just the leader. He's got a 2-second lead, and then there's a kind of a gap to Tollard, who's running. There's now 2 cars between this last lap. Bornhorst put in a fine performance, and it's the first of the 2-legged main final for RCGP round 1 at the S&B Raceway in South Carolina. It's been a good performance. It's been helped by some problems with his main rival, David Ronefeld. Cole Tollard will be pretty chuffed, I think, with a very solid second place. And Brandon Rose should come home in third. It's been spread out quite a lot more than I expected to do. And across the line comes Bornhorst, takes the win. So Joe, now both the races have come to completion, both the rush and the first leg. The finals have been taken by Bornhorst. There's more to go, of course, but at the moment, Bornhorst takes that one, the first leg. Cole Tollard was second. Brandon Rose was third. Aaron Horn fourth. Spencer Heckett fifth. Evan Vale, I'm not sure he's come home yet, but he should come in sixth. There's a bit of a battle between him and JQ. And then we have Lee Martin, Hampersburg, who faded a bit, and then the Pumps had trouble, which is Cody Watson and Camden Lime and poor old David Ronefeld.
All right, Joe Bornhorst is your first, running his S-Works OSB J Concept powered buggy. Cole effing Tollard, what a great comeback for the team associated driver. He's not been having the best of weekends with his OSB J Concepts equipped ride. A great run in third for Brandon Rose from Texas, the Nemo Agama Racing Bullet Hot Race powered buggy. Aiden Horn, great comeback for number 98. Associated Scuderia Scampi Rosso driver representing Associated OSB and Proline. Spencer Heckett, after a good start but falling back, climbs his way back up to fifth, representing S-Works, ProTech RC, and Proline. Evan Vale, the local hero for Beach RC, Associated Ultimate, and Proline tires. JQ coming in seventh. Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate TZO driver. Lee Martin from the UK. Nemo Agama Racing, Bullet, and Seismic tires. Hampersburg, the Swede, for Mayako, Corsetech, and RCGP is your 9th place driver, followed by young Cody Watson of Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate, and TZO. Camden Lime is your 11th place finisher, representing Beach RC with S-Works and Ultimate as Hot Race as his tires. And David Ronefeld, unfortunately, retiring early for Mayako, Corsetech, and RCGP. And now on to Nick and his interviews with our top 3.
Well, a really interesting first race there in third place, Brandon Rose. Brandon, you were on Joe's tail, then it kind of went wrong. Was that just traffic?
Yeah, traffic got away a little bit. The back doubles got me, I think, 2 times, just the gnarly wind and just, a few little errors I made and can clean it up, and hopefully I can stay with him the whole run.
So how is the wind affecting? Is it just you're not landing as you expect to?
It's just everything will be normal for about 10 laps in a row. Then one lap, your car will just do like a 360 in the air, and there's about nothing you can do.
So, given there's nothing you can do about that, what are your plans? What are your preparations? What are you going to change for final 2?
Probably not gonna change anything on the car. Just try to drive a little better, drive smarter, and not make any mistakes.
Great stuff. Thank you indeed. Thanks, Brandon. Third place in the first leg of the final, and in second place, the new star of TV screen, it's CFT. It's Cole Tollard. Cole, that was a great race.
Yeah, it was fun. Joe had a good start. I had a somewhat good start. I just kind of avoided the chaos and the double-double, but just managed to get out clean.
Yeah, I mean, from then onwards, really, you're kind of on the pace of the, both Brandon behind you and Joe in front, but you couldn't really gain at all. It seemed like, no, a bit closer, no, and
Yeah, I made one bobble, and then on my peripheral, I saw Joe make the same bobble in the corner. I'm like, oh, if I didn't make that bobble, I would have had a better chance. But yeah, Joe ran a great race. Brandon did also. It was a blast.
And how hard is it to run consistently with these conditions?
It is super hard. You don't know what your car's going to do in the air and anywhere, really, because the wind just takes it. I felt like I was going to do a backflip.
Nice up. CFT, second in leg one. Thank you very much indeed. And our winner, and the man who's won both the competitive races so far, is Mr. Joe Bornhorst. So that kind of went as well as it could do, didn't it?
Yeah, the start went great. Got the whole shot and just kind of kept my head on top of my shoulders and did some laps and, yeah, just kind of had a nice clean run.
Were you surprised how much lap traffic there was? Because you're all pretty good, but it seems a lot of people have fallen back. Yeah, it's a 31-second lap, but it's only a 13-minute race.
Yeah, I mean, one was JQ, so that's not too much of a surprise, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, there was a couple guys. Evan was kind of with me. I got him the lap down, and he stayed with me for probably 5 minutes or something, but kind of normal. I mean, in finals, a lot of stuff happens, and some people kind of lose their head, and some lap traffic just happens, but it's normal.
So you got the second leg. Obviously, the person we thought were your major rival, Dave Ronefalk, didn't finish that one. So does this mean you'll play a tactical game if perhaps he gets out ahead in the next leg and just look for the overall win? Absolutely, yeah.
I'll obviously see how it's going, kind of in the moment decision. But now that I have a win in my bag and he has a DNF, if he's going fast, he can have it. I don't really care.
Great stuff, Joe. Thank you very much indeed. That's Joe Bornhorst, who has won the first leg of the RCGP Round 1 final. Join us in about an hour for the second leg. Until then, well, if you stay on the stream, you'll see some junior and some senior finals. Catch you later.
Got the RC2 guys out there. JQ running so gingerly to marshal somebody. And the only way JQ can marshal someone. It's good. Seen lots of smiles. Seen lots of disappointment too. We've had a lot of mixed reviews on the gate starts. The RC2 guys got a chance to do it. And
drivers, bring them in.
all right, so we got 36 seconds. They're going to come in. Pitmen are going to pick them up, and they're going to grid up here. Like I said, once again, here's your starting lineup for RC2. Joey Bardon, David Olson, Cade Burnett, but Joey Bardon making the trip down from Ohio. David and Cade are locals here in South Carolina. Jermaine making the trip from Texas. Logan Colwick, Gabriel Montiel, Cole Chura, Camden Lee, Lane Deming, Luke Deming, Ryan Fowler, Benji Mullins, and Josiah Chandler.
Hey guys, if you cannot hear me, I will try and give a hand gesture as well. Last chance for fuel, drivers. Last chance for fuel.
All right, traditional
9
style start here
8
for the juniors.
7 6
Justin Wild giving you a countdown.
4 down.
All right, so start of the 13-minute final. Looks like Joey Bordon, it looks like took the whole shot, followed by David Olson. Looks like Cade Burnett hot on his tail. Let's see when we come across here. I'll have a better look when they come. All right, so it's Joey Bordon out front, followed by Cade Burnett, who just had an accident, David Olson, Jermaine Robinson, Gabriel Montiel, Logan Cowick, Kyle Chur, Ryan Fowler, Luke, or one of the Deming brothers. Let's see which one it is in the front. I'll look here at the scoring when they come across. Who are we following on television right now? Let's see. We're following our leader, Joey Bourdon, Cade Burnett in hot pursuit, followed by Jermaine Robinson. Jermaine Robinson doing well in RC2 back at Thunder Alley. I think he finished, I think he might have won the junior final back then. I'm not sure. I have to ask his brother. Ask his father. Gabriel Montiel out in fourth. Joey Bourdon still continues lead. Joey Bourdon out there with Techno. It's Techno ride. Cade Burnett is desperately trying to chase him down as he goes over the double-double. Let's, we had an issue there with Joey Bourdon. He must have made a mistake, which is allowing Cade Burnett to catch up to him. Maybe we could dress back a little bit, cameraman, and catch that number 2 car that's kind of chasing Bourdon. There we go. Cade Burnett coming back, throwing on some fast laps. Let's see what we have here. A 30.7 from Cade Burnett. Fastest lap of the race so far. He's on the hunt. He's looking. I told him earlier, you got to slow down. You got the speed. You just got to slow down a little bit and get that consistency. Maybe he listened to me. Let's see. Cade. Still following Cade. He's about 2 seconds behind Joey Bourdon at the moment. Let's see if he made up some time on Joey on this last lap. Yeah, he made up 1/10 of a second, it looks like, with another fast lap from Cade Burnett and a 31.2. But Joey Bourdon threw down that 38. He's throwing down consistent 30s here, Joey. Pipped to be the winner of the RC2 event here. Joey Bourdon, been very impressive. Let's see, it looks like we have a battle. For there's Cade Burnett. Cade Burnett, Jermaine Robinson. Is that Jermaine? Nope. What's up, Keith Henry?
9:30 to go.
Good to see you in here, Keith. Hope you're enjoying the RC, the junior final at the moment. Joey Bourdon still out to a comfortable lead now, and Cade Burnett 1.9 seconds behind him. David Olson 9.2 seconds behind him. Jermaine Robinson 11. So the race seems to be between Joey Bourdon and Cade Burnett. Let's see what happens when they come in for fuel. We got 8 minutes done. Maybe we'll be seeing some fuel stops. Sorry, it's 8 minutes and 53 seconds left. So maybe you'll see some fuel stops here coming up soon. But right now, Joey Bourdon out to a comfortable lead. 1.5 seconds ahead of Cade Burnett. But it looks like they're closer than that now on the track. Here's the race for first between Joey Bourdon and Cade Burnett as they go around the 180 there. Coming up over the hump into the Dragon's Back. Oh, Cade tried to go for a little look there on the inside, and Joey Bourdon just slammed the door there on him, that 180. Back up over the double, up into the Beach RC 180. Ooh, that was close for Joey. What a great lap for him. Let's see. So, that was actually a slower lap for Joey Bourdon, but Cade Burnett was able to make out 1 second on him. The gap between them is 0.5 seconds. Let's catch them back up. And Joey Bourdon makes a mistake on the double-double. And Cade Burnett takes over the lead. But Joey Bourdon is right behind him as he made up from that crash. Oh, and another crash just as I say that gives Cade Burnett some breathing room, and he just threw down a flyer at 31.6. Joey Bourdon 4.3 seconds behind him. In third place, Jermaine Robinson 11.3 behind him. Those are the only three guys to get below 31-second laps in this race. But Cade Burnett is your leader. Let's pick up on him. He's getting into some lap traffic there, it looks like. Or was that? No, that's lap traffic.
Going up the hill. Caution going up the hillside step.
Cade Burnett pulling out to a comfortable lead here. Let's see how far back. Wow, the gap is spread to 4.4 seconds. We just have it. We're getting some pit calls in. I just heard the caca of the pit call from one of the fathers down there. A unique pit call we have coming out from West Coast for his son Logan. He gave him the caca. So I guess that's his sign for him to come in and get some fuel. Let's see. Cade Burnett out to a comfortable lead. Now it's 6.8 seconds. Joey Burdon just came in for his fuel in. But Cade Burnett is pulling away. But he has to come in for some fuel. We got our 40-plus drivers getting ready to go up there and do battle. They're going to be up here right after the juniors. Day 2, we got a 13-minute race. We got our pit stops there. Here we go. That Cade Burnett coming in for fuel. His dad gave him an awesome fuel stop for him. Let's see. Let's fall back a little bit and find some of the battles here because it looks like Joey Burdon fell off. Let's go back here and pick up these cars coming over the double right here. If you can. There we go. There is our second place. Joey Burdon desperately trying to catch up Cade Burnett after some mistakes that he made. He's already been in for fuel. They're good to go for the rest of the race. Can Joey hunt down Cade and make it a race? At this moment, it doesn't look like it. With 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go and over a 6-second lead. Can he make it back? Can he make it back? But Cade Burnett with a long lap there. It must have been his pit out lap. That's what it was. But 6 seconds behind Joey Burdon. David Olson is your third place driver, 27.9 behind Joey. Jermaine Robinson just moved up to that third position. Followed by Cole Chor, Gabriel Montel, Logan Colwick, Camden Lee, Luke Deming, Ryan Fowler, Lane Deming, Benji Mullins, and a DNS for Josiah Chandler. We got a good... Looks like we got a battle here between Cade Burnett and Joey Burdon. These two have been fighting it out all race, and here they are again going up over the Dragon's back. Oh, and it looks like a little bit of mistake, and Burdon gets that lead. But looks like Cade Burnett's right on his tail up there over the Beach RC 180. Onto the front straight, past the starting grid. Oh, and Cade Burnett gets him. But can he make it stick? And he does. And he shuts the door right there on the inside of Joey Burdon. Great driving by Cade Burnett by these young drivers. Good to see them out here racing clean, racing fair. And a mistake by Cade Burnett, and he's off the track, and Joey Burdon takes the lead once again. What an exciting race. These guys are separated by tenths of a second.
Thank you for the wait, car 3. Thank you for the
And just as I say that, it looks like the commenting curse has hit again as Cade Burnett falls back some more, but he still has time. 3 minutes and 46 seconds left. Can he catch these guys up? Can he catch Cade Burnett up? Joey Burdon. Joey Burdon's been looking fast all weekend. Very impressive 2021 for the Techno driver. He's out here. Oh, makes a small bobble there. Allows Cade Burnett to capitalize on that as they go around that 180. Let's see how far Cade is back from Joey when he comes around on this next lap. Here comes Joey Burdon. Cade Burnett, 1.4 seconds behind Joey Burdon, so he is making up some time there. Joey Burdon for slow 32, and matching him right there is Cade Burnett with a 31.1. He's putting on the afterburners trying to catch up Joey Burdon.
Leaders coming through.
And Joey Burdon is in traffic. They have traffic right now. That's making a big problem for them as they get through it, and they are back on the hunt again. What an exciting race from these juniors. They have come here to race. Joey Burdon coming up to your front straight. Oh, and he makes a mistake in the... Oh, and that allows... Oh, and Cade makes a mistake. Both of our leaders make a mistake, but Cade makes it farther away, and he comes up with the lead.
230 plus 2, drivers. 230 plus 2.
These moguls have been getting everybody, from the pro drivers to the top RC2 drivers all week. Perfectly designed by Bobby Moore to make people make mistakes. Great job, Bobby, for the mogul section. Not to us. Maybe up top or out. Kay Burnett, your leader. Joey Bernard fell back to 5.9 seconds with only 1 minute and 56 seconds left in this race. If Cade Burnett can keep it on all fours and keep it smooth, he will be your RCGP Junior Finalist winner. He's just out there cruising now. Cade Burnett has showed some impressive speed today as well. I was talking to him earlier. Told him to slow down a little bit. He's got the pace. He's just got to slow it down a little bit. A little bit younger than, I think him and Joey Bernard about the same age, 15, 16-year-old. Nice young men, very mature above their age.
314-265.
Your top three is Cade Burnett, Joey Bernard, Jermaine Robinson, David Olson, Gabriel Montel, locking off your top five, followed by Logan Colwick in sixth, Cole Chor in seventh, and Camden Lee in eighth. Luke Demon and Ryan Fowler running off your top 10. Yeah, I'm enjoying the junior main as well, Jason. These guys are going at it. They are not showing that they are choosing to be champions and not fanboys. Now, the gap between Joey Bernard and Cade Burnett has become a little bit too much for him to make up with only 43 seconds. I believe they have.
45 plus 2.
Yep, so we have 45 seconds, well, 36 seconds plus 2 laps for these young racers. So there's still time. Cade Burnett can still let it all go away, and Joey Bernard can capitalize. But right now, it looks like it's Cade Burnett's to lose, and he looks untouchable out there at the moment. Up over the, doesn't take the double. Double, throws a little whip, up into the tabletop, off there. Double, that, oh, and he makes a mistake. And will it cost him? Where is Joey Bernard? Joey Bernard, no, not enough. Cade's still good. Let's see how far back, how much Joey made up on him. Last time around, he was 9 seconds behind Cade. Let's see. Long lap for Cade Burnett, 35 seconds. And he closed it down a little bit. 5.1 seconds is the gap, but there's only 2 to go.
Now entering the skippers as well. Caution on the straight, stay away from the stand, stay away from the stand. Clear, clear, clear. Car 3, car 1, car 4.
Attention.
Final lap, final lap.
Cade Burnett looks like he's gonna one more lap. Joey Bernard has made up some time on him. Let's see. 4.4 is the gap. It's closer to that on the track, though. One mistake from Cade, and this could be all over, but it's the last lap, and I think that's not going to happen. Let's see. Cade Burnett. Cade Burnett capitalized on an exciting race between these juniors as they traded the lead between him, Joey Bernard, early in this race. But it looks like Cade Burnett is going to be your winner, followed by Joey Bernard. It looks like they're still racing, but I think they're done. No one's told them that, though. They're still going at it out there.
Race them to the line, race them to the line, race them to the line. When you cross the line, you are done. Just waiting on car 10.
What a great race. What a great show that Cade Burnett and Joey Bernard put on for us. These young drivers showing all their talent and all their skill set out here, driving like champions out here in this win.
Just waiting on car 12.
Congratulations to young Cade Burnett. Joey Bernard in second, Jermaine Robinson in third. That's your winners. David Olson in fourth, Logan Colwick in fifth, Cole Chor in sixth, Gabriel Montiel in seventh, eighth is Camden Lee, Luke Deming in ninth, Ryan Fowler in 10th, Lane Deming in 11th, and Benji Mullins is 12th, and Josiah Chandler not starting. What a great race from our junior racers. Probably some of the best racing we've seen this week. We got our 40-plus guys getting ready. You know, let's see.
This is a grid start, gentlemen. This will be a numbered grid start.
Let's see who we have here as our
Juniors to the track to Marshall, please.
our
Juniors to the track to
40
Marshall.
plus
Great run.
drivers.
Great run, juniors.
Let's bring it up here. As they go up for their 3-minute warm-up. Starting on pole for the 40-plus race is Greg Degani, followed by Donald Elliott, DJ Hepler in third, Robin Nelson in fourth, Aru Burko in fifth from Canada, I believe. 6 is Nick Hernandez of TZO, 7 is Ever Lobis, followed by 8th and Steven De Placido. One of the track guys here working on the track, Jamie Armin in 9th. 10th is George Stellatis, followed by a South Carolina, North Carolina local, Marlo Bright. 12th is Chris Capello, followed by Florida native Tony Patashaw in third. Ricardo Fausch making the trip all the way from Mexico. Here's your 14th driver and RC Track Masters himself, Mr. Bobby Moore, the builder of this beautiful dirt gem, is your 15th place qualifier. This will be a grid start for these drivers. We got 2 minutes to start. This is the same as the junior race. These guys will get 13 minutes plus 2 laps. We got Greg Degani battling against his old friend here, Robin Nelson, Y'all Racing, Donald Elliott, local fast guy here, number 40, DJ Hepler, fast as well. It's going to be a good race, I think. These guys, DJ and Donald, know this track pretty good.
See our best version for this 13 plus 2 main, please. 130 to the grid. 130 to the grid. Again, this is not a gate start. This is a grid start. Mechanics must throw the vehicle with rear wheel near the pipe. You cannot throw it out to the center of the track.
We got 1 minute left in these guys' warm up. They'll be bringing them in here shortly so they can grid up and get this 40-plus man in the books. Hopefully it can be as exciting or even more excited than our junior final earlier.
All right, drivers, bring them to the grid. Bring them to the grid, please. Grid them up, grid them up, grid them up. No more straightaway laps. No more fast down the straightaway. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed.
All right, mechanics are heading out to the front straight to stage their drivers. This will be a grid start.
Mechanics, last chance for fuel. Last chance for fuel. Last chance for fuel, mechanics.
David is short giving the last instructions. He's insisting that one wheel be near the pipe or almost on the pipe.
9,
Countdown started here by
7,
Justin Wildy.
6, 5, 4, down.
And it looks like our number one, Greg Degani with the hole shot, going up over the double. He chooses the single, double, single up top there. He's been doing that line all day.
Cars down on the down call.
The only one I've seen doing that line. He comes up over the hump, up over the dragon back. Looks like he's got Don Elliott right on him, followed by DJ. Let's see where Hepler is. No, DJ Hepler is right beyond Don Elliott, but he just got past. Let's see what the lineup looks like. Greg Degani in first, Don in second, Ivor Lobos in third, Marlo right in fourth,
them now, drivers.
Steven Blasido in 5th. Jamie Arman in 6th. Bobby Moore moving up from 15th to 17th. Nick Hernandez in 8th. Chris Capello. DJ Hepler falling on the way back from 3rd to 10th. And Tony Patashaw moving up 2 spots from 13th to 11th. Looks like Don Elliott and Greg Degani, Don's trying to catch up with him. Greg just threw down a 32.3, followed by Don with a 33.1. 2.3 second gap. Ever Lobos, 5.4 back of Donald Elliott, with Nick Hernandez making a trip all the way from California in 4th. Let's see if we can find a battle. Greg Degani pulling out to a big lead. Looks like Don Elliott made a mistake, and he did. Don Elliott still 4.5 seconds back, but that was a slow lap for Don, 34.6. It's kind of spread out. There's no battles going on at all. Really, here we go for way back in last positions. Let's see if we can, let's get these cars coming up over the double-double there, please, cameraman, and going out the back. We go follow those cars going through there. Let's see. They look so pretty out there. Not crashing.
Corner marshal out for the short shoot towards the back. Drivers, Greg, Donald, Ever, Nick, Steven, your top 5.
Greg running out there. There's a long lap of 34. Getting a 5.1 lead over Don Elliott. Let's get off this green car who's doing a bunch of somersaults down there. Let's find another battle here. Here we go. We have 3. It's Greg Degani in traffic, but he's coming through some traffic, putting a lap on guys. 2002 world champ. First ever American world champion. 8 scale, Uruguay.
Return the position, back right corner. Thank you.
9:30 left in this race. Don't forget, everybody has to have a pit stop. Nobody can go the full 13 minutes and 2 laps. If you are, you're on a different world than everybody else. Donald Elliott falling 7.6 back. Ever Lobos 10.1 behind Greg Degani, followed by Steven Placido in 4th. DJ Hepler has worked his way back up to 5th. Nick Hernandez in 6th, and Bobby Moore in 7th.
Help in the front rhythm. Corner, front rhythm. You got a little bit of time, Joey, a little bit of time. Leader is car number 1. Leader is car number 1.
Long lap there for Greg Degani. Donald Elliott's made up a little bit of time. His gap has dropped down to 4.1. Greg just throws down a 32.9. And Donald Elliott still decreases that gap to a 4.5. 8 minutes and 16 seconds left to go. I guess we'll be seeing some call for fuel stops here soon. Well, right now it looks like Greg Degani out to a comfortable lead. Let's get on Greg Degani while you're there. Let's get on our number 1 car. Let's watch him come in for fuel when he comes in. Let's see if Greg Degani's SH motor gets that fuel mileage that everybody else gets.
7:45, driver, 7:45.
7:45 left, plus 2 laps. I guess we'll be seeing some fuel stops here soon. There we go. There's Greg Degani right there. Car number 1.
Pit stop lap. 7:30, driver, 7:30.
There he is, dumping over the double, up to the Beach RC 180. Down the short street, over the hump, around. And he's not pitting. Unless he's already pitted, but I doubt it. And Greg, there's a 33. He's the only one to get down to sub 20 to 31s at this race so far. And Greg Degani seems to be on cruise control at the moment. But Don Elliott is 0.7 seconds behind it. Let's see. We might have a race here. We might have a race.
7 to go. 7 to go.
Greg Degani coming on the front straight. Oh, Greg Degani comes in for fuel. Can Don Elliott pass him? What a great fuel stop by Mike Walker. Fast, very fast. Where does that put Degani? He's behind Don Elliott at the moment. But Don, I believe, has to come in for fuel. Let's follow that. There's 2 cars. Let's see if Don comes in for fuel. He's now in the lead. Degani right behind him. But I do believe Don has to come in and get some fuel. So let's see. Maybe he's coming in on this lap. And he does. Don Elliott comes in for some fuel. Let's see where that puts him out. Greg Degani goes by. Makes a mistake in the... And Don's out. Let's see.
6 minutes plus 2 laps.
He has 6 minutes to gain on the world champ. Can Don put his head down and catch him up as he doubles over that? Goes up to your step up and goes through some lap traffic. He's got some traffic to go through if he wants to catch Degani. Don up over the hump, over up the Dragon's back. Goes a little wide there. That's all right. Let's see. 5 minutes, 37 seconds left to go. Plus 2 laps.
5:35, drivers, 5:35.
At that pit, the lead has stretched out for Greg Degani to 5.9 seconds.
Car 1, 2,
Dirty Don
7,
gets
3, 8.
by some lap traffic over there. Don Elliott out there trying to get by some lap traffic so he could chase down Greg Degani, but not that lap traffic doesn't allow him to get by.
5 minutes plus 2 laps, drivers.
There we go. As that car, number 5, it looks like, makes a mistake. Don gets by, and he's back out on the back straight. Winds died down a bit. Actually, the winds changed direction now. It looks to be going... As I say that, it changed direction again. But definitely, wind has calmed down from today. Today has been... That has been the story today. Wind, and more wind. It's been pretty bad here today, and at some point, I thought everybody's pop-up tents were going to fly off. Greg's looking pretty comfortable out there with a 7.5 second lead over Donald Elliott. Ever Lobos is 17.3 behind Greg Degani. It's about 6 seconds back out of third. DJ Hepler making the move up into fourth.
2 cars upside down in the moguls. Eyes
But
up,
he's
drivers, eyes up.
9 seconds, 9.4 seconds behind third. At this point, the junior final was much more exciting. There's young guys out there racing each other, putting on a show. Young Kate Burnett and Joey Burdon. But it looks like Greg Degani is just going to walk away with this. Looking to get some revenge from his not winning at DNC this year. .325 to go, plus 2 laps. Oh, and Don makes a mistake there. That pipe has been catching a lot of people this weekend. It is probably just one of those places that you just misjudge it by an inch or so, and it's just going to mess you up. I've seen Joe Bornos hit it a few times and mess him up. So even the top guys are having issues with that corner, that piece of pipe. Greg Degani's pulled out to a 10-second lead with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps. And how did they qualify to get in this race was they took the top 15 drivers that were 40 plus in qualifying, and put them in their main. There was no separate qualifying for this. There was no
2:15 plus 2 laps, drivers. 2:15 plus 2.
extra track time for these guys. They just took this top 15 and they were set in this 40-plus main.
Yeah, there's a leader in front of you, car 12. Thanks for Chris. 130 plus 2 laps, drivers. 130 plus 2 laps. $115 plus 2 laps. It's Greg, car 1, Donald, car 2, Ever, car 7, DJ, car 3, and Steven, car 8. Your top 5 drivers.
All right. We got 59 seconds plus 2 laps. Unfortunately, Greg Degani's made this a very boring 40-plus main, getting out front and nobody really challenged him. I thought Dawn would get out there, but some mistakes by him. Ever Lobos is too far as 9.7 seconds behind second. So the 40-plus man more spread out. Not as exciting as the junior man.
35 seconds plus 2.
30 seconds to go.
26 seconds plus 2 laps left to go in this race. Then we'll be up for our RCGP second leg. David Ronafalk will be looking to get some revenge after that unfortunate DNF, which I have yet to figure out what happened. He'll be looking to get some revenge. Joe Bornos has 2 wins at RCGP under his belt. S-Works will be happy about that. All right, so time is done. 2 laps to go. Greg Degani out front. 11-second lead over Donald Elliott, local racer here, looking to finish second. He's got a 12-second lead over third, Ever Lopez, and local DJ Hepler is running out your 4th place, and Steven De Placido in 5th. Unfortunately, this wasn't the barn burner that I was expecting. The juniors did it for us and made it exciting. Hopefully the RCGP guys can put on a show for us this next round.
Attention.
Last race of the day coming up.
Final lap for your leader. Leader is Greg Degani, red and white car, gray wings. Straightaway, dead car on the straightaway. Stay away from the pit lane. Stay away from pit lane. Race him to the line. Race him to the line.
All right, so that's it. Greg Degani is your winner. Donald Elliott in second. Ever Lobos in third. It's like DJ Hepler, still waiting for 5th place to come by. Abayu Berkeley. Marlo Wright will finish in 6th. Chris Capello in 9th. Bobby Moore in 10th. Still some competitors out there.
All stop, all done. All stop,
That's
all
it.
done.
Greg Degani takes the lead and doesn't look back. Wins his first 40-plus title of the year here at RCGP. Congratulations to Greg Degani. You're a 40-plus champion here first one of RCGP, followed by Donald Elliott, Ever Lobos, DJ Hepler, Abayu Barku, Marlo Bright, Stephen De Placido, Jamie Armand, Chris Capello, Bobby Moore, George Stellatis, Nick Hernandez, and Tony Padashaw.
And welcome to the second leg of the final, the short final on Saturday. And joining us is the man who didn't finish the first leg, David. Very bad luck, and it lasted, what, 3 corners, really?
Yeah, I got taken out there badly. I guess it was Aiden was behind who took me out. I kind of went inside of them, too, because I wanted to go to single, double, double, single. And they went for the double, double, and yeah, hit me straight from the back. And there was a crack in the arm, and then like after 3-4 minutes the drive shaft popped out in the back. So yeah, bad luck, I guess, but I don't know.
And you got yourself about 3rd or 4th at that point, hadn't you? You were coming back strongly, at least for some good points.
Yeah, it was good, but I felt the car was a bit strange, so that, I mean, explains the rear arm was cracked, and it kind of explains it all. And then I went up on the top left there, and the drive shaft just popped out, so hopefully I can get the win in this one.
That's bad luck. Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, David. So yes, David's great luck continues within the whole thing with Cody Watson. Now, Cody, we were watching. Well, we couldn't see it on the stream, but we were watching. Well, mainly it was Matt. Apparently, you had a cracking battle with JQ towards the end of that last heat, the last final.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And did you know? JQ, come here. No, all the way. You had to talk to us. Yes, now. You heard of live TV? It's what we're doing here, you know, for our massive audience. Now, come on. So, anyway, JQ, apparently Cody told me had a great battle with you. Did you treat him differently because he's your teammate?
I let him go a bit. Right? Right?
Yeah, I agree.
So you didn't go Leonardo Valenti on him then?
No, I definitely was a bit afraid of taking him out because I don't want to listen to it in the pits. So I go easy on my teammates.
And do you go easy on him?
I try to be very careful, but it's a race, and I think it's just fun to battle it out with him and talk about it later in the pit. So
he definitely doesn't go easy because we hit in the air, and that's why I sort of pulled aside, let him go. Don't you remember that?
Yeah, that's part of battling. I mean, that's it happened. I did my thing. I did it all weekend. Tried to anyway.
So you're going to fire him?
No, it's all good. We're good.
Great stuff. Thanks, guys. Go for Heat 2. Lee, we love you, but we don't need to talk to you, so you can come through as well. Lee Martin. So, right, the cars are revving up, and it'll be time for them to be released. But first, let's see the highlights, and there were many, of the leg 1 of the Saturday final at RCGP round 1. And let's see where they'll go in 13 minutes plus 2 laps. And they're off and they're away, and it's a clean start across the board, and it's from the middle. It certainly wasn't the Mayako, and it's actually out in front. Has gone Joe Bornhorst. It looks like it's remarkable. It was Camden Lime in second, so he came into a mid-air collision with one of the other blue and white cars, and we're left with a 1-2 for S-Works. So we've got Bornhorst leading from Spencer Hecker, and Ronald Falk's out, obviously. Ronald Falk has, obviously, because this is RCGP, he's out of the first final, and they're walking away. We've lost Ronald Falk, the early favourite, gone. There's now 2 cars between them in this last lap. Bornhorst put in a fine performance, and this is the first of the 2-legged main final for RCGP round 1. So we've got the second leg. Obviously, the person we thought was your major rival, Dave Ronald Falk, didn't finish that one. So does this mean you'll play a tactical game if perhaps he gets out ahead in the next leg and just look for the overall win?
Absolutely, yeah. Now that I have a win in my bag and he has a DNF, if he's going fast, he can have it. I don't really care.
And we are back with the warm-up. They're just doing their warm-up laps, 3 minutes of warm-up. They've been on for a moment or so. And then we'll go and once again onto the gate. So we'll have more chaos. So let's see the order of the runners and riders for this race.
Yes, coming in. Okay, there we go. David Runnerfolk representing Sweden, Mayako, and Corsa Deck RCGP. Joe Bornhorst in second, S-Works, OSB, J Concepts. Spencer Heckert, S-Works, ProTech RC, Proline, your third starter, followed by Brandon Rose representing the great state of Texas for Nemo Agama Racing, Bullet Engines, and Hot Race Tires. Lee Martin doing it for the Queen from Nemo Agama Racing, Bullet, and Seismic. Aiden Horn, probably my favorite racer out here, most ignatic, Associated Scuderia Scampi Associated OSB and Proline driver. Hampus Berg, the Padawan of the Viking, Mayako Corsa Tech RCGP. Cole Tollard, Associated Scuderia Scampi Ultimate, OSB and J Concepts. Evan Vale, the local hero, representing Beach RC, Associated Ultimate and Proline Tires. JQ, the Finn, Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate TZO. And we got Cody Watson, his teammate from Mississippi, Invisible Speed, Mayako Ultimate and TZO, and Camden Line making the trip from Arizona, your 2019 RC2 USA winner, representing Beach RC, S-Works Ultimate and Hot Race.
Okay, so that has taken us to just about the end. So Joe Bornhorst is in a majorly positive position because he has the points, and more importantly, the person we think is his most likely rival has, well, not no points, he's got a last. But Cole F. Tollard is in there with a chance for second place, as is Brandon Rose with a third. So those are the ones to look out for on the points. Ronafelt looking to make a point himself, and a win would probably actually end up putting him around probably 5th or 6th overall, which is all about the points for the championship at the end of the season. He wants to get as many points on the board as possible before he is rejoined by his nemesis, Davide Ongaro, for round 2 in Italy. And we've been speaking to Davide. He needs absolutely raring to go. And there they all are down at the gate. There's the 98. That's the car of Aidan Horn on the front row. So they're looking to place them down in the final. Revving the engines up, first car's going down. Beautiful shot there of Bornhorst's car getting its top up.
Mechanics, clear the grid, clear the grid.
They're about to get dropped down. So much so they're out and away, and it's a great start from Bornhorst again. He takes the lead. Looking like Heckert's also got second. Third is one of the many, many blue and white cars. Where is Ronafalk at the first corner?
All the way
back in 11th, I think. So Ronafalk's had another bad start. He's in 11th, so not sure what he's going to do. But as they come round now, it's I think it's Heckert leading. Bornhorst had a problem himself. Where's Bornhorst gone? So to Bornhorst. Oh, this has all gone very crazy there. Not sure where Joe is at the moment, but he'll come across the line. We'll see him. But that is going to be Heckert leading as far as I can see. Then it's Cole Tollard, third place Camden Line, Quad Green, Martin, Watson, Ronafalk. And Bornhorst is down in 10th, so he had an absolute off-camera nightmare moment from Berg and Aaron Horn in last. So this is interesting, because at the moment it means that actually Cole Tollard will be your overall winner, as Cody Watson makes a mistake. But it is about Bornhorst trying to come back through the pack from his lower positions. Not sure where he is at the moment. I'm still just be trying to see. I haven't seen Bornhorst's car for a couple of laps. Then another lap in. So there's your leader. Then second and third going around the corner on camera at once. It's Hecker from Tollard. Martin now moves into 4th. And Horn is into 3rd. So it's just like Horn's lap was slightly missed at that point. So it's Heckard, Horn, Tollard is 1, 2, and 3. And they are right together, the top 3 right together. They come into the top end of the circuit. It's first round the corner. That's Tollard with the S-Works right behind him. Sorry, it's the Heckert with the S-Works, and then right behind him is the 98 of Aaron Horn with the Associated, and also behind him with the Associated Scampi Rossa. It says the Associated Scampi Rossa team are second and third behind Heckert. Then you've got Lee Martin, then Ronafat now in 5th before JQ in 6th. So the top 3 though, seem together. A little mistake by Heckert putting together, and now Horn trying to gain back on him, and Tollard in his wheel track. So 1, 2, and 3. The 4th and 5th are together as well, and that's Lee Martin and David Ronafalk. Ronafalk up from nowhere to 5th as he's climbed well. And top 3 at the camera corner, but the camera's not there anymore because of the wind. Wind's a little bit less than it was for the first. It is dying down now. We're hoping for a much calmer day, but you can see now the action is beginning to happen between the second and third, and that is, of course, Aaron Horn with the white wheels and the yellow wheels of Cole Tollard. In fact, it's happening even more than that because Spencer Heckert's made a mistake, and they're now first and second. So let's see what happened there, because they jumped up for a point which I couldn't see, and he comes down and he's just gone on the turn, over tight turn. It's kind of slightly unsighted from the roster as well, but the net effect is that our leaders have pulled away, but it is Aaron Horn now leading quite nicely from Tollard by 1.5 seconds. Bornhorst has got to 5th, which may be enough to give him the overall. I think Bornhorst has changed his tyre colour today, which is what's really confused me. I am easily confused. There's Bornhorst there, just from a better position. So Bornhorst has been kind of sneakily around. But over the line, in the lead, goes Aaron Horn. Second place, Cole Tollard. Third place, Lee Martin. And fourth place, let's go back to third and fourth. That's the orange car with the orange wing in place, and the white car. That's the third and fourth battling Ronafalk and Martin going on the sprint away from the camera corner over the backside quad, and they'll turn round before they get the infield speedy hump up and over, and then into the sort of triple in front of the roster before they go for the switchback, and that sharp right hand before they go to double, and they go out towards the beach hairpin. And that's where time can be made. But once again, Ronafalk being careful to try and get past Martin as close as possible. There's a huge number of European and World Championships between those two. I think Lee's won at least 6 European Championships. I think David's won at least 4, and of course he is a world champion at this as well. Interesting, Bornhorst currently now back in 7th, and I'm going to have to, the mental arithmetic, I'm going to need to work out who's won overall, I don't know. As one of the other cars goes wrong. Just still at the front though, as we're looking at third and fourth, it's Tollard, it's Horn, Tollard, Martin. Let's have a look at this again. So coming up through, it's a slap down as Heckert again, Martin again. Oh, and it's coming together there. Martin and Ronafalk. Ronafalk gets through, moves into third. So it's Horn from Tollard from Ronafalk. As we stick now with Martin. So let's move forward to the leaders. It's first and second quite close together. They go over the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, now down the main straight. And at this point, I think this could be Tollard winning overall. Now, interesting. I think Horn let Tollard through there.
Team orders.
So I think that was a bit of team order. We're not even halfway through the race. But he's worked out that Tollard, if he goes away and gets a win, he will actually win it. Because don't forget, even if Bornhorst comes through to second, the second heat trumps the first heat in motocross rules. So at the moment, the late replacement for Davide Ongaro is doing Davide Ongaro's job by looking like he's going to win round 1. So Tollard with the associated leads. Aidan Horn was associated second. In third place, Ronafalk with the Mayako in fourth place now. Bornhorst now has made a move forward to fourth, so now he really has to get the hurry up. He's got past his own teammate Heckert, and Martin's in fifth. So this is going to be really, really interesting over the second half of the race, as Bornhorst needs to get himself back up to the lead if Tollard wins this. And we're looking at him now, and Tollard's looking at every bit like he's in the place. He's got a wingman in Aaron Horn. Horn knows how to play the team game for the Associated Campy Rosso team. So you're looking at yellow wheels, you're looking at Cole Tollard, and if you're looking at white wheels, look at Aaron Horn. If you're looking at an all-white car driven by a Viking, then you're looking at Dave Ronafalk, who's got a lot to prove at this point, and Bornhorst himself is following up. So we've got all the elements of a grandstand finish. This the first round of RCGP here at the S&B Raceway in Piedmont in South Carolina. And it's building up nicely. And of course, there is a fuel stop to come. That's when a random element gets thrown in. Once you have a pit stop, it gets all very random. And they're even getting close lapping already. I'm not sure, maybe Camden Lime who's ahead of them in the very similarly coloured blue and white beach cars. But it's the Associated Campy Rosso cars who are leading. Now, what is getting closer, Ronafalk is being slightly brought back to himself by Bornhorst. So Bornhorst beginning to gain on Ronafalk. The top two are away quite nicely at the moment. So Tollard's keeping it on the island. They're thinking now at this point about fuel. They're halfway through the race. Well, they've got 2 laps after. They've got another lap and they'll be halfway through the race. Horn's dropping off the back of the others. And Ronafalk has gone past a bit of a back markery, which is, I think, Camden Line. First bit of fuel stopper in. There's some problems of both the Nemo teams stopping at very similar times, but they didn't do a brilliant job there. It was actually Spencer Heckert who stopped at the same time as the Nemo, but they got in each other's way in the pit lane. Not the problem here as Tollard comes in for fuel. comes down the pit lane now, picked up. Fuel cap open, fuel in. Probably half a second slower than it needed to be. Ronefalk also in, Pierre much quicker. And if you actually had a chance to watch both of those, you could see how there's at least half a second gained there by great pit work by Pierre Ronefalk. But, so they go round now, and that's absolutely condensed the top three. Just want to check actually whether Tollard and Horn both went in that time. So Tollard leads, Horn is second. In that really irritating fashion, they've now got a Beach RC car there as well, which makes it incredibly difficult to work out because the body shells are so similar, but actually they're letting through. So Tollard goes across the line now first. Then in second is Horn. Let's drop back to Horn in second place with the white wheels because he is under pressure now from David Ronefalk, who is equidistant ahead of Bornhorst. But Bornhorst has to do something about this as Ronefalk carries on moving forward. And a mistake there by Horn. He's let Ronefalk into second, and the wingman has gone. What happened there? See what happened there at the end of the quad. So he comes down, that's why he bounced aside, went wrong. In fairness, for that level of I'll say error, bad luck with the wind, that's had a relatively minimal result. Apart from the fact it's released Ronefalk now to chase down Cole Tollard. Tollard's lead is 3 seconds. The more of a bother for Tollard is about Bornhorst, because Bornhorst, obviously, with the first and the third, will beat his 2 seconds. So he has to stay in the lead. He stays in the lead, he's won. But if he gets caught up by Ronefalk, who we are looking at now, and Bornhorst, that's when it all goes wrong. But there's a huge number of cars with very similar wheels. Just Bornhorst just got past. Yeah, Bornhorst just got into second place. I think he's just got past. Certainly got past Ronefalk there. I'm not sure if it's still Horn in second. Yeah, it is. So this is the battle now. Bornhorst looking to get up into second place in a kind of combination there as they came off the back of the four. And now Bornhorst looking to really move. Now Aaron Horn is the middle man. Tollard needs to do something spectacular to stay in the lead. There's Bornhorst in third. At the moment, he's heading for second overall. Aidan Horn is running wingman for Cole Tollard, who crosses the line now and has a relatively good lead, actually. It's 4 seconds. Bornhorst drops down. Okay, so Bornhorst now remains in. What I've actually managed to do there is a brilliant thing. I've managed to get Hampersburg and Ronefalk mixed up, which is always a good thing to do. These team colours are going to take me a bit longer to get used to. So Bornhorst remains in fourth, but has, as I said, got Horn as a cork in the bottle. But the other bottle he's got is the Ronefalk bottle, but he's 4 seconds off Tollard. So if we move one car forward and have a look at Horn. Bornhorst has rolled and dropped 2 positions. That's pretty much it, I think, for Bornhorst. He now has to rely on problems for other drivers. And that other driver he'll want a problem to have is Cole Tollard. Ronefalk, 5 seconds off, but it's looking like at the moment we're going to have an absolute surprise winner of the first round of RCGP. I think Bornhorst will still score second overall, but Tollard will be champion. Horn doing a job, but it's obviously only a few minutes to go. It's 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go, plus everything else. Tollard across the line. And Ronefalk now very close together on the timing. So we need to find the top two. They're coming off the end of the quad now, and they're coming in the infield hop. And it's Tollard just ahead of Ronefalk. He's been a mistake by Tollard last time round. He lands now and turns back towards the far end of the left-hand circuit. The yellow wheels and the blue and white associated being hunted down by the Viking. So Ronefalk now moving forward. And it's now getting very, very close, the two of them on the same frame. Now the question really being, if Ronefalk sees Bornhorst his major rival for the season, does he actually want to go past Tollard? Or does he want to make sure he stops Bornhorst from winning overall? Bornhorst currently in fourth. And within one place of taking this overall if he did go past Tollard. So Tollard and Ronefalk right together. And this is when it's a real test for Cole. He's got to survive a minute and a half and 2 laps of a very aggressive and, slightly annoyed Swedish racer, the 2016 world champion in Las Vegas. And Tollard now under the pressure, and it's all gone wrong, and Ronefalk takes the lead as Cole fell off the side. Oh, dude, is that where the first wind's gone? Let's have a look at that one again. What happened there? So he just takes the jump slightly wrong under pressure, comes off to the side on the second half of the bump, luckily wheels down, gets back, but Ronefalk takes the lead. Tollard is in second, and the real question now is about, Bornhorst in third. Bornhorst has already taken third, so Bornhorst has gone back into the lead overall. First and a third. But no, mistake by Ronefalk. And Tollard gets back ahead again, so suddenly it's changes 1, 2. Oh, and they're off together. And Ronefalk back in the lead of Tollard. It's ebb and flow, ebb and flow. All this is doing is Bornhorst is getting closer and closer and closer. But can Tollard get ahead? He's got to get ahead to win overall because Bornhorst has come forward to third. And he's getting closer again because they're slowing each other up. Don't forget we have a few seconds, and then we have the 2 extra laps, and the 1, 2, and 3 are coming together. Ronefalk, who isn't in the overall hunt because of the DNF in the first race. Tollard, who is, but he has 2 seconds. Behind him is Bornhorst with the first and the third, and Tollard gets the lead again. Tollard takes over the lead, and it's Tollard from Ronefalk. Ronefalk's back ahead again. They'll come together, they come up over the lump, and they come through into the final corner. They got through, and now the battle is, and Bornhorst is trying to get up the inside of Tollard. So a little bit of a respite as they cross the line with 2 laps to go. Ronefalk leads. Tollard is saying, oh, there's a roll. He's got away with it. So Bornhorst gets away with the roll, stays in third place. It's now, can Tollard get back to Ronefalk? Ronefalk's gapped him. But to win this overall, Tollard needs to get past these 2 laps from Ronefalk. Ronefalk needs to put down a marker by winning something. And Bornhorst just needs to make sure he knows where he is to finish to win overall. There's another mistake and he's in the lead. Wow, into the lead goes Tollard. We can probably take a breath now. No, because Bornhorst is going to take him on the outside. He's not done. So Tollard managed to stay ahead. It's Tollard from Bornhorst from Ronefalk. But can Bornhorst take a double win? He's got the inside. He's got the inside drive, and they've hit each other. Oh, it's gone again, and Bornhorst takes the lead. Oh, and Ronefalk's out now. He's upside down. But Bornhorst on the last lap is looking for a double win. It's gone all way and every way. Bornhorst looked out of it on a couple of occasions. Tollard looking for a double second. Now it's just a few corners that Bornhorst has to come round, and he will win round 1 of RCGP at the S&B Raceway. And from nowhere to everywhere, Joe Bornhorst wins again. Great run by Tollard. Fantastic battling at the end. It's going to be Ronefalk ending up coming 4th. Brandon Rose picks up 3rd. Aaron Horn will come in 5th. Just wasn't able to run wingman the whole time, but fantastic race after the snooze fest of the first leg. Absolute cracking result there. Bornhorst fought his way through. Ronefalk unlucky again with 2 laps to go. And realistically, you could replay the last 3 laps because it was all ebb and flow, ebb and flow. Ronefalk's going to have to go away and lick his wounds. Bornhorst has won it. Bornhorst has won the overall. Tollard second overall. No idea who's third. Probably Brandon Rose. And a great result.
Yes, a great result for Joe Bornhorst, your first RCGP champion of round 1 here. He's your winner of the 2 15-minute, 13-lap races, 2 laps. Sorry, I'm all confused there. Joe Bornhorst is your winner for representing S-Works, OSP, J Concepts, followed by Cole Tollard. An impressive run by Cole for Associated, OSP, and J Concepts. And Brandon Rose doing it for Texas, finishing 3rd for Agama, Bullet, and Hot Race. David Ronefalk won't be happy with that 4th place finish. He had the victory in hand, but he's representing Mayako, Corsa Tech, and RCGP. Aiden Horn was looking fast in the beginning, but he would have to settle for 5th. Associated, OSP, and Proline. Lee Martin doing it for the Queen. In 6th, he is representing Nemo Racing, Agama, Bullet, and Seismic. In your 7th position is S-Works driver Spencer Heckert representing Protec RC and Proline. JQ in 8th. And now we're gonna keep going. We're gonna go to Nick. He's got an interview of the top 3 guys.
With the that was an incredibly great race after fantastic action. What was it like to be in?
What's up?
What was it like to be in that race? Look, fantastic action from outside.
Yeah, it was a little crazy. The start, I think everyone got a little hit at some point. I know I did, or I hit someone, or something happened. And yeah, it was a crazy race, and it's tough out there, with all the wind conditions and the back jump section, and just you take off the jump and your car's trying to do crazy stuff and high traction. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And once again, we keep seeing you coming through these races, so you must be looking forward to the much longer race tomorrow.
Oh yeah, definitely looking forward to tomorrow. A long final, it's just let you get in the groove of things, find your lines, and I like the long races more. It feels like true racing.
Great stuff. Well done. Thank you, Brandon. 3rd in the race. Everything 3rd overall. It's time for some more CFT action. Well, Cole, for a long time there, you were about to win round 1 and replace David Angara in the most possible way, and then just on the last couple of laps, Joe got you.
Yeah, I think my tires were getting bald. I kept on using the old ones all day, and I'm like, well, it's been working for me, and I think they just finally gave out. And I was like pretty disappointed, but it was still a good run.
Great last few laps for us to watch. It must have been nerve-wracking for you, though.
Yeah, definitely the crowd was cheering everyone on. It was a lot of fun, and Wishing it wasn't so windy.
I think we're all wishing that.
Yeah. Congrats on Joe. He ran really good. It was a kind of cool block pass that he had on me, but I was like, man, I wish I could have done that to him. But
Thanks, Cole. And Joe, come in. Well, at one point you were completely out of that one, and we thought, oh, he's not going to win it. I think you were down in 7th, then you were 4th, then you were 3rd, then you were back down to 4th again. You rolled over, but somehow you managed to win it again.
Yeah, today I've been good at getting hole shots and blowing it. I don't know. Shout out to myself on that one, I guess. But yeah, that went back and made some changes to my car. My car was pretty hard to drive the first one. Just kind of putted around and ran the race. But that time, I got the whole shot. I was like, okay, cool, we'll do it again. It's easy. And then I blew it. So, yeah, just kept on pushing the whole time. Had to take my time that time to get through the back markers. And, after the pit stop, I was still pretty far behind Cole. And I think David was right there with us, too. And, yeah, I knew David wasn't really in it, so I wasn't really too polite there. But the last lap, I kind of had that inside in my back pocket all weekend. And I didn't even have the idea until about 5 feet before the corner. I was like, oh, I can just go inside and block him. So, yeah, it worked out, and yeah, it's pretty cool to win this race.
So a great start for S-Works and a great start for yourself. You have won the first round of RCGP. I think you've got to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a different game. I got a 60-minute final, so I'm going to have to make some more changes, I think, to get some more longevity in the car. The track is brutal. The super high grip, it's hard to drive, edgy. So we'll have some changes to do, have some talks tonight and kind of figure out what we want to do and go from there and try to have our best head for tomorrow.
Well, the good news is it's supposed to have at most half the wind of today, so that'll be only some wind.
Yeah, at this point we're just used to it, but this one's stupid. We don't even have a tent anymore. Like that, we had to take the top off the tent, so we're sitting back there in the sun the whole time. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a little bit easier on the weather-wise.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Joe, winner of round 1 of RCGP here. Congratulations. Good stuff. So that's Joe Bornhorst, your winner of the first round of RCGP. Now, normally, in a normal event, well, be it. You have to go home, everyone stop, and that's it. And, no. With RCGP, we have a completely new event tomorrow. And for RC2 fans, it's all the Christmas tree finals, leading to a 45-minute RC2 final, approximately a 1-hour RCGP final. And, of course, before that, we have the 3 qualifying races of RCGP. If it's anything like that second race, well, you probably won't have ability to stand up afterwards, much like myself, or perhaps have a heart attack. Anyway, thank you so much for being with us today. It was great to have you. We look forward to seeing you bright and early, and we mean that because we're starting at 8 o'clock US time, with us for RCGP round 2, part of event 1, but round 2 from the S&B Raceway with the long final, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.